Hello, hello, hello to all of my wonderful viewers. Today we are going to be talking with Fabian Liberty in about 12 minutes, presumably, about anarcho-capitalist economics, more specifically praxeology. He thinks it's going to be an easy debate because I do not understand the basics of praxeology. So we'll be finding that out. For some context as to why this happened and why this matters. Argentina elected who I can only call an anarcho-fascist, someone who wants to defund everything, like privatize schools, privatize roads, but who also wants to ban abortion and hates gender ideology. Just prax it out. That's true. So he won by like 10 points. So I think anarcho-capitalism is going to have its moment in the sun. This is literally, I think, the first time that someone this libertarian has been elected to any country ever. So it's going to be a fun little test case as to what happens when you shut down a central bank. It's not going to be good, but yeah, Argentina may well be cooked. So relevant to that, a bunch of AnCap said that they wanted to debate me. So Fabian Liberty and this one monarchist Hoppian guy. These are both Hoppians. Hoppa is like the slightly more racist version of regular anarcho-capitalism. I don't, that's, but, since I wanted to start doing more debates, I wanted to start doing flowcharts. And I know this is probably like incredibly low engagement ways to approach this, but I am convinced that 99% of arguments by rational minds follow a flowchart of some kind. People are literally NPCs, but not in like a derogatory way. It's just that like logic necessarily follows to the next step in all these arguments. And people are like very, very predictable. Once you've had an argument like 5 or 10 or 20 times, you know how it's going to happen. And so I've had this argument over and over and over again. So what I'm going to do in this conversation, I'm going to try and start it off with 2 questions. First is, what is science? Which is also known as the demarcation question. In short, the question is, how do you decide whether something like astrology versus psychology or astronomy versus like reading the bones is a science? And this isn't actually an easy question to answer. What is and what is not is a science. In fact, some think that it's impossible. Those are what I've called the Feyerabend types. They basically say that science is just a social practice that we do. So I strongly reject this. I think that at the minimum, you have to support what I would call the puzzle solving or non-dogmatism approach. Basically that in addition to being like something that humans do, it's a specific type of thing that people do. It's a type of attempting to solve a puzzle where the solutions to that puzzle solving change over time as more solutions get learned. That's what distinguishes from, say, a religion where the fact that more methods are developed does not mean that better solutions or like changes are derived. And then I think where I personally fall is what I group these together, and people might get mad about that, but falsification, verification, and testability. These are roughly what we call like I would call this the scientific realist portion of the answer. And this is the one that 90%, even 99% of people are going to give. You just found out how Lyndon LaRouche is? Oh no, big mistake. Big mistake. Yeah, he's completely insane. I've never done a segment on LaRouche, but he is the perfect example of how brain dead Leninism plus cult and like high control group leads to far right politics. Yeah, completely insane. He's literally the most popular person on Twitter is literally a LaRoucheite. Jackson Hinkle is like straight up a LaRoucheite if he actually believes anything that he says. Which is questionable, but yeah, he ran a cult. So the reason I wanted to bring this one all up is that it boxes the type of conversation that we're going to have, because if his answer is that science must be falsifiable or verifiable or testable, which basically means that like to be a scientific theory, something has to have some way of being proven wrong, being falsified, being verified as true or verified as false, or being tested or defeated, which basically means that there has to be some way to prove it wrong. There has to be some standard of evidence that I could show you that would make you say, nope, that theory is no longer true. And if that's true, then praxeology, like this sort of emerges in a matrix that I'll talk about in just a second. This emerges in a matrix where like some of these answers just straight up defeat praxeology. Like if you take falsification, you can't be a praxeologist. You have to accept one of the other views. The only one that I can see emerging is like maybe the puzzle solving one, but non-dogmatism doesn't work for praxeology because praxeology argues that literally everything can be derived. It's called falsifiability. Yeah, so falsifiability would be the classic like 1920s version of this schema. Falsifiability has been like abandoned because it doesn't work. And so instead, people moved on to verifiability and later and more recently to like testability. These are just, in my view, generalizations of the same schema. It's the idea that you have to be able to present evidence that could prove wrong a theory. That's like the simplest way to explain it. So I think this one emerges naturally from, that's just wrong, says Naja. Okay, Naja, feel free to write me a paragraph to my simplified explanation 5 minutes before a debate. I would then follow up with the second question of whether economics is a science. And if they say no, then I don't know what the point is. The point is of saying like, well, praxeology must be true. Because if it's not a science, verifiability came first? Really? Then falsification? Am I just dead wrong in the history? Well, my bad. The point, sorry for misphrasing the order. The point more broadly is that testability is or defeasibility is the modern version, the more like expanded upon version. Oh yeah, it was the positivists and then people like Popper. Yeah, Popper. Yeah. Anyway, regardless of all that, I think this leads to like, if economics isn't a science, then I don't know why you care about praxeology, right? Because like assuming that science has some utility, which maybe is a question I should start with, like, is science useful? But assuming science has some utility, then if economics isn't a science and he's a praxeologist, then there's no point to any of this, right? Conversely, if he says that it is a science, then his options are basically that it's falsifiable, which is like directly wrong. Praxeology is not a falsifiable thing. They don't accept empirical evidence. I'll show that in the debate. The second would be that it solves a puzzle, which is an interesting one because I think this might be the only way to escape these questions. And then the third would be to take Feyerabend's approach and say that science is just what scientists do. It's just something that smart people do when they're thinking big questions. And that, again, would lead you to, in my view, that something akin to questions. It is not a science, right? Oh, hey, New Socialist Era. I didn't realize you were in chat. Yeah, it's going to be... Oh, that's a reminder. All y'all should like the stream. Every like that you give the stream is basically one more viewer. New Socialist Era says, praxeology equals science of humans doing stuff. So it's anarcho-capitalist, yeah. LaRouche, more like LaDouche. Praxeology is so big on that presuppositionalism. By the way, I will see you more quickly if you come over to the site chat, which should be pretty easy to sign up for. So the only way that I see this working out is something like they argue that science is puzzle solving. Which allows for stuff. So for those who aren't aware, praxeology is an anarcho-capitalist theory, not anarcho-capitalist. It's a libertarian to anarcho-capitalist theory, which argues that all human behavior can be, this is very simplified, so don't kill me for this. All human behavior can be derived from fundamental axioms, and therefore you can deductively reason using a priori reason, meaning non-empirical reason, to figure out why society ends up as it does, why humans behave as they do. For an idea of why that matters, here's a quote from Mises, one of the earlier praxeologists in 1963. Praxeology is a theoretical and systematic, not a historical science. Its scope is human action. Again, I want to be very clear. Their theory is that praxeology describes all human action. This is like their theory of all of sociology, not just economics. It's irrespective of environmental, accidental, and individual circumstances of concrete acts. Praxeology's cognition is purely formal and general, without reference to the material content and particular features of the actual case. It aims at knowledge valid for all instances in which the conditions exactly correspond to those implied in its assumptions and inferences. Its statements and propositions are not derived from experience. They are, like those of logic and mathematics, a priori. They are not subject to verification or falsification on the ground of experience and facts. They are both logically and temporally antecedent to any comprehension of historical facts. So, I want to be clear, like, the Mises approach is that praxeology is a science, but it's not an empirical science. So I bluntly have no goddamn idea. Hey, no social therapists, one. I have no idea how anyone can believe any of this, but I've had this debate so many goddamn times. I don't know how you can say that something is a science when it's based purely on, hey, here's my a priori assumptions that I'm taking from the very start, and I'm just going to logically derive all of human behavior from them. That's just completely absurd to me. Because, like, the whole point is, how would you know whether those axioms are even worth following? Why bother? The sign-up made me put a number in my name. Get owned. How do you even learn all this stuff? I just like to read about ancient religious movements. That's a good question. I mean, honestly, a lot of this is, I agree with James Bedlock that the strongest motivator is getting mad at someone online, which is what motivates a shit ton of my behavior. Okay, the fundamental axiom of SDL behavior is that I'm mad at someone online and I need to read their theory to prove them wrong. More succinctly, it's because I had a lot of debates with AnCaps, and I needed quotes from their theory to prove that Mises and praxeology rejects empirics. Because some of them just straight up reject it. Like they'll say, yeah, I'm a praxeologist, but I still accept empirical evidence. I still accept, like, all the benefits of science that uses empirical observation. And it's like, no, you can't do that. You can't claim that you have a deductive economic theory based on a priori reason and then also make conclusions based on observation. If the observation contradicts the deduction, then Mises literally says, and, like, correctly, that you should reject your observation in favor of the deduction, because if you take the deduction as from axioms, you can't, like, why would you reject it? So I don't know, this might seem fairly theoretical, but again, the reason why this all matters is that Austrian economics, of which praxeology is a huge component, is the official economics of Argentina's president. So yeah, we're gonna see how it works out. Oh my god, Roxy and Naja collaborating about physics careers in chat yet again. Oh my god, it's President Sunday. Why aren't you joining site chat, President Sunday? Then I'd actually see you. The AnCap is Fabian Liberty. And I'm doing this because I actually have two AnCaps. I have one today and one on a Friday. I was going to try and stream today, Thursday, and Friday because I was feeling really sick Monday and Tuesday. Why have Austrians contributed so much misery throughout history? You want to know something really fucked up? The guy that we were just reading, Ludwig von Mises, he was the chief economist for Engelbert Dollfuss, who was the Austro-fascist. Now, the term Austro-fascist is debated because they called themselves they were like the Catholic nationalists or whatever. So it's debated whether they were simply like ultra national conservatives or proper fascist. Is my understanding.
Wake up, liberal. I love you.
Oh, thank you, Tyrannex. But like, it's so funny to think that this guy who is so influential to AnCap theory was literally an economic advisor for a literal, sorry, not a literal, for a 95% fascist. It would be like if Maynard Keynes, John Maynard Keynes, had been like the economics advisor for like Pinochet or something. I don't know how to explain how absurd this is. Down, okay? They need more room for the brain to flow in. Roxy, stop talking about self-deletion. Maynard Keynes sounds like a condiment. Wait, actually, I think I have a good graphic on this one. One real quick sec. Where would it be? Post production. All right. So I know this is a lot to take in. You can ignore most of this. The Austrians, this is the genealogy in the post-Keynesian. Keynes was gay. Yes, Keynes was gay. Though I think he might have been closer to bisexual, but whatever. I've got a good graphic on Maynard Keynes as a condiment. That's interesting. I really do. This is the ketchup graph. So the reason why the Austrians matter so much is in part because the AnCap guy who runs Argentina believes in them, but in addition because they heavily inspired the Chicago school. So people like Milton Friedman, a name that you should recognize as having like real institutional power in the United States and a huge amount of control over American like economic policy, and it all comes back to the Austrians, and so it's just worth considering. Friedman actually despised praxeology. Let me see. Oh, they started the call. Okay, I can't read you the Friedman quote. All right, let's do big cam. Hello.
Hey.
Hey, sorry, I just missed you.
It happens all the time. It's let me see. There's got to be. Oh, I got to cut my camera on to pop it out to the other screen. Ooh, why can I not do a pop out there?
It's in the bottom right.
Yeah. I got it now. Got it working. Are you going to cut your camera on, or are you using it because you're streaming elsewhere?
I just turned it off, and now it should be in here.
There we go. All right, fair enough. Are you streaming right now, or do you need a copy of this?
I am streaming. So
okay. I just want to make sure before. Yeah. Well, that too, right? I want to know what like program, but I'm going to put it up on YouTube, so I don't plan on. YouTube tends to be worse in terms of what you can and can't say, with the exception of maybe like a couple of trans things that Twitch gets a little bit more upset about. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't know. But I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, you wouldn't know because you're not a fucking right winger or a libertarian, but you got to know these waters if you're of the, the political dissidents. You get a little more Marxist Leninist in you'll find out the same problems.
That's true. Political dissidents against the trans people and the immense power they hold.
Yeah, fucking more power than I hold.
I'll take that as a good thing. Guarantee you there are more trans people than anarcho-capitalists in this country. Guaranteed.
You know what I'm saying? You know what? We'll if we have to start building bridges, it'll be with that. We'll build bridges by the percentage of demographics represented, especially in California, right? Yeah. Sorry, I'm getting like 30 notifications because sorry, I do a little bit of warm up if that's okay with you.
Sure.
I like to just chit chat for a minute before we get into it because we have a moderator. Did you write a prepared statement?
I did not write a prepared statement, but
neither did I. Cool. Right. It's fine.
I did have some opening questions when we get through the warm up.
Yeah. I was just saying, I've got like if you need an editing PC or you need to upgrade your PC, like this week is insane on Newegg right now.
My man's filling out his PC part picker on stream.
Dude, no, I'm not. I promise. But like, I don't have an editor anymore. So I was like, well, I've got to get a separate editing rig, right? Because like, you've done your own editing before, I'm sure, where it's just like exporting a video and importing it to YouTube takes like 3 fucking hours, and you can't do damn near anything else on your computer.
I use Blender. I refuse to use a paid editing software, and it does just fine with like cutting clips. So I've never had this issue.
Oh, you don't do full uploads usually?
I mean, I haven't actually cut anything. I think in like half a year. But even when I did, it took like, I don't know, 10 minutes or something. It's not.
Dude, all right, maybe all of the years I've been lying to myself, and Blender is supreme.
It's really bad.
Like 3 hour debates fucking takes me like fucking forever to get out, and then import to YouTube at 1080p is like, that's like a fucking hour.
I don't know anything about, like, I don't know how Premiere cuts or anything like that, but yeah, I haven't had any issues using Blender.
Fuck you.
It is terrible for like anything beyond simple cuts. Like it has none of the effects that Premiere has, but I love it just because it's FOSS, okay? And I'm going to support my communist software approach, okay? We're going to have
use Lightworks. Use Lightworks because I can do everything in Lightworks. Like, I can green screen all the fun, all the edits, all the zooms, all the things I need.
I mean,
add text.
Zooms is all that stuff is whatever. I meant like, I know. When you see like the fancy edits, Blender can't do any of that. But regardless, okay. Maybe,
I was just saying, I can't stop because I ordered individual components. I keep getting like a email and text notification every time they're like, "Hey, your fans shipped," and I'm like, "Thanks, cool." And then it's like, "Hey, your RAM shipped," and I'm like, "Okay, just give me one fucking notification." And instead, I'm getting like 16 for each individual part, and it's like blowing my phone up. And I was just like, "God damn it!"
That's funny. Right. I'm glad Newegg is aggressive.
It's aggressive with letting me know that my shit's coming. It's like, I got it.
So I guess I wanted to start in like a very broad question or two, really. First is, do you think
maybe we should start with a catalyst? The catalyst for the conversation. I mean,
sure. I mean, I can pull up the tweet or whatever, but wasn't it just some monarchist guy?
I just meant. Well, so no, I mean, like, I think it's important maybe for the audience that isn't aware, like why are these two talking? Why is an AnCap and a socialist going to talk about, Austrian economic theory and compare it to, Marxist or modern monetary policy or Keynesian or, Chicago School, etc. Like, why is that conversation happening randomly? Yeah, I think it's important, right? So an anarcho-capitalist was just elected president of Argentina. Who is like pragmatically minarchist, right? And has a fairly, I don't think it's out of the domain. I'll probably I'll probably piss off all my libertarian people, which I do all the time, but whatever. Outside of the domain to say that his coalition government is full of like some hard fucking far right motherfuckers, right? Like he's got like a VP candidate that's like, specifically gone to court for people that like may or may not have committed genocide, and it's like, and they're like, "Hey man, they're free, they need a right to trial." And I'm like, I mean, but you didn't have to be the one to defend them in trial, like somebody else could have done it, but as a means of kind of like pushing out the kind of the I don't want to get too in the weeds of like whether or not you consider Argentina's current government to be neoliberal and or socialist, because it has elements of both that I think might be difficult for an American audience or Europeans to get, because we tend to kind of have like one or the other, not like a mixture of the two. But nevertheless, pushing the left out. And then you can say it if you want to say it, but you tweeted out basically saying that Austrian economists deny empirical evidence for any. I want to get the exact wording right.
I'm gonna pull up the tweet.
Yeah.
So I said, most Austrian economists openly reject empirical evidence as necessary for economic reasoning. For example, Mises 1963 asserts that praxeology is not empirical or verifiable, and Murphy, Barnett, and Bloch 2010 claim that praxeology is akin to geometry, which therefore cannot be like proven empirically right or proven wrong. Like using empirical evidence can be proven right or wrong. It can only be demonstrated or illustrated using Mises or Bloch's phrase.
And then, and so then I think rightly so, but also understandably so. Libertarians kind of jumped your throat on that, being like, "Go fuck yourself," because it is a misinterpretation. I think, obviously, and at the same time, I think there is a lot to unpack there. That I think maybe libertarian people that aren't libertarians that didn't come to this political philosophy usually through Austrian economic theory might be looking at that and go, okay, yeah, that's what Mises believes. Like Rothbard, for example, vehemently disagrees on the human action as an axiom being established empirically or not, right? So he's an empiricist in the establishment of that, right? And he's the father of libertarian philosophy, right? So it's like be kind of weird to like not mention that. But I do agree with that statement, right? So I would fall into that category of for the most. But I think it's important that we delineate and break into that.
Well,
and so
part
I just want everybody to know about that. And I'll shut up.
Part of the reason that I said most is there are certainly some Austrian economists who like use empirical evidence and think that like they reject sort of the more openly praxeological approach. However, I would note a lot of those people basically moved into more of the Chicago school. Like they adopted the neoclassical synthesis as part of their rejection of like a pure praxeological approach. That's why people like Friedman, who is in like he's in the Chicago school, right? And he very explicitly rejected praxeology. Like he said that praxeology.
Well, okay. So I think maybe there's a bit of a problem here because there's three terms, right? And we're using them interchangeably, and they're not necessarily always interchangeable, which is Austrian, there's praxeological, and praxeological you could basically synonymize with Misesians, right? And so I would say that there are people that you would like Hayek would be an Austrian economist, right? But he wouldn't necessarily be a praxeologist in the way that Mises is, right? But historically, he's coming, his major works are before Mises, right? And so I think Mises kind of revamps the Austrian school via praxeology, which I think obviously is in part of the reason for the Chicago school, et cetera. But I want to say that Austrianism and Misesian isn't necessarily a one-to-one there.
No, you're completely correct. Again, that's why most, like Mises is a sub-school within Austrian. However, I would note that of like the broader Austrian school, and even of the Chicago school and neoclassical economics more broadly, I would argue that there is an overemphasis on mathematical modeling based on a priori reasoning about rational actors, rather than empirical observation of what policies actually do, of how actors actually behave. And so, like, I just want to say, I broadly perceive of this as a spectrum. In general, the further you get towards, like, there's a point at which you get to, like, the Marxists, where this isn't true anymore. But the further you go, quote unquote, left from the Austrians, the more empirical you get, in a very broad sense. Like, the neoclassicals, for example, simplify consumption to be a single fungible, meaning interchangeable good that you consume X donuts and it's equal to Y many units of housing or whatever. As you go further and further left, they break out consumption into multiple categories. The post-Keynesians say consumption is a bundle of like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever goods. They think in like Maslow's hierarchy of needs type stuff. And that's based on observing consumer behavior. So I would just say like there's a broad spectrum that I'm just trying to draw here. It's not just like Misesians versus like Austrians, and then you get out and everyone loves empirical evidence. No, there's actually a spectrum within economics overall that like as you get further and further left, there's like a real emphasis on empirical observation.
I would just make a small caveat, right? And when I do agree, because I think empiricism has no validity in economics. And so we can get into that, and that's fine. So I do agree because it is a great defense of leftist views and horrors to utilize empiricism as a defense against rational economic philosophy. But setting all that aside, and I'm sure that's upsetting when you want to pick it apart, I just want to say small caveat. I would say you're mostly correct. The only thing is that I would say that Austrians are often talking about the same things in different ways, not necessarily not talking about those things. So when we're talking about the derivation of goods and things like that, when you start subjecting things to methodological individualism and then adding kind of like marginal utility to it, I think you are having equally complex conversations about, different preferences in purchasing and consumption behavior. that is just spoken about a different way. So I wouldn't say that the Austrians are like simplified in a regard that they're not talking about those exact same economic interactions. They're just using a different foundation by which they do it. They're looking at it praxeologically and not necessarily trying to attach numerical values in mathematics to those things.
I do agree that's a different lens, and I just agree I think it's a really, really bad one. And so maybe getting to why that is, the questions that I want to ask at the opening are, first, do you think economics is a science? This one might be a simple one, but is economics a science broadly?
I think it's a social science, yeah.
And follow-up.
I don't think it's a natural science, just to be clear. I think those two things are different because one is time commensurate and one isn't. Economics isn't. You can't isolate variables the same way.
Sure. So then the follow-up question would be, what do you think demarcates science from non-science? Like, what do you think would define why, say, astrology is not a science, but psychology is a science, a social science?
Okay, so I would say that, so this gets really deep into epistemology, right? Because now we're going to talk about like kind of the foundation of empiricism, which, I have issues with because it's kind of contradictory. But if we're talking about like how is knowledge attained, and we look at is kind of really the question we're asking, right? But is it attained via the scientific method? Are people utilizing the scientific method in a rigid, structured way? And so, pre Karl Popper, right? You would apply this rationale, this reasoning to, verbal deduction, formal philosophy and logic, and to include praxeology, right? It would be like a social science that is, a priori knowledge and, using logic to substantiate that a priori knowledge and then moving on. A modern conception of what is science after kind of Karl Popper's, revolution, right, is baking in empiricism as an assumed thing into the question, right? Because it really deals with falsifiable statements. And so, I guess the question then becomes, well, what do you mean by science, right? And it determines kind of like what is and isn't a science then.
Okay, so without getting to the weeds of epistemology or the history of this debate, maybe let me ask a broader question. Do you think science is useful? And if so, why? What is it about science that makes it a useful thing for humans?
Well, I think that's a weird question. Yeah, I think science tends towards predictability, right? The ability to, guess at the future. And that is one reason why it has functionality, right? Because, if I have a 90% chance of certainty that, action A will occur over action B, then I can plan accordingly for action A with a small, plan B for action B. I think the second reason that it is functional and useful is that, I do, and this again might upset some of the AnCaps, I do believe that knowledge can be gained via the scientific method, that we can know things that build upon other things. I think we have to be careful about that, though, because when we use empiricism, even within the natural sciences to do so, everything like a tree branch is based off of the previous branch that it comes from, the previous limb, right? And so we can never really truly be certain of that every limb is necessarily strong in all circumstances. There are some that are, there are some that aren't. It depends. And so oftentimes we may have layers of kind of false knowledge, if you will, incorrect assumptions based off of one poor assumption. And then if there's kind of a paradigm shift off of a much larger branch, it can change everything that we know. It can actually be, maybe somewhat harmful if it interacted against our intuition or maybe per se more functional wisdom that was like, culturally passed down. So there are instances where it can be bad. Obviously, creating the nuke might also be one too, if we want to go Ted Kaczynski on it.
Well, so the reason I'm asking in part is like just to focus on how you began your answer, and the meat of it was predictability is what's useful about science. And so like just to like formally, one of the arguments related to that is the no miracles argument, that science gives us answers that would have been miraculous to have arrived to had we not gone through the scientific method. So the idea that like we are just randomly adjusting for relativistic time dilation due to satellites' orbits every day, like every calculation, that every message we send up and come back down, that we're just guessing that, it would be a miracle. And given that we assume that no miracles like that are happening constantly, it's probably true that science is pointing us in the right direction. That's, to me, the general idea.
It's probably true.
So the reason
right? You kind of defeated your own argument, from the onset, which is that that it's not 100% verifiably true. So therefore, you kind of already agree with the praxeologists and the Austrians.
Not necessarily. So one of the distinguishing features that we'd add on is that science tends to get, or we hope, that science tends to get less wrong with time. So, like, the physics model of Newton was a huge step over that before, and then the physics model of Einstein was a huge step over that before. But Einstein's step up from, like, Newton wasn't to disprove Newton, it was to reduce the wrongness of Newton, so to speak. So,
well,
I'm bringing up this argument.
I don't want to get... maybe that's not the greatest example. Maybe we should use less controversial things like Newtonian versus Einsteinian physics. Because I don't want to get into a debate about it, because I think Newtonian physics are more correct more often in the domains that they are, and that Einstein's really just kind of adding additional domains. So it's not necessarily proving wrong Newtonian physics, it's simply adding domains. And so maybe things that are like less controversial, like water is wet or something. You know what I mean? Like if we can keep it to that, so that we can focus on the discussion about empiricism versus getting into a debate about physics.
So sure, without getting to the details, the reason why I'm bringing all this up is that, to me, it seems pretty clear that the usefulness of science derives from its ability to be tested or falsified, however you want to phrase it, in some way by, like, observation. So in physics, that's very obvious. Like, the early astronomers were falsified by saying, hey, there's going to be a planet here. No, there isn't. Or there's going to be a planet here, and then they weren't wrong, and they weren't wrong over and over and over again until we think, yeah, there's probably a planet there. That was how, like, we derived the existence of, was it Neptune, by the gravitational, like, fluctuations in other planets.
I mean, Halley is probably the more miraculous or not miraculous kind of thing, being able to accurately predict exactly when a comet would return.
So
you kind of get rid of the doomsday predictions.
The reason I bring this up is that, like, in relation to stuff like the no miracles argument, if you think that science is approaching the truth, or it has some method for finding the truth, then the question I was trying to get at before is, like, well, it's useful because it predicts things well. But why does it predict things well? Is it simply because we're making logical derivations? Or is it because we're able to throw out observations which are contradicted by reality? Because to me, that seems to be, like, what we're getting to the key of Austrian economics. Like,
So the problem is again, there has to be a differentiation made between natural sciences and social sciences here, right? And that's kind of, I think that's really the crux here, is that you keep utilizing natural sciences as an argument, right? And so the methodological dualism is a corner piece, right, to Austrian economic theory. It specifically states that there is a large difference between viewing things where constancy can be maintained, and in sciences where constancy can't be maintained, right? So in the natural sciences, I can repeat an experiment. I have a repeatable experiment, right? Where I can, isolate, some mineral and subject it to some form of chemical reaction in a safe lab, without anything else involving. Now, you can't ever perfectly do that, right? You can't, there is kind of a gradient as you expressed, right? And also like an asymptote towards truth, right? Where, like, you're never kind of like perfectly hitting the scientific fact. You're just kind of like getting more accurately closer and learning more things that might make the equation even more complex and open your eyes, but that's okay because we're learning new things, we're discovering new things via that. And that's awesome. But the problem is that when you attempt to do this towards human action, right? Human action is not a constant. You can't say, other than like at a verbal deduction, all other things being equal, right? Like you can't actually experiment in that way. And if you could, it would likely be unethical, right? It would have to be some insane, like it would have to be like beyond torturous. With like 1 million brain signals fried so that only one brain pathway exists in a basement somewhere.
So we both agree that social science is not one-to-one with natural science. It's not as easy to pull off an experiment because there's more variables at play. At the same time, what I'm trying to point to as well is that, like, one of the revolutions which has shifted economics left in the last 30 years, like pretty substantially left, is the credibility revolution, which has been a huge rise of looking to quote unquote natural experiments and looking to, like, pseudo or quasi experiments. So, for example, a lot of programs nowadays get rolled out in a random or lottery fashion, and we observe what happens to those who get it versus those who don't. Now, that's not a perfect experiment, but we're getting like really close to being able to isolate like down to a very small number of variables and say, how does this policy affect this person? To me, being able to look at that and say, hey, was my economic theory right or wrong is really, really, really key. If that experiment predicts concludes things.
You can't know that. It doesn't conclude those things, right? It does a good job of guessing. I think maybe like so I was trying to think of like an analogy that like would really like maybe elucidate the way that we're viewing and speaking about it, because it doesn't actually seem like there's that huge of a difference, at least from normal people. Like I would say that, I would say that empiricism often is a bad shield, and I have a lot of issues with it. But I think most people kind of get what we're saying but it's so wordy and it's so kind of like, I don't know, like ostentatious and like kind of over the top and ridiculous, right? That it's hard to communicate what it actually is that we're actually saying. So the way that I view modern economic experiments, right, is I kind of view them like Chat GPT, which is that they're like natural language processors, which is they gain information and then they look for mathematical patterns. And then they do things with them in different calculations and play with the numbers and isolate different variables and different graphics. And they look at the predictability of those things. And they get better and better and better and better at creating more and more complex systems until you get to a point where Chat GPT or behavioral economics study, B2A, whatever, right? Is more accurate at being able to give you information that is helpful in your life than would a random person on the street, right? Like if I ask a random person on the street a question about, anything, and then I ask it to Chat GPT, the random person on the street probably has no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. And Chat GPT is pretty likely to give me an accurate answer that is true. And so what the Austrian says is that's fine. And if you want to use that to gamble on the future, based off of these percentages that you believe are getting closer and closer, there's only two problems with that. Number one is the hot shot fallacy, because you haven't actually established anything other than a historical fact. You haven't actually established a pattern. It just appears that way. And B, the second one, is that you can't say Chat GPT always gives factual information. Sometimes Chat GPT just says random dumb shit, but it's a pattern that's pretty good at it. And if that falsifies things that we know to be axiomatically true, then ChatGPT is wrong and I'm right.
So there. I want to respond in two ways. The first is that I think most left economists, outside maybe some insane Marxists, would say that economics is not an absolute truth. They would never try and tell you that everything our theory predicts must be true. There is no possibility for error, because they also think, hey, this is a social science. Like, yeah, my data could be wrong. Yeah, my theory could be wrong. That's, I think, one of the differences I would draw.
I'm aware, for sure. Yeah.
Well, and so I'm just trying to say,
I'm not saying that they do.
That's an important difference, because I think any social science which claims absolute certainty is probably wrong. Like social scientists who claim they've solved how humans think or how humans behave, sociologists or psychologists, those are usually cultists.
Austrian doesn't do that.
So
Austrianism doesn't do that.
So the second point I would point to is, how do you know whether your axioms are correct in a broad sense, and how do you know whether the deductions you're deriving from them are correct without being able to ascertain whether what they claim actually observes? Like, what I'm trying to get at is this. You don't choose your axioms, presumably, you don't choose your axioms randomly. You're trying to choose them to make a system which is good at predicting the world. Without getting like too esoteric, we chose the axioms for math. The ZFC axioms and the iterations on them were literally chosen to make math work for the purpose of understanding our world. We didn't just like get them from the ether. We chose the axioms of math.
Maybe is you could say that you chose them, but you could also say that you logically derived them from previous axioms, and that some of those axioms may have been, it's hard to know for sure, but some of those axioms math might exist correctly and in independent of our rationality, and that our rationality was able to deduce rational laws of mathematics later. So that those things might actually be axioms that we didn't necessarily choose, we discovered, and that they exist independent of our thought, but that yes, via language we named them, or we gave them a certain structure, because there's different ways to do math, right? Like you could do it by 12s. That's how most humans used to do it.
Well, no,
12s as opposed to 10s.
The axioms here are literally okay. Well, we can't get into this without getting to super weeds, but the axioms were
I'm okay with going into weeds.
I'm just debating about whether math was discovered or is a social useful tool like science is like way beyond the context.
I keep telling you to bring up non-controversial things, and you're like the discovery of physics and math, and I'm like, these are big concepts. Like, just go with like this bowl is ceramic. You know what I mean? Like do simple shit.
Sure. So pulling back
is my cup.
Pulling back a bit. The economics axioms that most of us like take to be fundamental. Like, I don't actually think that post-Keynesians take any axioms to be fundamental. They have certain beliefs they think to be true, but they don't think that everything derived from those beliefs is necessarily correct. So what I'm trying to draw is like first the contrast between an axiomatic approach, a deductive approach, and a more empirical one. And second, I'm trying to stress like you don't choose axioms out of the void. There are some, like Ayn Randians, who will claim that you can derive like basically that humans are rational actors from identity axiom. None of them have ever actually done the derivation because it's not possible to do so. But like,
what do you mean it's not possible? What does it mean it's not possible?
It is not possible to go from A equals A to conclude that humans are like actors who act on a purpose, and those purposes are rational for their self-benefit, etc., in any way which would lead you to useful economic conclusions. Like, hey, the state intervening to impose a minimum wage law is bad, and you drive it all the way back and it comes to A equals A. Like that is not possible, and they've never done it. Like,
what do you mean they've never done it? People do it all the time. Like
I have asked this repeatedly. No one ever gets the derivation.
Right, like so you get to the law of identity, right? Which is A equals A, right? And then from there you have to substantiate. Like, I'm not going to do the whole thing now because it takes like an hour, right? But like you go from there to the 3 Aristotelian laws of formal logic, right? Like law of excluded middle, and then
that is equivalent to claiming that by just the laws of logic you can derive all human action. So like again, we're just starting with like, hey,
what do you mean by derive all human action?
Well, the claim that you want to arrive at is the action.
That humans act.
Yeah, but
humans act purposefully.
But that is like a worthless assumption without knowing whether that purposeful action is like, without giving it a moral loading and without being able to observe whether that action
it's not worthless because it's a basis of praxeology. It's a basis of Austrian economics. I mean, I'm sure you think it's worthless, but
well, sir, so let me point to an example here. The fact that humans act does not imply that those actions are like good or bad, economically useful or not useful. You need to add additional loading to that. For example, like the classic economic term would be rational. Humans act in their self-interest in a way which tends to help them and or help society. Those are things you cannot derive from the laws of logic.
I think you're misinterpreting the way that they're saying that. I think you're misinterpreting what you mean by rational actor and like helpful, right? So praxeology is not based upon a moral prescription of human action, right? What it is saying is that man acts, and that man acts purposefully to gain some form of, shall we say, psychic profit, right? So the three conceptions. Come on, let me get through this, because it is, if we're trying to understand Austrian economic theory, right? If you're not trying to understand, you're just trying to debunk it, we can move into debate bro mode. But like, I'm just explaining this, and then I'll let you continue with the interrogation. But it is a wrong way of assuming it. And so there's 3 actions. There's uneasiness. Man feels some form of uneasiness, right? Man is hungry. Man has a desire for something.
But how do you know this? No, how do you know this from? How do you know that people are hungry from the laws of logic?
Okay, so the way that you would actually do it is backwards, right? So you can't you can't argue, right? Again, this is where it comes into unfalsifiable statements, right? It's like you can't argue against human action being a purposeful behavior without engaging in purposeful human action, right? Like you're engaged in a contradiction when you attempt to say that man does not act or not act intentionally. Right. The only way that you could, that you could circumnavigate that question, right? And this is me trying to be super charitable, right? like, so I'm giving you the bullets to shoot me with, is that you could deny all forms of choice and free will and say that man is not free, man has no free will, man has no ability to choose, that choice is an illusion, and that everything is deterministic, which is the empiricist kind of the strongest kind of piercing that the empiricist attempts to use at the very basis of Austrian economic theory, right? Which is human action.
Determinism is true, but like even if we like reject compatibilism or whatever, we say free will does or does not exist. The argument I'm trying to get at is that like you don't know that people are hungry from the laws of logic. You do not know anything about human behavior from the laws of logic.
Hunger is an example. It's not. I mean, I can know that people will get hungry if they don't eat, right? Like, unless of course
not from the laws of logic,
unless there's some medical intervention of some sort. But you don't. But that's the problem, is that empiricism also has the same basis that praxeology has. Like at its core, empiricism requires the same logical leaps that does praxeology, because empiricism can't be falsifiable. You can't falsify empiricism, because to do so would be a contradiction, right? So it is based upon the same logic that you use to derive the validity of empiricism, is the same logic that you would do to derive any other form of epistemology that has axioms, right? Like empiricism doesn't have a special axiom that's like immune to the same critiques that you would utilize against the Austrian. So any argument that you use against me for the basis of that, you would also have to equally test against and say it shows why empiricism itself is wrong. Like, it's kind of a silly argument to say.
So, like, again, this would go back to like the Munchausen trilemma. And so at some point you are just choosing like your method of trying to escape from the fact that you can't know anything. But what I'm trying to get at more specifically is like, let's assume that you've picked some way of knowing
things. Existence exists, bitch. And from there, we can derive human action, you know.
I mean,
but continue. It's fine. It's fine.
You can't derive anything from the, like, you could literally assume that everything you're observing right now is actions in a vat, that like hunger isn't actually real. God has hooked you up to an experience machine, and everything you observe is just for a simulation, right? Like you can't actually take
like
anything from it.
It kind of goes to like, right, like, I mean, like, yeah, we could go back to philosophy 101 and be like, you know, have that whole like, you know,
from an academic skeptic perspective,
I think therefore I am. You know,
from an academic skeptic perspective, you can't know anything. But I'm just trying to say, like, for the purpose of the conversation, let's say we've accepted one of the three ways of getting out of the epistemology spiral, and we get up to like knowing things. The thing that I'm trying to get at is that, like, for me, a standard scientific way to approach anything, like sociology, would be observe people and then see how things change when their circumstances change. So like this is fairly simple to do with stuff like say psychology and antidepressants. You give people antidepressants, you see how they change afterwards. Yeah, there's a lot of other variables. You do your best to control for those, or you try and do it in a randomized control experiment, etc. And so I'm just trying to say that, like, to me, for sociology, you start with the observation and then you work backwards. You aren't working up from the axiom up to human behavior. You're starting from human behavior and working down to why.
Why is that?
Because you can't observe the axiom directly.
But you've already admitted that empiricism itself is based upon the same shaky foundation that is praxeological science.
Sure. The fact
you're saying is that it's okay with empiricism because it's falsifiable, right? Which is to say, empiricism is true because I believe empiricism is true, right? The assumption that falsifiability of something is more true than something that is logically derived is an assumption that empiricism is true. And you've already admitted that empiricism has the same grounding problems as does praxeology. Okay, so it's a bad argument.
Let me try and explain this. So let me, currently we're doing, in my worldview, we're doing a 3-step. We start from making some basic assumption on how to get knowledge. From there, we observe society. From the observation of society, we derive a model. So that's the 3-step. You start with like knowledge, we can get it however, we go up to society exists and I'm observing it, and then we go down to our model. What I'm trying to get at is that you don't actually start with the axioms that like humans are hungry or whatever. That is an observation. You've already done the 3-step. But then, in addition to your 3-step, you have said that, hey, the thing underlying my model is this axiom. You've actually worked back down as well. You've just worked back down to a point where you start calling something an axiom. That's the argument I'm trying to give. So in fact, the entire worldview is based on the same problems that mine is, but takes additional steps. So
it does not take additional steps. That doesn't make any sense. Like you're just positing that I'm thinking about something in a way that I'm not thinking about it, and then saying therefore that makes you right. That's silly. Like I'm not. You're saying I'm not creating steps and then working backwards to get back to human action.
Then how did you know that people were hungry? Right? Like how did you know that it was something you needed to explain in your model?
Right. So what you're saying is that because you viewed reality, right, and that reality has kind of like a state of falsifiable and unfalsifiable, or you could say like I think like what is it, synthetic or acute or something, is like I don't remember the exact terms. Regardless, right? You're saying you viewed reality and then you placed reality back onto your model, right? And that this is somehow unique to praxeology, but it's not unique to empiricism, because empiricism utilized looking at reality and then plugged that back into their model. Like I fail to see where you're differentiating between the two.
Okay.
And I'm trying to understand legitimately. I am listening. Like I'm not just trying to like debate you. I want to get like a better, stronger explanation from you.
Because in addition to all the steps of deriving the model, my claim is that you have the model, and then you are claiming that a part of that model is a foundational knowledge, and then re-deriving the model from that. In essence, you wouldn't know that you needed to explain things like human self-interested behavior unless you had already observed it. Like you're already doing the 3-step that I'm on, right, but you're additionally.
So this is again, this is Rothbard's argument. This is Rothbard's argument that human action is something that we empirically know. I disagree with it, and that's fine. If you agree with Rothbard, the father of libertarianism, as a means of how human action is established, is that it is empirically established by looking at your environment and realizing that humans act, and realizing that it's impossible to argue against the fact that humans act, because doing so would require human action, right? Like it depends on which argument you want to take from that, but that's fine.
The disjunct here is not between whether humans act, it's why we... So the Austrians aren't... The disagreement between mainstream econ and Austrian econ is not whether people act. The disagreement is about the types of actions they take and whether those actions are rational, in short.
Yeah, you're talking about the different derivations between theories that you get moving beyond the original branch, which is interesting, because I thought socialists would just focus an attack on human action, but I'm actually really happy we're going into other branches. It's nice. So you're saying I can't know that humans are hungry. I can't know that I'm hungry unless I experience hunger. And because I experience hunger in reality, thus it must be in the domain of empiricism, because it is true or false that I'm hungry.
It's not that it's in the domain of empiricism. It's that you already went through the steps of epistemologically, you already went through all the steps required to get to empiricism, and then went through additional steps to assume, hey, this final conclusion I've arrived at is an axiom of human behavior. It's like why people are acting. It explains why they make the decisions they do. Because if you...
Right, but I don't see... You keep saying, I went through these steps, and then I arrived at that. But you're not saying how I went through those steps, right? I'm saying that as a rational actor, as a human, without any language, right? Like a toddler with no memories, right? I begin acting forthrightly in the world. It is an innate part of developing a consciousness. It is a part of the law of identity. I identify the world and I differentiate A from B. A equals A. And I begin to see and map my reality in such a way as a rational actor. And I have goals. Before I have a language, before I have a formal logic, I am already a human actor that is hungry, that is doing these things. Can you explain the logic for that?
Do you think there's a difference between... Do you think there's a difference between observing your own sensation of like your own body and observing like a society and concluding that the people in that society have observations like yourself of their own body? Like, do you think there's a step there?
Yeah, I mean, so theory of mind is something we tend to develop right around. It depends upon IQ and things like that. Yeah, theory of mind occurs where you transition from your own, because you start with yourself. You start with I, and all these things, and then you eventually begin to realize that other people are independent individuals, and you have to treat them as individuals. It's not until we start getting commie garbage that we start to treat people as collectives instead of individuals, like Austrians do.
So that's actually maybe a crucial distinction.
Right.
I think there's a difference between you being an individual and you thinking that you understand how an individual works because you are an individual. You're assuming others work the same way, and therefore understanding how society works. Because, in short, society is not merely a collection and addition of individuals, but has emergent behaviors from that. It is not simply like, in short, maybe one of the big differences between more left theories and more right theories is that more right theories treat society, like literally mathematically, as a collection of individuals who have usually homogenous preferences, make similar actions for similar reasons, and left ones do not. They make a lot of heterogeneity assumptions, meaning people are very different, they act for different reasons, make different choices, and as a result...
Yes, are you familiar with systems theory in sociology?
No.
Okay, so systems theory is very close. I think you would like it a lot, right? As a lefty, right? I think you should definitely like. I can't think of any of good authors off the top of my head, right? But I mean, systems theory is kind of like a more left leaning systems. Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were saying a guy named Systems. I was like, who the fuck is that? Sorry. Okay.
No. Systems theory, right? So I mean, like the most basic concept of systems theory, like at its like most basic, right, is that individuals are a kind of like a part of a collective. So there's an individual and then there's a collective, and that the collective kind of has an influence, a sociological influence, a kind of like a power. It's a kind of a branch of critical theory and power dynamics, right? In that there's like the people, if you will, they have a kind of a cultural push or shift that moves institutions, and vice versa. Institutions kind of have that same thing. So the people in America, for example, might, have pushed the Catholic Church, especially after John F. Kennedy, to Anglicanize and go towards more English model and move away from Latin. And at the same time, we could argue that the Catholic Church might have had an influence on conservatives' opinions for pushing towards abstinence, even though it's not really evidence-based, right? And so I completely agree and understand that people are individuals, right? And those individuals also are parts of collectives, and those collectives have influence amongst each other, and those collectives influence other institutions that have other factors, and vice versa. And this is actually a foundational part of Austrian economics.
How?
We invented intersectionalism, 80 years before any of the left ever did, by understanding that demographic groups that are being studied, that it's problematic to do so in collectivist ways. We have to go down to individual behavior because we recognize that that individuals belong to an intersection of multiple different categories and domains. So if you try and isolate veterans, what you end up with female veterans and black veterans, and you end up with veterans that are Muslim and veterans that are atheists and like all of these different things. And so we recognize that intersectionality, as we invented it, like long before the feminists ever or the lefties ever did, we understood that it was problematic to do that, and that is part of the reason for methodological individualism. And methodological individualism is not denying that people belong to collectives. It's saying that if your knowledge is required that a collective action or group take place, that it becomes watered down in its predictability, and it becomes watered down in its truth claim, both because it's impossible to isolate all of those things.
I will agree it's impossible to isolate every collective. I would just note that there are literally neoclassical socialists who can make a very similar argument that you have to start from individual, but then you build up a collective theory from there based on micro foundations. This is not like a uniquely Austrian insight, is all I would say. But
yeah, I'm just fucking with you a little bit, all right? It's not a new idea. Intersectionality is not new in any domain. Really.
What I would just
kind of funny.
What I would be pointing to is that for stuff like groups and how groups act, it's impossible to know without observation of the world. That is, again, not a thing that you can derive from pure reason. You cannot know how veterans will act from pure reason. From the laws of logic, you cannot derive that veterans will act this, that, or the other way. Will veterans be more conservative, more liberal, is not derivable from that law of identity. Period.
But it's also not derivable from empiricism either.
It is observable. It doesn't have to be derivable. Those are different things.
You can. Yeah, but the problem is that you only establish a historical fact. You don't actually say that this is true in time. You only say that this is true at a specific time.
You said earlier that you think economics is. You said earlier that you think economics is a science. What do you think the nature of social science is? It is
the nature. What do you mean by nature? I don't want to get into the essence. You know what I mean? What do you mean specifically?
Why is social science useful? Same reason as science in general.
Well,
right?
I said it the same way, like I said earlier, and also, and in the same way that I said that Chat GPT is useful, right? Chat GPT is when I described and I said that I think that modern economics is like ChatGPT, do you think that I think that ChatGPT is useless? I think it's amazing.
But what you said is that you think it's less truth apt. It is less likely to arrive at a true conclusion than a pure formal derivation. What I'm trying to get at with all of this is that it's not actually clear to me that even on principles like these, like even if we accept stuff like the action axiom, that we would still take pure praxeology and pure derivation and not simply graft it to a bunch of theories of like, hey, let's take empirical observation of sociology. Let's take empirical observation of XYZ human behavior, and let's just graft those on to like, yeah, humans act, and this is how they act. Here's our observation of how they act, which is, again, kind of how you arrive at more left theories. Like, yeah, people act. Let's observe how they do it. Let's observe that they do it in, say, class-based ways, which you couldn't derive from pure logic. And because of those classes...
The problem is, so like, if it seems like you're saying, okay, you accept the axiom that man acts, or at the least you're willing to accept that axiom, right? Because you don't think that it leads to anything else. But if we accept that man acts, right, then we accept choice. We accept, right? If we accept that man acts, that man intentionally makes behavior and or doesn't do behavior, right? So like an inaction is a choice, right? Then we recognize that there is choice. And we recognize that men or women, like when I say men, I mean man, right? I mean in like the kind of the old way, weremen, withman, if you will. That's why they're werewolves, because it just means a masculine human wolf. I want to bring back with. I want to bring back with for women. I'm just saying. All this Wimex and shit, and I'm just like, hey man, it was already in the language. You could have just gone backwards in time. But anyways, so man acts, right? Man acts via choice, and so when you accept the axiom of human action, then you have to accept the action of choice, unless you can find some falsifiability with that. And then if we accept choice, then we move into psychic profit and psychic loss, which is that, well, can you refute if we're choosing that man is choosing to do something that they prefer? Does man ever choose things that they don't prefer? And that's kind of, if I've yet to find anybody that can refute that, right? You could say that they're crazy, that if they had better knowledge, they might, or if they weren't like mentally unstable, if they weren't, drunk, or they weren't subdued in some capacity, that they may have made a different choice. But in the time, right? Because time is super important here. In the moment of the choice, they made a choice that it is that they prefer.
Yes.
Right. And so then we can move from there to value scales, right? So we can recognize that there are multiple things that man wants, and that there's scarcity in the world, and there's scarcity in time. And so a man has to choose based off of the things that they prefer, that they value more, right? So I'm hungry and I want a slice of pizza, and someone bought pizza at the pizza party, and there is cheese pizza and there's pepperoni pizza. And I've been told I'm only allowed to have one slice of pizza. Right? Or we can even add marginal utility to this and say that I could have 2 slices of pizza, but the second slice of pizza is not going to be as satisfying as the first slice of pizza. So I choose the pepperoni pizza, right? Because I prefer pepperoni. I value pepperoni pizza more than I value cheese pizza. So now we can establish logically, right? We can establish from those deductions, from human action, that man has choice, that those choices are designed towards their own preferences, and that those preferences are in a scale, and that scale can be ordered. Then we get to supply and demand, and then we get to things like minimum wage laws. And we can prove that Paul Krugman is full of shit, and that it's logically impossible for him to say that minimum wage fucking increases, the amount of jobs in the labor market, or doesn't have a downward pressure on competition in labor.
Here is where the logical gap occurs, because this is what I was trying to get at before. Mm-hmm. I think that you are right, that you can derive.
Well, you were just getting annoyed, so I just went slow. I sped it up to the end point, right? You can make the jumps there.
No, but even when you get there, even if you went slower, the jumps would still occur. I think that you're correct, that you can use laws of logic plus some observation to arrive at the conclusion that people make choices in line with their preferences. However, the fact that you know that does not therefore make you conclude stuff like, hey, laws of supply and demand are socially optimal, for example, right? The fact that people make choices like these do not mean that those choices are optimal for themselves or for society, if we have some sense of morality beyond that which is preferable in the moment. So as an obvious example, it is preferable in a moment for a heroin addict to take heroin.
I
Most of us would reject
I think
that.
we're moving out of Austrian economics into libertarian philosophy, which I'm fine with, right? Because the two are often strongly correlated, and we can go into that. I think you're starting to move out of
economics is inextricable from morality, like bluntly. The whole point is to try and derive a socially optimal allocation of resources in a scarce world.
Yeah.
So like
and I mean that is Mises's claim at the end of it, anyways, right? But he's not
that is
really
like
a libertarian.
Well, I'm saying that's not even just Mises's claim. The claim that economics is trying to derive the best outcome in a scarce world is basically every type of economics. Except
I mean they're trying to solve the problem of scarcity and how to allocate resources. Yes.
So
in a way, yes, I'm fine with that.
So what I'm trying to get at is that the fact that you know that scarcity exists, that like people have preferences beyond maybe that can be fulfilled, does not therefore incline you to believe that all of people's preferences are better than those that could have been those imposed upon them, for example, by the state. If a person might prefer to pay their employee less, that does not therefore imply that that is a socially optimal preference. That does not get logically derived at any point here. That's what I'm trying to get at.
No, that's for sure. It's a different conversation, right? Like we have to branch out. We have to go into different places once you start making wildly different claims or asking wildly different questions, I should say, maybe to be as fair as possible to you, right? Like obviously we have to use different arguments and go down different branches and things like that. I obviously disagree that and of course, as a libertarian, I wouldn't necessarily always immediately have these ethical arguments starting from a presupposition of Austrian economic theory. I mean, like we can go that way, right? But I would usually start with the non-aggression principle, right? Like I would usually, once you start talking about stealing from people and forcing non-consensual relationships on people because you prefer a state that violates human consent and the consent of people's wills and bodies. I usually goes that as a violation of the non-aggression principle, as seen through argumentation ethics, and it's a violation of natural law, and that it's a performative contradiction for you to even claim that you could morally justify those things. Right? Like this is a totally separate debate about ethics as opposed to that. But if we want to go, I guess from
I want to before we get like deep into the ethics weeds, what I'm trying to say is that like, at the heart of economics is a moral claim. It's not the claim that it solves all of morality, but it's the claim that it solves one important moral question, which is trying to give people as many resources as possible. In short, that is like the claim of virtually all economic theories is that they have some setup for society that gives people more ability to fill their preferences, to fill their consumption needs, etc.
So I would say from your perspective, I totally understand that position, and I get where you're coming from. From a libertarian perspective or from a right-wing perspective, economically right-wing perspective, that isn't necessarily the case. You're going to find disagreement amongst libertarians and others, right? Especially with like the Randians, the hardcore Randians, you're going to find them like vehemently agree with you, right? That capitalism is the most moral system and that private property is a moral system. And I think, you're probably right that the negation kind of necessitates the positive, right? So by saying that violating private property rights is unethical, I kind of like make an ought claim about its refutation. So I kind of get what you're saying, but I will say that there is still some disagreement about just the economics of the proper allocation of resources, as such, because the right doesn't necessarily value or necessarily believe, myself obviously included, in positive rights, right? So like what is like the idea that people have enough resources is a strong moral claim for the left and isn't necessarily a value or moral claim of the right. See what I'm saying?
Sure, I understand that the moral like goals of what is socially optimal are different, and that's sort of again a little bit outside the context of the discussion. But even staying like within the bounds of the discussion.
I don't mean that. I mean even the discussion, but it's fine. Well, we can move on from it. It's a kind of esoteric way of looking at it. So, which is fine.
I guess what I want to focus on, like the chain of logic so far is we start with like A equals A, derived laws of logic. We get down to people have preferences because they probably act in a way that satisfies those preferences in the moment at least.
They always do so. It's impossible for them not to do so.
And the question then becomes, how do we get from there to individual actions are in some way rational? How do we get from preferences to like the individual's action is not worth like, because again, it's very hard to get away from the moral loading here. But what I'm trying to get at is that the fact that people act on preferences does not mean that they act in a way that most of us would consider rational. 99% of those watching would probably take some action to stop a heroin addict from taking heroin, even though in the moment it is in line with their preferences.
Yeah. So that's the thing is that you're comparing, you're asking a question for me to compare the colloquial understanding of rational versus the kind of the economic and understanding of rational, right? Because rational just means that I have a preference. Like in this context, it means I have a preference, right? And so I move in accordance with that preference, right? And you're correctly showing that preference in that moment isn't necessarily always good for us in the long term, but it is our opinion that we prove via action that it is our desire in the short term. And so we're fulfilling our desire rationally.
Sure, but like again, this is one of the things that's to me as like a leftist, it's not controversial to say people generally act to fulfill their interests, their desires, whatever. The question is simply whether why are those desires inviolable to such a degree? Because like again, this is where we go to the next step. Like beyond, so I would make two.
Sorry, what was the word you used? You said invaluable,
inviolable. So this is
okay. Yeah. Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, yeah.
Okay, maybe let me ask a point of agreement here. Would you agree that the logical deduction cannot go further than the scale of preferences and cannot conclude things like rationality or social optimality? That because of addition of morality and because of the addition of self-interest, which might be socially unoptimal or even personally unoptimal, that we cannot derive from the scale of preferences economic theories beyond that say, hey, this individual action is like rational for themselves and rational for society, meaning self-interested for some definition of self-interest.
I wouldn't support that at all. No.
Okay. How do you think we cross the gap?
So first of all, the first problem is I'm not going to make claims about the impossibility to use logic to deduce things that I might not even currently know. Right. So that would just be a silly thing to do, to say it's impossible to logically get to something just because I can't get to it right now. That would be number one. And then number two, I would say that, you may have to use other theories that are based similarly in logic, such as the non-aggression principle, such as libertarian philosophy. But I would say within combination that also is grounded in formal logic and grounded all the way to existence exists. And so I would say that you could absolutely, you couldn't. So one of the big parts of Austrian economic theory is subjectivism, right? And so like when talking about individual action, like what is those preferences and things like that, we recognize that, preferences change second by second by second, minute by minute by minute. Right? Like what the value of everything is subjective, right? Like obviously labor theory of value, like that shit was destroyed in the 1800s, right? And so like we understand from multiple things, from marginal utility and subjectivism, that the value of things is constantly changing. And so when you're talking about like larger systems, what we can logically do, again, I would have to reiterate, and I know I'm long-winded and I seem to be upsetting you because there's like multiple things you want to say. And I'm sorry if I'm talking too much.
It's all good.
No. I just like, it seems like you're ready to jump in and I like can't stop fucking talking, and I'm not trying to be that way. I am trying to be genuinely like whatever, but also I'm trying to like make my point and make it clearly. So I apologize for being wordy, and I am trying to give you time, and let me know if you need more time, like if I'm being too much. But so what I would say is that like when I lost my train of thought there for a second, but we're back. Right. I would say that like to reiterate is that like by saying that certain things are unethical, right, the domain that is left of what is ethical can be shown to be true, but that doesn't necessarily imply an ought. So the ought not doesn't necessarily imply an ought. It just says that the ought must be contained in the domain of everything that isn't already shown in the ought not, right? Does that make sense? So it's like, I wouldn't know, like convergence theory and objectivist philosophy, we may be able to get to those places where we can actively say that these things are the morally correct systems derived further on, but I don't know that I'm there.
So let me ask maybe a point like this. Are you a moral objectivist? Mm-hmm. Do you think that it is possible by the laws of logic to cross the is-ought gap, and that's how you arrive at the non-aggression principle? Or is the non-aggression principle derived from an axiom that you choose, like you do not want to aggress on people? Is it axiomatic or is it like foundational?
It's found. So your question has some assumptions that are incorrect, but I understand where you're going with this, right? So again, morals and ethics aren't necessarily the same thing, right? And this is what I was kind of explaining, right? Like a moral ought is not the same thing as an ethical ought not, right? So ought not aggress upon people, right? To give you a great example, like a really controversial example, right? Dog fucking. Right, dog fucking is gross. It's evil. I don't want these people around me. I think they're horrible people. Right, I want to know who they are so that I might never accidentally have them as babysitters for my children. Right, but I'm not allowed to act aggressively and make a claim via the non-aggression principle. Right, that they're aggressing, unless of course I become like an ethical vegan and change my thoughts on consciousness. Right, so I don't necessarily believe that dogs are moral agents or moral agents or actors. Some species maybe, right? We can change it to ferret fucking if that's easier, right? And so the problem is that like I have a moral philosophy that is separate from my ethical situation that I believe is objectively grounded. So I believe the non-aggression principle is objectively grounded, but that doesn't necessarily give me a moral framework about how to act in the world.
Sure, I understand. You're saying that it's a category of actions you can't do, but within those actions, you're not sure how, like it doesn't tell you which one is optimal or whatever. It's not utilitarian.
Right, in which that it gives I have moral preferences. Right? They might
I understand the difference. Like again, moral utilitarianism would give you a ranking of every possible action.
There's an audience too, you know.
I'm trying to compare. So utilitarianism would give you a scale for every possible action, good or bad, and say you should do the best possible action. The non-aggression principle simply says all of these actions in the bad category, don't do them, but for all the good category, it doesn't give you any impetus to pick among them. Beyond other moral principles. Right. So the question I'm sort of get at is, for that category of bad, do you think that can be derived from the laws of logic? Because to me, that seems to violate all of the claims that we cannot cross the is-ought gap. Like,
I don't think Hume's guillotine works here, in terms of it, because it's not giving you a moral ought, right? So the is-ought gap it's not giving you a moral ought. First of all, it's giving you an ought not. Right? So that's important.
Okay, but you agreed earlier that that inaction is action. And like I don't, and ought not is the same as ought to do anything but that. It's just an ought to do in the category of not that. So like it's distinction without a difference. Same thing.
Contraries and contradictions in formal logic are different, but I don't want to get into that because it's not. I'll accept your framework for now, just because it's too much. But I do think it's important that people recognize that contraries and contradictions are not the same thing, and so they sometimes lead to different truth claims within logic. But yes, I believe that via argumentation ethics, right, you absolutely can arrive at the non-aggression principle, because I mean, assuming, right, like if we want to start assuming that we accept Aristotelian formal logic, right, assuming I don't have to ground, the law of identity. If you grant me the law of identity and excluded middle, right, like it's much quicker, that process. But yeah, I would say that you go from there. And then once you recognize that you can't have contradictions, you then move into Habermas's performative contradiction, which kind of like immediately, which defeats, postmodernism, right? Because Habermas defeated postmodernism, at least the claim of the subjectivity of truth. Because if someone says, there is no truth, they're making a claim that they believe is true, and the claim that they believe is true is that there is no objective truth, and these things are a contradiction via performance. And so this is a P not P situation. And so we either assume that what they're saying is silly words or not. And so then we can move into argumentation in the way in which you would be engaged in a performative contradiction by advocating for, let's say, taxes or socialism.
Well, sure.
That would be you'd be proven wrong by your own words.
What is the performative contradiction of saying, I want to live in a society that has overall less violence, and then using violence to impose non-violence on people who would otherwise be violent? What is the performative contradiction there?
So long as that society is perfectly voluntary, there's no contradiction.
What's the contradiction? I'm okay with imposing on people. Like if the contradiction is that I'm okay with coercion.
Right. So if you're okay with using violence against other people that haven't chosen to live in your society, right? That they haven't contracted to come within the borders of, SDL land.
Yeah.
Right. Then what you are saying is that you're saying that it is okay and it's morally preferable to use violence against other people that are non-aggressors, right? People that you don't like, or that have opinions you don't like, or etc. You're okay using violence against those people to form them in a society that you believe consequentially leads to preferable outcomes, right? So you agree with that statement?
Yeah, Aidentopia would have like violence for the reduction of violence. Yes.
Okay. All right. Right. So my question, it's an interesting question. We can go through the contradiction, but I kind of have a different question for you, which is like a classical thought experiment, right? Which is,
okay.
You know what I mean? Like just as a fun little thing, right? These are always fun. Like, so would you be okay with the town, right? That is a perfect utopia and everyone is happy and everyone is beautiful, right? There's no crime, there's no violence, there's no theft. There's no disagreements that aren't handled peaceably, almost instantaneously. Everyone has all of their basic needs met, all the way to self-actualization of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? And then at 18, you learn that in order for this society to work, you have to gang rape a little girl, in a basement somewhere. But it's 1 million people that are living in near perfect harmony, right? And it's your job now to be a part of the gang rape, the little girl, the 9-year-old girl. Are you engaging in that, or are you leaving that society behind to go live in the lawless lands, Mad Max areas?
Utilitarianism would say, yes, it's justified. I would just add that a left version of utilitarianism would ask, well, why is it necessary? Like, is this powering the magic machine? Like, it's magic.
All right, don't fucking question it. It's magic machine. All right,
I know, but that's kind of the point. This is who walk away from Omelas. It's just an argument of, would you be okay with some violence if it gave everyone a utopia? And the utilitarian answer is always going to be yes. But of course, the point is that in reality, it's not a magic machine. It's a little bit of violence to everyone. That violence is distributed over a huge number of people, and so it's way less extreme than one person being in like life-ending pain, like permanent trauma forever, as it was in Omelas, as it is in your example. But
so are you a rule utilitarian, right? Or are you rationalizing it as? I guess I'll let you finish. I'm sorry, because that's really all I'm testing.
I am a rule utilitarian, and so like in the hypothetical, I will accept whatever. But what I'm trying to say is that in reality, we very rarely face the problem of, do you need to torture someone to keep the lights on?
Yeah. Of course. I mean, it's a thought experiment. Like, I don't begrudge you in saying that, but I still want you to bite the bullet, right? Just like I'll have to bite the bullet if you ask me, will I steal a penny to save the world, right? And the answer is well, who's making, like, the right answer that the libertarians force you to say is, yes, I refuse to steal a penny, let the world blow up. And my answer, similar to yours, is like, who's forcing me in this situation? Like, why am I forced in this situation? Who is aggressing that is holding the entire world hostage in this situation, right? I'm going to go stop that person. I will steal the penny because I'm doing so under duress, and I'm going to find whoever's doing that to like save the world, right?
So we're both biting the bullet, and we're both trying to say that generally these are contrived scenarios. But what's not so contrived when you get to the real world is, to me, stuff that like, there's very credible evidence that like social spending to reduce poverty does not reduce economic growth. It just reduces poverty. So it very clearly seems to be the opposite of a who walk away from Omelas situation, where there's a small amount of violence done to everyone, but it leads to a great reduction of violence for like almost everyone as well.
And this is the danger and evils of utilizing empiricism to make logically flawed arguments. Is this idea that like, you can establish historical facts that are convenient to your political prescriptions, and then you utilize data and you formulate science in such a way that it gives you the information that you want, and then say, look at all of this evidence that proves what I want. And then the inverse occurs, right? Where we go, well, look at how based capitalism is and how evil socialism is, right? And then we compare like East and West Germany, and then we go, but you see, they're different because, one had gotten rid of feudalism earlier, and one got more aid, and so it's like all of a sudden, all of these uncontrollable variables are important, and that like the falsifiability comes into question, and you become an Austrian magically, right? Whenever it goes against your political prescriptions. But whenever you want to do things that are proven to that are evil, that violate people's rights and autonomy and private property rights, all of a sudden, the empiricism shows that the utilitarian calculus is in your favor. I don't know if I'm muted or if you're muted. Did you accidentally?
I'm muted.
Okay, yeah.
I have two responses, and they go into sort of different routes. One would be trying to return to the origin of why you think that your morals can be grounded in laws of logic. It will be trying to return again to where's the performative contradiction here. If I'm willing to bite these bullets, to me it doesn't seem like there's a contradiction. It just seems like I'm okay with coercion for my ends. so be it. Like, I'm going to be up, whatever like bullet you ask me to bite, I'm going to be biting it. The other option to me is, shoot, I actually lost it. We should stay on the first option then. Sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. So again, have you researched argumentation ethics from Hoppe at all?
Yeah, I argued it in high school, and I think it's absurd. I think the argument that like, to have a peaceful conversation with someone else where you converse with them on the laws, like based on what is true and what is not, therefore you have to have respect for them as like a person or a body, that is completely absurd. I see what I'm doing as trying to propagandize, get my message out there, and change people's minds. Yes, by logic.
So you're no longer arguing.
Well, I am arguing. I'm trying to change your mind, but I'm not doing it because like I have respect for you as like an independent owner of your own body, and I own my own body or whatever. It's the
but you just contradicted yourself. You said that you are trying to change my mind.
Yeah.
Right. So by saying that you're trying to change my mind, you just said, well, I'm not recognizing you as an owner of your own body. How could you not? If I wasn't an owner of my own body, you could use other means to change my mind without all of this effort.
No, but
I am an owner of my own body because you're trying to change my mind.
Because I can't. Because one person can't change. My goals are not simply to change your mind, but to change many people's minds. For those who have political goals,
of course,
it is not something that a single person can accomplish with a gun and a lot of like gusto. It's something you have to do by like winning political support. So it is literally not something you can do. Like, even if I didn't think that you got to own your body or whatever, I would not choose to do so another way.
This is irrelevant. This is a distraction, right? You're talking about the broader conversation. That's fine that the broader conversation is also to an audience of people that are your viewers, right? And my viewers, obviously much smaller. If only I could get one video that isn't automatically demonetized. Just one.
Well, you did choose
one every 3 months.
You did choose the worst possible version of Who Walk Away from Omelas, so.
Yeah, it is what it is. I'm going to be honest, and it's all right. I get demonetized. It's fine. But so the broader conversation is irrelevant to the grounding of argumentation ethics, right? It's a distraction.
Why?
I totally understand that
you're arguing I'm doing a performative contradiction, but I'm telling you I'm not even doing the action that you think is contradicting. Right? I'm doing a different action.
Then you lied, right? You said that you're trying to change my mind.
Yes, your mind.
You're trying to convince me.
I'm trying to change your mind, but I'm not changing. My goal is not to change your mind. My goal is to change your mind in sequence with a whole bunch of other people. Or like if this was a purely one-on-one conversation, no audience, it would be your mind and then someone else's, and then someone else's, and then someone else's. And if I changed your mind by bringing a gun to your house and like forcing you to recite Das Kapital from like end to end or whatever, that would not actually, one, change your mind, and two, it wouldn't achieve my political goals.
Which one or three, because they fucking contradict and you know it.
I'm not a Marxian, but the point here more broadly is that coercion is generally not even a very effective way to change people's minds, and that wouldn't be my broader political goals. So the performative contradiction here, to me, doesn't seem like it's occurring. So long as I'm trying to change more than one person's mind.
You're saying I have other goals attached to my speech. Therefore, I can ignore one of the goals attached to my speech. And it's like, that's the goal that is the grounding of argumentation ethics. Either you are arguing, you muted your mic again.
Oh shit, I'm sorry. Thank you, actually. No, please go, I was interrupting.
Yeah, I mean, you were, but I mean, it's fine. I told you I'm long-winded, and if you needed to, go ahead. Like, if I get mad, I'll yell. It's okay. Either you are arguing or you're fighting. Right, at least in the conception of argumentation ethics from Hoppe, like these are the terms that he's using, right? So if you're fighting, right, you're physically coercing me in some capacity, you're threatening me, you're beating me up, or you're engaged in some fraud, right? Like you're intentionally lying and manipulating me and no longer respecting me as an individual and my autonomy. But what you are doing when you are arguing with me, with the goal of changing my mind and having a conversation with me to change the way that I think, is that you are establishing you're establishing an ethical norm. You're establishing that it is preferable for you, that you have a moral preference towards engaging in conversation in these situations and recognizing that you have an incapacity to change my mind via coercion, at least in this instance. And so when you establish that ethical norm, like it's like I guess maybe we have to go into like what it means to establish ethical norms, right? But like it is more than, I guess, modern people that don't think about philosophy often much think, right? They're like establishing that as an ethical norm, as a domain that must be true amongst all categories, right? So when you say that something is true, it can't be true. Something can be morally true now, but under the same circumstances be morally true morally false in another instance where the circumstances are the same, right? You can't say like killing a baby for no reason is wrong, right? And then like later killing a baby for no reason is right because like wink wink it was right then but not wrong then, right? Like something had to have changed.
That's what I'm trying to ask, is that I don't see any contradiction occurring here. My argument is that, like, in general, people who have a political goal should try and argue with those who disagree with them, because persuasion does occur by logical argumentation. There's a lot of evidence to back that up. We don't need to derive that from first principles. But there is also a huge downside for if you tried to coerce people, that you wouldn't be able to do it as a repeated action. You can only try and coerce someone like once if you get caught, maybe twice if you get lucky. And then thus goes the end of your career as someone trying to coerce people into having the correct political views. The contradiction here just seems to be like the optimal outcome for people is to be non-coercive. It could be that we lived in a different world where coercion was more viable, and maybe this would be a different conversation, but like it's not. And so that's why it's like, that's one of the reasons it's wrong to coerce people, because it leads to a violent society where people, like, it leads to bad moral outcomes. I don't see what the contradiction is occurring here. And so to me, if there's no performative contradiction, then it seems like the argument for the non-aggression principle being derivable from pure logic falls apart. That's all.
Okay. So we really want to get into it. We're going to get into it, right? So I'm going to give you a sheet that we can go through together. So let me see if I can send you this Microsoft Word document.
I'm getting a homework document from Fabian Liberty to prove that I'm actually contradicting myself.
I mean, or I can just show it on screen, right? These are like short notes, cliff notes, right? To help us like kind of walk through it. If you want to just do it that way. Here we go. We'll do it like this. Right. So we'll just open this up, right? No, obviously these are my writings. Right. So again, these are kind of the assumptions from argumentation ethics primer, right? Kind of like delineated, right? So this isn't obviously the full argument, right? This is just a, kind of like a way to go through it so we can go through it step by step, right? And we can find out kind of where it is that you're disagreeing with this.
Sure. So we went through the action axiom.
I think we've gone through the action axiom, right? Like you can deny it all you want, but you kind of admitted that even if you do deny it, that you don't have any particular grounding in empiricism that's any better than human action. And you're not capable of arguing against it without engaging in a contradiction. You just say that it's invalid because it's not falsifiable, which assumes empiricism is correct, which again, is kind of like your own axioms that you just prefer for whatever reason. Which I think, if you can't argue against it, I don't know how it's wrong, but all right. So if we move on, we go to only those capable of argumentation can make valid propositions, right? So you cannot deny this without a contradiction. Any ethical proposal must be capable of valid proposition. So in this example, right, like I would say that argumentation ethics doesn't apply to non-moral agents, non-moral actors, right? Because they're not capable of making a valid moral propositional statement. Would you disagree with that?
I'll accept the second premise that, we've got to both be capable of argumentation. It's the third one, which is the argument I've been arguing against.
Okay, which one? Which one? Like if a claim is incompatible with the claim's validity, then it is an impossibility proof?
No, sorry. The third axiom here. Argumentation is a form of action employing scarce means.
Oh, look, you're already copying ahead of us. This is actually an unnecessary part from his primer, but we can get into it. It's fine.
Well, so the reason the whole argument I've been trying to give is that argumentation is a form of action. It does employ scarce means. The fact does not therefore demonstrate that I'm respecting like your private property, nor does demonstrate that I'm like respecting your bodily autonomy or whatever. It could just be that the other options will be even less efficient uses of my time. That's the argument I'm giving, and in fact, it's the truth as well. So
right. So the thing is that you're saying that that you're only talking with me as a means of propagandizing my brain or whatever, right? Like you're trying to control my brain.
I think that's what everyone is actually doing at the end of the day. Like,
yeah, and that's fine, right? Like, I want to walk through this, right? So you're trying to control my brain. You're trying to change my mind, right? And it is invaluable. One might even say it's morally not preferable, as you've kind of already hinted at and said yourself, right? From your own grounding, that it would be morally preferable to attempt to argue with me and change my mind without coercion, because to do so would face backlash, potential violence, or it wouldn't lead to a peaceful society, or you would no longer be trusted in some capacity, right? All of these things, right? So you do, even from your own kind of utilitarian lens, like, you recognize that you're establishing this kind of moral preference, that it's morally preferable to attempt to control the other person via argumentation, to bring forward to make moral propositional claims in an environment where you do not use violence against that person.
Yep. And so
right.
That yields a very different conclusion than everyone actually respects private property.
Right, when you're jumping ahead that everyone respects private property, right? You're jumping ahead in the logic. I'm trying to get you to formally state that you are, via your actions, making a moral propositional claim. That you are acting out of your will. I mean, that it is morally preferable. Right. I'm trying to establish that, right? So you've already said that. So to then state that it is not morally preferable, whilst acting this out, to respect someone's bodily autonomy, which you're saying, well, I'm not doing that. And it's like, well, you're doing that via your actions, right? You're not utilizing violence. You're engaged in truthful speech. Presumably, you're not lying. You're not fraudulent.
Okay, just as a very blunt question, 99% of the time, like, a terrorist who is going to do violence to civilians is going to be talking with other people and engaging peaceable actions. Does this mean that, therefore, they do not want to use violence against other people and hurt their bodily autonomy?
No, of course not.
Because different ends have different effective means. That's the point.
No, that's not why. It's that they're lying if they attempt to justify violence.
Well, no, it's that trying to talk to someone, like trying to recruit somebody to your cause, cannot be done by blowing them up. You have to talk with them. Trying to change someone's mind cannot be done effectively at scale by, like, raiding their house or whatever. You have to do so by logic, by argumentation.
The use of argumentation or non-violence, right?
Am I wrong? Wait, what is wrong with my statement?
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's just that you're applying it to argumentation ethics incorrectly, right? So the usage of violence at one point, right, does not prove that the person didn't argue at another point. What it proves is that these two are within contradiction, and that when someone attempts to argue or justify that violence, right, that is a contradiction of their current behavior, not necessarily invalidated by future behavior that is violent.
Where is the contradiction between doing one action towards one end, doing another action towards another end, all of which ends are in alignment with someone's moral philosophy? Like, if you are someone who wants to enact the maximum possible civilian carnage as a terrorist, you want to recruit people, you have to do so by talking, and you want to kill people, and you do so by killing. You can't do the same through the same means, but the overall goal is still being achieved. Where's the performative contradiction in the terrorist action, and where's the performative contradiction in my action?
You're saying that it's different means because they're different things, right? That's the crux of your claim. Is that if I say, I'm attempting to convince you in argumentation, right? And then a different thing is I'm doing some other violent thing. So the problem is that you're taking a separate action and then post hoc adding it to argumentation ethics. This is not the claim. The claim is when you attempt to justify that other action. That is when you are in the performative contradiction. When you attempt to say that it is okay to use violence and coercion and control to violate people's bodily autonomy, whilst you are enacting that you are utilizing and respecting my bodily autonomy, and that you're incapable of doing so, and you establish this moral situation.
You're trying to say the contradiction occurs because I am acting in one way in action in area A and I believe something in area B. Let me try this outline in like a.
No, I'm saying you're acting one way in area A and you're saying something contradictory in area A. Area B, the terrorist attack, the outside thing, that is irrelevant. It's the contradictions happening at the same time. Justifying the other thing.
Let me try and lay this out slightly more formally, and then ask you where the contradiction occurs in this conversation. I am saying it's like area A in the argument. I am saying one, it is generally good to argue with people using logical arguments because that leads to the conclusion that more people will be changed in their minds, and you want more people to have their minds changed. That's like what I'm doing right now. To me, that is what I'm enacting. And then you're saying I'm contradicting myself because in this argument, I'm arguing that in area B, point one would be that sometimes it's justifiable to use violence because B, it reduces the amount of violence in society. Where, at like what, in which logical step is my action here contradicting?
So there's a couple of things. There's fluff in area A, right? Because it seems like you're trying to avoid, again, you're sneaking in that the contradiction is somehow solved by you talking to other people. Right?
I didn't even mention that in this here. It's just that like
you just did. You said via me and other people, but maybe that was just like a force of habit.
Even if it was for one person, the argument could just be the most efficient way to achieve my goal of changing minds or changing a mind is logical argumentation. Like that's it. But it could also be true that the most efficient way of stopping violence is using violence. Like, where is the contradiction? If the argument is minimizing violence, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So again, we can set B aside, right? Or we can just focus primarily on B actually, because A is you're separating them into two different things, and I'm not really sure why you're separating them into two different things. Because the argument of what you're doing wrong is when you justify violence, right? So let's stay with B. Because A is your goal, and you're saying B is separate from your goal. The problem is that both are utilizing the same action. And the action is that you are engaged in speaking with me. And through that speaking with me, you're not being fraudulent. Presumably, you're not lying to me, and you're not trying to deceive and gain some profit by lying to me. So you're not acting in an aggressive form in that capacity. And you don't have a gun to my head, right? You're not doing anything.
That's right off screen, yeah.
Yeah, right. So like we got to make sure, you know what I mean? Like we have similar, color of walls. So assuming that there's no violence occurring, right? You are establishing via your actions, not your words per se, but via your actions, that I am an individual, that I have exclusive control over my mind, right? That you don't have a magic button that changes my mind, right? You don't have a swinging, swivel, like little fucking timepiece that tricks my brain into doing whatever. So you recognize that I'm an individual, that I have my own autonomy, and that you are utilizing non-aggressive means as a means of changing my opinion. And you are establishing this as a morally preferable outcome. You're saying, no, I'm not. Your argument, and I'm trying to steelman your argument. You're saying, no, I'm not. I'm not establishing this via my argument because secretly or even openly in my mind, I'm not actually respecting your autonomy. I'm not actually doing all of the things I'm doing because I have a different goal, and that doesn't matter.
Do you think it's not possible to have contextually different methods for achieving like an overarching goal? Like I don't. If
obviously I wouldn't disagree with that there are different methods for achieving goals.
Well, so then what's if all I'm saying is this is contextual? Like again, I'm the only contradiction that seems to be emerging is you want to argue that anyone who argues with you has to be doing so because their actions show that they respect you as an individual. But I'm saying, no. I don't think that the fact that someone argues with someone means that they respect that person's bodily autonomy. Like, period. Why would I make that assumption?
Do you make that assumption because in order to argue against it, right, you would have to argue that you have control over my body or that someone else has control over my body and can make me change my opinion. Can you do that? Can you make me change my opinion?
Not efficiently, no. But that's like the whole point of this is that this hinges on the efficiency argument. If we live in a scarce society and I'm applying my methods as efficiently as possible, then it would not make sense to coerce you. Like, so by that own logic, it is actually contradictory for me to try and use violence towards you. Even if I did think that you do not own your body, it would be contradictory for me to use that violence against you. So in fact, it's the other way.
It's not a matter of what you believe. It doesn't matter if you believe that I have control over my own body. You recognize it via your actions and prove it. You prove it unassailably true, right? That you cannot magically control my body. Why? That I do indeed have my own body and that I have exclusive control over my body. Even if you don't believe it, it doesn't matter that you don't believe it. You could even say it, and that would be the contradiction because you're proving this thing to be true via your actions.
Would we accept
it doesn't matter what your beliefs are.
Would we accept the idea that your actions prove some underlying moral belief in almost any other area? Like you live in a society where you're forced to pay taxes because you do not openly rebel or whatever. I must assume that you respect those taxes implicitly. Like
no,
that.
Of course not. Because I mean, like I was very, very clear that the conversation didn't involve fraud and it didn't involve coercion. I go to jail if I don't pay taxes. So obviously that doesn't happen.
Sure.
Like that's the difference between argumentation and fighting, right? Very explicit. Like the taxes situation does work. But I'll give you an example where it does work, right? Where we would accept this. Smoking a cigarette, right? Someone says, I do not want to smoke a cigarette right now. Smoking cigarettes is bad. They believe in their head that smoking cigarettes is bad, and they believe that it is wrong to smoke cigarettes. And they say openly, smoking cigarettes is bad. No one should do it ever. And in this moment, I do not desire a cigarette. And then they grab a cigarette and they light up a cigarette and they light it. This is a performative contradiction. Like they may believe many of the things that they state that they believe, but they are proving with their actions that they prefer a cigarette right now than not preferring a cigarette. This is right. So we would accept this in other domains as well.
Okay.
Performative contradiction is perfectly valid.
Even within the domain of argumentation, we would not accept this for other. So if I said we're having argumentation right now, this must mean that both of us value politeness in conversation, that we value the ability for the other person to reciprocally respect us, or any other additional thing that's necessary for the free flow of conversation. I wouldn't say any of that is a necessary conclusion because people are having a polite debate, right? Like the fact that we're having polite debate.
So you're saying. No. Yeah, I want to pick through. I haven't heard this argument before, so I want to. It's an interesting take, right? So you're saying that
you are having a polite debate with me. This must mean that you value politeness in debates, or that you value politeness as a value. Otherwise, you would not be behaving politely because you could be using jibes and insults to get under my skin and more efficiently win the debate or whatever. And the correct response to me would be, well, that wouldn't be an efficient use of your time. Using jabs and japes and whatnot would not actually win you the argument. But that's the argument that I'm giving, right? That if, hey, I just stopped this argument and started driving to like wherever, like I've got to change this guy's mind. There's only one way I can do it. That would not be an efficient use of my time. There are other things I could do in that time. So like,
right, I think if you started driving, right? Like if you were like, I'm gonna go to this guy's house, right? You would be moving from one domain into the other, right? So your current actions would change. So the question is, so sticking to that, right? Sticking to that is, one is using politeness. So by engaging in the conversation politely, as opposed to immediately coming in here like a debate bro, right? Because I wouldn't even have fucking brought up this shit if we were debate broing, right? Because it's like it makes it too easy to argue against me, which is fine. Like I want to have an honest conversation here. God forbid, I don't know why I want to do that with you commie fucks, but So the question is am I establishing that politeness is a moral norm, that I prefer politeness over non-politeness? So I mean, like you could derive that, right? You could make that claim, and the question is could I argue against that claim without engaging in a contradiction? And I think I could, and the reason is that the inaction of argumentation is not quite the same thing as politeness, right? Because like I could say, I'm wearing a blue shirt, therefore I have a moral belief that we're both wearing blue, I think actually, right? So we have a moral belief that all debates should be done in blue shirts, right? And that's not true. We're not actually doing that just because we're engaged in blue shirts. I think the thing that makes the substantive difference here is that there is kind of like no other option. right? Like I can get up and go wear a red shirt and come back, right? And it wouldn't change the validity of any of my arguments. It wouldn't contradict with any of my arguments, unless, of course, my argument hinged upon what shirt I was wearing. Right? Whereas with the performative contradiction as it applies to argumentation is that there are only two options. There are arguing and there is fighting within that domain. Now, you could break those into different domains if you wanted to, right? But they would still fit into those two categories. And so if you are arguing, right, there is an establishment that you are not fighting and that you prefer that to the other. And so again, with the blue shirts, I'm proving that I am actually currently proving that I prefer blue shirt in this domain, right? That this is, for whatever reason, I prefer this blue shirt. But if we start getting into an argument about why blue shirts are evil, right? Then we might get into like an issue of like I'm engaged in a performative contradiction. I believe blue shirts are the devil and I would never wear a blue shirt and I'm wearing a blue shirt. Then it becomes relevant that I'm wearing it. So I think the same thing would apply to politeness. I think would be my argument. Like, right? Like I would have to be arguing against politeness in some capacity whilst being super polite constantly and performing that politeness and doing that across multiple domains.
Sure, if you were arguing against politeness very politely, it would be like a performative contradiction. But what I'm trying to suggest is that there's a difference between arguing against politeness while being polite. And in this conversation, I'm arguing for coercion without coercing you. That's a difference. One of these is arguing for a negative while doing a positive. The other is arguing for a positive while doing a negative. The fact that I'm failing to do something is not the same thing as doing something that I claim not to want to be doing, and vice versa. Like,
okay, so what are you failing to do? I'm missing your reversal of the logic.
I am not coercing you in this conversation, right? Conversely, the politeness is something that, like, how do I put
You're
this?
actively being polite. You're saying you're actively being polite, and therefore you believe that the performative contradiction occurs because you're actively doing something, and then you would be arguing against the thing that you're actively doing. But you do not believe that I've established that you're actively recognizing exclusive control over my body.
The reason that I'm
Even
saying,
though I've proven it to you like multiple times. Like,
the proof here seems to hinge to me entirely on the claim that like that coercion is even a feasible option. The argument that I'm giving here is that there's really only one way to effectively change people's minds at scale. As like an individual.
No. You recognize that I have exclusive control over my body. By having a conversation with me at all, you recognize that I am an independent human, right? And that as an independent human, you don't have sorcery spells to change my mind. So you recognize that I am an individual that has exclusive control over my body. We can at the very least start there.
Recognizing that you control your body is not the same thing as recognizing like the legal right to absolute self-control. And like that's even going beyond. That's even before we get to stuff like even if you have absolute self-control, getting to property rights and whatnot. But like, yeah, But I'm trying to get you to accept that fact, and you're not accepting that fact. I just
keep brushing over.
No. I completely accept the fact that like I do not control you.
Maybe I'm missing it.
No, I completely accept the fact that I control you. It's the next step that I don't. It's that you are saying because I accept that I don't control you.
The next step.
Well, the next step is that I am respecting your like property ownership of yourself, right? That's the next step. That because I recognize I don't control you, that I recognize that you must be your own property, as opposed to like any of the other possible reasons I could have for not attacking you.
Right. So let's go. Right. I can officially confirm, right, that you do agree that I have exclusive control over my body. What you disagree with,
not completely exclusively, but for the purpose of the conversation, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, who else has control over my body?
I mean, like, we're not too far away from like some degree of manipulation of people's brains, but I don't know. There's a future in which this will become decreasingly so. But for the sake of the argument, let's say you have 100% exclusive control. Like, just as an analogy, ants have very little individual control over their bodies.
We could go back further into determinism, etc.
I'm not trying to get. I'm explicitly trying to say I don't care about the determinism thing.
I'm not in debate bro mode. Listen to me. I'm not in debate bro mode. I'm in genuine conversation with a socialist mode, which is going to piss off all of my audience, and I don't care. Right? A genuine conversation mode. I wouldn't throw up this document and like give you the notes to go through it and stuff like that, unless I was just genuinely trying to have a conversation about this. So yeah, no, I mean, like we could go to a determinism thing. I think we both would accept that functionally we act as if we have choice, right? You know, I mean, we're not like, so at the very least we can move off of that. Whether or not determinism or soft determinism or no determinism is real, we kind of all act as if determinism isn't real because we like blame people for doing bad things. We dislike people when they make choices, so we assume some level of control or locus of control, right?
Yes. So let me maybe give like a thought-provoking example of this. Let's say that I had installed a chip in my brain, and every response you just heard was completely generated by ChatGPT, live response to ChatGPT. Would this mean that therefore you were respecting like ChatGPT as an agent having property rights? Or does anyone who has a conversation with an AI therefore respect the individual self-ownership of that AI?
This is a super fun conversation, right? So I would say that if AI is capable of understanding, like the problem with AI is we don't know if it's ever possible for AI to have consciousness because we don't necessarily have a great theory of consciousness, even though we might have one philosophically. And that is important because from my perspective, at least from a libertarian thought, it requires the ability to be a moral actor in terms of being able to make valid moral propositional statements. And in order to make those valid statements, they must be conscious of what those statements mean. Whereas ChatGPT right now is an NLP, right? A natural language processor. And so because of that, it's just an automated system of patterns. It doesn't have that. Now you might be able to make the argument that
deterministically,
but
yeah,
right. You might be able to make the argument that humans are that, right? But it doesn't appear. That gets into a whole nother thing. If we work under the assumption that humans are deterministic, et cetera, then like kind of morality begins to evaporate in general. I mean, kind of everything is permitted. We kind of get into a Brothers Karamazov, like Ivan Karamazov, you know,
so
if God isn't real, everything is permitted. And so like, I don't know that that's particularly helpful, even though it might technically be true.
To interject
I don't think it is. I don't believe so, but
it sounds like your argument on the NAP is contingent on believing in some form of free will, of some like escape from determinism or some escape from randomness without free will.
You start with first principle at the top of the paper, right? I said it's the first principle is the axiom of action, right?
The fact that people act does not mean they act freely. That is like these are completely different. The assumption that people act without being predictable by previous the history or the previous state of the universe is a very different claim.
So that's the second bullet point. You said we could skip by it, but values, ends, means, preference, profit, cost, loss, etc. A priori knowledge, right? So this is under the axiom of action. You would then move into assuming that humans act like I did earlier, where I said, okay, there's act, and then I did like valued, ordered consequences, etc. Right? Psychic profit, psychic loss. All of those things that you see in Austrian economic theory are also part of the axiom. They're the logical derivatives of the presupposition that man acts willfully and purposefully, right?
So the fact that people act in line with their preferences is not, again, it's not the same thing as saying they act in line with preferences which are not fully formed by prior events. And so I'm trying to say that like it seems like the non-aggression principle, if it falls apart in a deterministic world, it seems like this is a really, really, really weak bridge over the Izot gap. That like you have to assume the existence of free will.
If it falls but if it falls apart in a deterministic world, right? Like it's no less invalid than any other moral philosophy that exists, right? Like you're saying but the major weakness of your moral philosophy is one that is 100% equally a criticism of mine and all others that exist, right? So
I mean, I will say,
you know what I mean? Like you could say that like the logic falls apart if choice and will no longer exists, but it's like so does yours, and therefore so do all of your moral claims.
It's actually funny because utilitarians have made the exact opposite argument, that in a world of free will, that the idea of responsibility makes no sense. If it is actually true that every person has a little like quantum random particle generator inside of them that decides which action they're going to take instead of deterministic rules, and that rules stuff like prison to be absurd. If people truly have free will, the prisoners could simply choose to no longer do crime, but they don't because they do so in a predictable fashion, right? People are, to a utilitarian and a determinist, basically machines. We know why people do crime. It's like an exposure to violence. It's an exposure to like high poverty, et cetera, et cetera. Basically deprivation theory in a nutshell and subculture theory in a nutshell. And how do we stop that? Well, we remove them from the subculture, we remove them from the deprivation, and then they do less crime. So like utilitarianism to some degree requires some level of determinism. And in a fully deterministic world, it's not clear why that logic falls apart. We just would simply try and take actions that deterministically lead to a better outcome.
I think.
Now, of course, we can't actually make a choice. It's an illusion.
You're trying to make utilitarianism like somehow superior in a purely deterministic society, and they're wildly different. You're utilizing a process of soft determinism, right? Like Daniel Dennett kind of philosophy of determinism versus hard determinism, and these have wildly different implications, right? Like we can understand that human beings' pH balance. That their medical needs, their epigenetic systems, their nurture as a child, their beyond their control, their mental resilience, right, to trauma, their childhood trauma that they did occur, like these are ACEs, right? I can't remember what they're called, adverse childhood events, right? Like that, all of these things have factors on the behavior, the capacity of an individual, right? And still recognize that choice exists, right? It's just those choices would then be limited by, IQ or, possible like, I would say IQ, we'll just say G factor, right? Intelligence, right? G factor and, emotional control, their capacity to control their will, etc. Right? Like that's a very different claim, right? To say that utilitarians recognize these things have impact, as would most people, right, would recognize that these things have impact, and that if we want to lessen the impact or heal that there are interventions that we can do to reduce those to make situations better. It's wildly different than no one has choice, and that choice is an illusion, that will is an illusion, and that I'm not responsible, and no one is responsible or ever has been responsible for any action that has ever occurred or will occur.
You can frame this in two ways. One is that utilitarians don't care about responsibility; they care about changing outcomes in the future, and for that effect, responsibility is a useful tool. Like the idea of responsibility, that you did something, and therefore you should change in response to that, is like a useful tool for getting the outcomes we want. That's one way of thinking about it. The other way of thinking about it is that no one is responsible, and we are only caring about consequences. But we care about those consequences, so we punish people who make bad actions because that leads to good consequences. Like I just, even a hard deterministic world, it doesn't seem like this conclusion really falls away. Okay, let me pulling back at a very broad level. We got into this because you argue that the non-aggression
hard
principle,
determinist, it doesn't matter, right? Like you could just do whatever.
I mean, if you're a free will, the argument from the utilitarian sense is that from a free will perspective, that punishing someone also doesn't matter. Upholding the non-aggression principle by armed guards doesn't actually matter because people could simply choose to ignore the armed guards. Everyone could just choose by free will to not do that. They could choose not to follow their preferences.
What is that? How does that then not matter if people could choose to violate the non-aggression principle? Because the non-aggression principle doesn't matter because people have choice is a silly argument.
If choice is such a large degree that it can override deterministic backgrounds, then society shouldn't be predictable in the way that it is, and we shouldn't be trying to design society in a way which leads people down predictable paths. But in reality, if free will does not exist, but if it did, it is so unmeasurable that it can be ignored. It is statistical noise. If the argument for non-aggression principle
that has massive implications for moral philosophy, because you then remove responsibility of all actions. No one is responsible for any action, right? No one can be blamed for any action. Now you could say blame or not, right? Like we could look at a statistical thing, and to the best of our ability, percentage-wise, guess, and then of course all actions could be would then become morally permissible. Every action is morally permissible.
In your moral framework, it does, but not in a utilitarian one, because your moral framework requires free will. The utilitarian would just say, so what? I don't care about responsibility. We'll punish them because that will make people make a better choice.
They'll go to the re-education camps because the study says that the re-education camps are to, create a 10% better society. So off to the gulag with you have the wrong opinion. And it's okay because it's not really your fault. It's just determinism. And once you're re-educated, you'll work in the new society better.
what decides what's
anything
okay.
permissible.
That's not what decides what's okay and not. The whole argument of utilitarians is that there's some outcome they're trying to maximize. Now, it could be that outcome would lead them to support re-education camps.
With imperfect knowledge.
Mine wouldn't.
And subjective bias and value ordinance. You can make anything morally right. The moment that you accept a utilitarian framework, and especially if you can accept determinism.
So
all actions become morally permissible so long as you make an argument that they're good, and you can you can change what it is that you value, right? Like heuristics can become extremely valuable, or they can become meaningless. Like the idea of personal autonomy can be very valuable, or it can be meaningless. Like there's no, you can't name the trait. You can't put a number to the happiness, utilitarian calculus.
Sure, I'm not.
You just kind of make up shit.
I'm not, I don't believe in objective morality. I don't think there's a way to cross the Azot gap. And the argument I'm trying to give here is that in fact, in your own words, if free will does not exist, everything is morally permissible, right? In your view, objective morality collapses if determinism is correct. Or, just to be clear, if a world is random, like quantum randomness, but free will still doesn't exist, which is the world that we live in, where it's either completely deterministic or it's deterministic at all scales that matter.
That's a religious statement. That's a religious statement. You might as well be a devout Christian saying go to church, bigot. Like, it's a religious statement.
How do we know that free will exists, right? What experiment can we do to test it?
I'm saying this is the difference between an atheist and an agnostic, right? Where I would still say I'm an atheist, right? Because I don't believe in a God, right? But it's the difference between someone says, I don't believe in a God, and someone says, there is no God. This is a religious statement. For you to say that the world is deterministic and it is purely chaos is a religious statement. And that religious statement, that religious belief, since we're so worried about consequences, the fallout from that religious statement is the justification of the world's greatest evils, so long as one has the power and the capacity to charismatically justify those evils. And that is, I mean, it might be your belief, it might be your religion and your religious belief, but that is a fucked up worldview to try and impose on others and to try and promulgate.
The claim I have that free will does not exist is the same one as that God does not exist. And the total lack of evidence for one, you should just assume that this is something humans invented.
Religious statements.
Well, I'm saying, assume this is something that people invented. It's probably simpler to get rid of it. I'm not saying this is an absolute truth, that 100% chance there is no free will, 100% chance there is no God. I'm saying there is no God in the same way I say...
doesn't exist.
In the same way
that it doesn't exist.
In the same way that I say there are no unicorns. There is no 10th planet, right? These are things that we can say, hey, there's really, 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 really strong evidence that there is no evidence for this, right? That we've examined everything we can. And none of it, not a single bit, points to the existence of this thing. So we should probably assume it does not.
Have you ever done DMT?
No, I have not.
I'm just curious. You should do some DMT and get back to me on this.
Well,
I'm just throwing that out there.
I can have a Joe Rogan episode then.
I'm just saying, you need to do some DMT. I'm just saying, man. I'm just like, have you ever done any strong psychedelics?
Nope, just weed, I think. But
weed's barely even psychoactive. Like if you eat it, it's kind of psychoactive, but it's nothing. All right. Okay, I'm just curious. You sound like someone that's never the firmness by which you believe you're fucking purely you sound like
I feel like
Four Horsemen atheists in the fucking early 2000s.
If the strongest argument for the existence of free will is that if you take a substance which alters your perception, then you might perceive that it exists, then it feels like that's a really, 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 really weak argument for it.
That's not my strongest argument. It was just a thought that popped in my head because it is one of those things that you kind of only hear from people that haven't done psychedelics. I've never heard someone that's done a lot of psychedelics and experienced altered states of consciousness just have this religious, emphatic belief that there is no God, there is no afterlife, there is no nothing. I know that for a fact, and the world is chaotic and deterministic.
I don't know it for 100% fact. That's what I know it as strongly as I know that there is no 10th planet.
I had to push you to say that.
I know. I say that. I think that the saying that I know there is no 10th planet and I know there is no God, the only reason that we treat one specially, or I say I know there is no free will, the only reason we treat these specially is because they have such high importance in our systems. We treat it as oh my God, I can't believe you'd say that. It's whatever. It's the exact same thing as any other scientific claim. I'm sure. I will accept that there is a certain deference to something that there's very little scientific evidence for, right? Well, very little, I would say essentially zero.
You know what I mean? Like you'd have to stretch anything to gain that. I'm an atheist too, right? Like just to be clear, like I'm not I did go to Liberty University, which is a weird thing for an atheist, but I was really interested in it. So
congrats for coming out the other side. I guess just
okay. Yeah, it was way better than than being a libertarian at a fucking liberal arts college. Like Jesus Christ, those people are so close minded.
So I guess what I would point to is this: I think the evidence for free will is roughly as strong
close
as.
This out.
What's that?
Unless you want to keep looking at the fucking argumentation.
Yeah, you can close it out. I guess pulling back a bit.
We didn't get to a couple things, but it's fine. It's like we're on a different spot. Keep going. Go.
Well, we didn't get to it because I think that the premise 3, which I do think is essential, did not work. And so I'm saying I don't think it works. And then we got into like it doesn't work for efficient. I'm just to recap.
I got you to premise 3, and then we were gonna continue, but it's fine.
I mean, one premise being wrong, literally in a deductive sense.
I mean, you haven't proven anything wrong. I walked you all the way to the most important premise, and then we move on from there, but it's fine.
So, pulling back, if the entire argument for argumentative ethics is a performative contradiction based on a view that my actions indicate that I have a respect for property, then it seems like, again, the end, that was all based on the existence of free will, like grounding it all at the end of the day. This to me seems like a really, 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 really tendentious, like really weak justification for an absolute moral claim.
Yeah, but the thing is that you say, well, it seems to be really weak to me. And so right. And that's fine. I don't believe it. I don't buy it. Right. But when we walk it through, you're forced to admit that you are indeed recognizing that I have exclusive control over my body. Right. And what you're saying, right. And the part where we're at now, right. If you want to keep going, we can keep going. Like, you know what I mean? The part where we're at now is that you're saying, well, if we backtrack, it requires that moral systems exist and that morality exists and that choice exists. And it's like, yeah, I mean, at a certain point, I do agree with you that like that axiom is a bit of an assumption based off of all available evidence of human action, right? We all act as if things are true, but that isn't strong evidence really, because I agree with you, right? Like if we want to take a Christian perspective, right? If that were true, we really couldn't argue strongly to be atheists, right? Because we kind of all act like a soul exists. Nobody is like genuinely perplexed when they watch an isekai anime, right? Like I'm pretty sure when people watch an isekai anime, they can think that logically they can imagine, dying from Truck-kun, and Truck-kun comes and takes them out, and then like some big tittied, anime goddess somewhere gives us special powers and puts us in a magical world. And we all just accept it, right? We all just accept, because we kind of have a conception of a soul, even though there's no fucking evidence of a soul. We kind of also, in many interactions, we act as if a soul exists. But like, I think you and I would both pretty vehemently say that we don't believe that a soul exists, right? So I agree with you that like the idea that just because God damn it, I'm trying to put my foot up. I got a joint disease. I apologize. So like sometimes I get in pain and I have to move things around.
Understand.
Yeah, I was just throwing that out there. It's like I'm not trying to be weird. Well, that was weird. Just bring up randomly. But anyways, but you see what I'm saying? Like I agree with you that like the idea that just because we act like free will exists doesn't mean it exists, and it's actually a pretty poor argument. And I will also admit that like I'm a bit of a neophyte in my grounding of free will. I know I'm going to get comments when I post this video from my objectivist friends. They're going to be like, how fucking dare you? You had a chance to SDL and you fucking fumbled because you don't believe in. It's like, I don't fucking know what to tell you, man. Fucking, I'm not that smart. Pick somebody smarter to have these conversations. I just happen to be smarter than the other libertarians that are having them. So it's fucking your fault. But again, like if it invalidates all morality, right? Then like to say, well, it's not a strong claim because I can imagine a world where morality doesn't exist. It's like, it's kind of that's a fucking cope if I've ever heard one. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
Sure. I didn't want to get into like, I mean, I think that the argument again for morality as well is like, well, we can't observe the morality particles. The derivation from first principles doesn't work except based on stuff like performative contradiction. And even the performative contradiction, like if we run it all the way back in a non-free will universe, all it does is tell you that people have preferences which are inconsistent with their long-term goals. Okay, that doesn't prove there's like a moral fact of the matter. It just proves that people might be inconsistent little gits, for example. Like again,
Yeah,
so I'm just trying to say, like,
yeah, sorry.
I think the line of logic has to run here something like free will exists, and that people's actions indicate their true moral respect for something like self-ownership in an absolute sense, which is why they pursue argument instead of violence.
That's a fact.
And to me,
that's a fact. You can't argue against that.
Because the arguments I've given...
If you accept free will exists, and you accept human action based off of that, then everything you all said logically derives from it. There's no logical argument against it. Right? Because the thing is that you're saying, well, this person, like you loaded it up, right, to make it sound silly, right? Which is that every action shows their kind of like their moral preferences against all domains, etc. Right? But that's what it means if you establish an ethical norm, right? An ethical norm you can't be true in one minute and untrue in another. And what you're attempting to do is you're saying, well, it's okay for me because in my head I've deviated my actions now as like separate under different contexts and therefore no longer applying to actions later. But that doesn't, but it doesn't matter that you've created a belief to justify it, to kind of like try and rationalize against your own behavior that is contradictory.
I feel like this is getting at like a deontological versus or consequential intuition of how morality works. Like, if you ask the utilitarian, why are you killing this person now? And they said they're a murderer, but you're saving someone else in the hospital later and because they're not a murderer or whatever. Like, they would just say, well, because the outcomes were different. Like, of course my actions were different because the consequences they had were different. I was following different rules. Kill murderers, don't kill non-murderers, something like that.
Yeah, this is obviously so I mean, like, it doesn't necessarily counteract consequentialism under all domains, right? Because it's natural law is an ethical system that says you can't do these things, right? It doesn't give you moral oughts, like I explained, except for maybe a domain of which moral oughts have to exist in. And so, like, yeah, it overrides consequentialism in those areas because it proves those things to be morally false. But in all of the other areas, it doesn't.
I do just want to note that there are pretty, in my view, solid arguments that deontological views can be consequentialized, meaning that, like, why is it that XYZ action should be taken in every possible outcome? Well, it's because it yields some outcome that I want. And in fact, that, like, well, whatever. I won't get into the consequentialization stuff, but I shouldn't even brought it up. The point was just that...
Yeah, I mean, but that would be the problem with you bringing it up it becomes a mirror of what you accused me of doing in the beginning of the debate, which is that you have a moral philosophy such as man acts, and then you said, well, then now you're ascribing hunger to the man acts situation. So you would be doing the exact same thing you were accusing me of, which is you took a belief system and then you integrated it into consequentialism to then utilize it and adopt that. You're moving after the fact as opposed to before.
Let's actually go in a bit on that. So, pulling back from the morality underneath it all, right? So the reason we got onto this is because I think that you can fairly prove via a little bit of observation and a bunch of logic that people have preferences and they act on them. Okay, the argument that I've been giving is that there's a bunch of gaps that can't be crossed here. One is the is-ought gap. There is no, like, I don't think there's any way to cross that. We tried, but tabling that for the minute. The second argument was...
we didn't establish conflict, which is an incredibly important part of even understanding ethical systems.
Well, that we talked about scarcity. I don't know if you're trying to talk about some other...
Well, you saw scarcity on a paper and kind of jumped ahead, which is fine. But yeah, we didn't get into conflict and how conflict occurs over scarce resources, et cetera, so that we could better substantiate and understand why.
I mean, I would just note that even stuff like, hey, resources are scarce, in my view, even at that level, you need empirical observation. Mm-hmm. We could live in a world where everyone has preferences and there's abundance enough for everyone. Imagine that we were all like brain stapled. All of us were brought down 50 IQ points. We're monkeys again. And we live in a world where like the AI overlords give us all infinite bananas. That's a world where people act on preferences. And also those preferences are probably relatively pretty dumb.
So you would have to go. And it's interesting that you said we move our IQ down, because even in a quote unquote post scarcity world, right? One thing that is scarce is human thought and human action.
Sure.
Right. So even if every imaginable, like we have a magic machine
could be
that
wrong.
Creates whatever resource.
It could be true that we live in an infinitely large universe where there's infinitely many humans, right? So there's no scarcity of human thought. There's no scarcity of resources.
No,
these are things you cannot derive
you're getting
from
out of
pure reason.
You're getting out of the domain of a material reality, right? Like, because now you're talking about infinity, right? And infinity is not a measurable thing within the material world.
Why would you have to measure it? This is from first principles. I'm saying from first principles, you can't logically prove that the world is finite.
Even then, it still wouldn't matter, because you would also have to make it to where travel is instantaneous. And when I mean instantaneous, time no longer exists. Because even if there was an infinite amount of human minds, they would have to be able to travel to and communicate ideas instantaneously outside of the constraint of time. So now you're talking about a world that materially is infinite and no longer exists within time. And again, I feel like you're fucking coping and stretching to get to this like post-scarce world where like things kind of work, right? Sure, we can do questions in an evenly rotating economy as like a thought experiment, but they don't match reality, which is hilarious coming from the person that's utilizing empiricism as a means to fucking come at me, right? Like, it's kind of hilarious that you're engaged in a post-scarce, post-time, I'm
not trying to argue these as
world.
Like, this is what I'm trying to argue is simply that it's very hard to prove the types of scarcity that actually exist, stuff like scarcity of food and water and whatnot, from pure reason. You do not know the needs that people have starting off, right? Like, it could be possible that we exist as minds that telepathically communicate. Space is no barrier. We could exist in a world where light is infinitely fast. You cannot know these things.
You're showing the problems of socialism, why socialism is evil, right? Like,
that's true. Socialism can only work if light. You're proving that scarcity is something that requires investigation, that we're not automatically aware of scarcity. And so how do we solve scarcity? Well, the socialist has the commissar utilizes stolen tax money to try and investigate where resources ought be allocated, and assume that these people who are lacking information will make the best choices for the people as they violate their consent in their bodies. And it is the capitalist that says that the best means of doing so, and recognizing that scarcity is a thing, and recognizing that our information of scarcity is limited, is that the price mechanism solves the economic calculation problem in a much better way, and the local knowledge problem. Why don't let's pivot towards that, actually. So the types of proofs that we have derived from first principles so far, if we accept like the brunt of your argument, it's that people have preferences, they act upon them, and the non-aggression principle is like a moral truth. Let's just take the preferences. The fact that people act on preferences, we both agree, does not mean that they are acting for the benefit of themselves necessarily. If you, for how you want to define benefit, it is possible that a preference is at odds with that benefit, whether by chance or by like malformed preferences or whatever. I'm not going to
let you slip that in, right? That like, because so yes, you could argue that given additional that you can. Okay, I'll write it down.
Let you continue. Let's say that some preferences might not be optimal, but even accepting that all preferences are like towards the person's optimality and society's optimality, we arrive at a very simple problem. It's collective action problems. So the classic leftist argument is that there are cases where forcing people to cooperate leads to a world where everyone is better off than a world where people voluntarily chose not to cooperate, which they would choose to do rationally, preferentially every time. So an obvious example is like education.
In a lot of ways. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Just an obvious example is education. The huge benefit of education is returned to society. People's incomes are raised something like 5 times by getting high school degrees, to college degrees, to whatnot, have huge benefits. And the benefit of those do not mostly accrue to either the school or the person, but they are external to the person. They are positive externalities, or they are positive spillovers. So it is very hard for a market, this is the classic neoclassical argument, not even a socialist one, that a market cannot fully account for these because the person who is paying for the education is not receiving all of the benefit of that education. They would not be willing to pay enough to receive the full benefit, so it should be subsidized.
So we have quite a few things in here, right? We have a refutation of preference. And then you kind of like, we were like, well, even if, and then you kind of accepted the premise, right? But just to nail that down a little bit, right? So you are correct that the way you're doing it is you're kind of like, let me explain. You are correct that, let's say, person A makes a decision, a market decision, or to consume a product, to buy a service, etc. Right? And in the future, if they had better knowledge, let's say they're dumb and then they learn from their mistakes or something, they would not have made that bad or poor decision, right, with their money. Or maybe in that moment they were drunk, or maybe it's a bad idea to buy lottery tickets when you have an electric bill to pay, right? You know what I mean? Like that people act in what you would colloquially call non-rational ways, which is to say that they're acting in their own rational self-interest as defined, post hoc, kind of like subjectively, right? Like and these are subjective metrics that we can kind of all kind of agree, right? Like we can recognize that like what's important to one person isn't necessarily important to another. And at the same time, we can recognize that like grandma's probably not going to be happier or more fulfilled in her life if she, sends a $1,500 to the Nigerian guy, right? You know what I mean? Like that's probably not her actual preference, right? Obviously that would be fraud. So that's a different conversation, but nevertheless, well, let's say buying lottery tickets. That's not fraud, right? As opposed to paying your electric bill. But I can recognize that idea is that there are bad things. The problem isn't with that conception. It is an attack on the concept of rational actor, right? And it is a bit of a sneaky one because it slips in, a different usage of the terms, right? One is talking about rational self-interest and an immediate psychic profit, right? And it's kind of an amoral claim, and then yours is imposing a moral claim based off of negative consequences in the back, right? You follow me? Yeah.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So I just want to make sure I'm not like I want to try and steel man you. I want to talk shit, but I still want to make sure I'm not getting your argument wrong. Like,
sure. No, I'm agreeing. We do cross the Izot gap. That's in fact the argument here that like we are merely from first principles. The fact that people act on preferences is not sufficient to conclude those preferences are worth respecting. Like that's part of the argument.
Sure. Right. And so your argument is I know better than you what market decisions you should be making because I have a better system of ascertaining that than does grandma who buys lottery tickets instead of paying her fucking electric bill, right?
Yep.
Okay. So here's the problem with that is that you may be correct accidentally, you may be wrong, right? It's very difficult to determine what interactions the state puts as it imposes its will upon people and upon the market, right? So we have unintended consequences, number one, right? So, a great example of unintended consequences. So this is just problem one with your idea that a collective group of supposed intellectual superiors are going to use a subjective value ordered system that's better than grandma's because grandma is dealing with information failures and we're smarter, right? So problem one is unintended consequences, right? So like a great example of unintended consequences is like this hypothetical thing that's occurred in a couple of countries, right? Is like the snake problem. Have you heard of the snake problem?
Is that like a problem with too many snakes or an actual category problem?
No, it's a hypothetical that has happened in a couple of countries, right? So it's been local areas and like there are myths about it that, like kind of draw it out of proportion, right? So I'll treat it as a hypothetical because it is only happened in a couple of small areas.
This is the one where it's, people raise snakes to sell for the purpose. There's a snake eradication program. So they pay people to bring in snake
problem. Right.
Yeah.
Right. So this is a great example of that, but it's kind of a debunk. Like it's not a real serious unintended consequence. So like a better one might be making sesame seeds. The FDA changing sesame seeds in terms of the allergen, right? This happened recently. So it used to be that just 2 years ago, right? Sesame seeds were not in an allergen category as far as the FDA was concerned. So if you had sesame seeds in your product, you had to put like product may contain sesame seeds, right? That would be in the back. So if people were allergic to sesame seeds, they would look at the product and go, it's not in the ingredients, but it's in the same factory as a place with sesame seeds. So like if I have a severe allergy, I should avoid this. But if I have a mild allergy to sesame seeds, fuck it, I'll grab it. I'll probably be fine, right? I might end up with a sesame seed. It's not a big deal. right? Well, the FDA had to fucking change this because lo and behold, the government needed to get involved in this fucking in this to save the ones of people dying a year from sesame seeds, right? And so the government gets involved and they're like, well, I mean, we'll just make it to where, if you have that in your product, you have to list it. Well, see, the unintended consequences, and this is the problem with all state action, is that unlike the market, it has to pay for information that is readily available in competition and price. And so because of that, what the state does is when they did this, all of these factories realized that sesame seeds are really fucking small. And so they might accidentally put sesame seeds in a product, even though it's not supposed to be in that product at all. So they just changed the recipes for all their fucking products at every factory that had sesame seeds. And they added a minuscule amount of sesame seeds to all products. And then it's just an illicit ingredient. So now people with sesame seed allergens can't fucking eat anything. Like if you eat chips, if you eat anything, they all contain sesame seeds now in a minuscule amount if they're built in a factory that has like crackers or anything. This is an unintended consequence of state action, right? So that would be like argument one as to why, even though grandma isn't acting in her own self-interest, your action comes with unintended consequences that are a burden on the market and people, and of course, would require violation of free will.
So very early on in this conversation, I mentioned that the credibility revolution has been enormously influential in economics and has helped partly shift it leftward because it relies on quasi-experiments and natural experiments. So one of the reasons I'm bringing it up is that unintended consequences, and more generally, like perverse incentives for people based on government action, incentives for people to do a bad action and unwanted action, these are the type of thing that you can derive when you're trying to run something like a natural or quasi-experiment. And the point that what I would just point to is, I'm sure, like it is definitionally true that there will be bad regulations. At the same time, that does not mean that regulations are on net bad or that society is worse with them than without, right? Like I just want the fact that some fail is not a proof that enough fail for it to be bad.
AnCaps are not against regulation in the market. We're all for regulation in the market. We just don't want it to be done by a state entity that is lacking the same information as is the market.
Sure,
right?
But that's actually
it's definitionally going to be less effective than the market.
Well, so that's the problem here, is that that's not clearly true. So like when we look at stuff like, say, basic research spending was a paper that I was reading on recently. Basic research spending from the public government. The percentage of research spending that comes from the public has dropped over the past 50 years as governments from like basically neoliberals and as the Cold War wound down and Reagan dropped federal government R&D spending. But even despite that, the government spends about, I think it's half of all of the basic research in this country. And the basic research that the government funds is something like 2 times more effective at generating positive spillovers than private spillovers are, just based on data sets of firms who innovate versus those who don't. And again, I know you can tell me like, hey, maybe that's just a model. Maybe the model doesn't reflect reality. What I'm trying to get at is like, let's imagine that it is actually true that there's some set of government-funded good which does better than the private-funded alternative per cost. Why would we oppose that from an AnCap view beyond the non-aggression principle?
Well, okay, so first of all, it is a violation of the non-aggression principle. So like beyond the non-aggression principle, why would I use a weaker AnCap argument? Well, yeah, why wouldn't I use the stronger? Like because there's a couple of things baked into the question. The question is, number one, let's assume that Austrian economics is wrong and that Hayek is wrong and that the local knowledge problem is wrong and the economic calculation problem.
This isn't the local knowledge or economic calculation. This is just positive.
This is government. Right. This is the government, right? Utilizing funds towards utilizing scarce resources that it took from people, right? To gain some form of outcome via a government program, even if that government program is just funding, which is something the government tends to do better than like its own programs, obviously, right? It's easier for the government to write a check than to like run a DMV. And that's like, that shouldn't be controversial. Bless you. Are you, that's so many.
Yeah.
So many sneezes, right? So we're assuming the
it's all the
economic
demons
calculation-
coming out of
saying-
your argument, okay? Gesundheit.
Well, it's just, right. I mean, it's slightly better than I'm allergic to bullshit, but I do appreciate the religious undertones to match your previous religious statements.
Of course.
Of course. But no. So you're saying this isn't a local knowledge problem. How is it not a local knowledge problem if the government is choosing who to fund based off of research grant proposals, right? So the government is making decisions about where resources should be allocated for public interest.
That's so.
Right?
What I'm trying to get
local knowledge problem.
Sorry, maybe I should be more clear. I'm claiming that the local knowledge problem, like I'm a market socialist. I generally think the local knowledge problem applies. There are reasons to have markets. However, that does not mean that markets are better at everything. That's the argument I'm trying to present. And the question I'm asking you is like, how do you know the local knowledge problem is so true in either every case or so many cases that it defeats the utility of stuff like public funded schools or public funded research when the evidence on these seems to be so overwhelmingly positive? Like that's what I'm trying to get at.
Okay, so
why do you assume those are
first of all,
bad?
I absolutely disagree with the idea that the evidence is overwhelmingly positive. Right, when you just admitted as part of your argument that 50% of all public funding is coming from the government, and you're saying the evidence from research that at a minimum half of it, the money is coming from the state, says that the state good. Right, like so already there's kind of a bit of a bias thing. You know what I mean? Like how much research are state institutions funding that are anti-state? Right? I don't know that that is a thing. To be fair, though, I will say that private research probably is often specifically targeted to be anti-state or against state concepts. Right? Whereas a lot of state research will be like fucking Amazonian frog mating patterns or something, right? Like it has utility, but it presumably, right? But this is what you might consider like a negative externality because it has no like market value currently or whatever, right? But like maybe there is some value 100 years from now in knowing the mating patterns of frogs because it helps us figure out kukuri or some shit and like I don't know, fucking some analgesics, general analgesics and medicine research or something, whatever. And so, like, I will give you that, like, Koch brothers isn't funding a lot of fucking frog research, right? Like, most of their research is going to be like, why is, fucking California wrong, right? Like, so I get that there is a counterbalance.
We're not,
nevertheless,
we're not talking about like
admitted a bias.
I want to be clear. I'm not talking about like NGOs, like Koch brother funded stuff. We're talking in this instance. This is a data set of firms, basically. And the point found in this data set was that public funded research yielded larger spillover effects, meaning larger productivity gains than private R&D for the same dollar value. Like that's this is not like government research as in all government funding of every research university everywhere. In particular, I was highlighting basic research as like one that is particularly key. The government has been overwhelmingly the main funder of basic research for a century now, like literally a century, since FDR. And that's because it is very, very, very unprofitable to fund research very far down the pipeline. And so like the obvious question is like, okay, if we cut off government basic research funding, you would basically be cutting basic research and funding by, say, a third. So not a third, by in half.
So this is the problem of empiricism, right? In economic studies, right? Like, which is kind of getting back to the crux of the argument, right? Is that what you are comparing a world that occurs in time, right? You have established a historical fact, but what you haven't compared is a world with and a world without, right? So you're saying, well, if government is doing better at this thing in this specific time, and I have established this historical fact, right? Therefore, the evidence suggests that government's actually better at this than the private market. And I was going to read this quote to you earlier, but I think it's a fun quote, and I think it like really kind of like encapsulates what I'm talking about. So this is from von Mises in, I think this is Human Action. If a statistician determines that a rise of 10% in the supply of potatoes in Atlantis at a definite time was followed by a fall of 8% in the price, he does not establish anything about what happened or may happen with a change in the supply of potatoes in another country or at another time. He has not measured the elasticity of demand of potatoes. He has established a unique and individual historical fact. And so the same thing is true.
Okay.
Even if I take that research study, like, because I'm not, unless we go into it now and like go over the methodology and et cetera, and see like what they omitted and what they didn't do, we might find that it's bullshit. But assuming it's true, again, it's just a historical fact. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that like the local knowledge problem is wrong. It's just empiricist bullcrap, and that doesn't apply to economics.
Okay, so this has sort of been underneath a lot of the discussion of empiricism. How do you decide whether a economic model is true or false under your worldview? Like, let's say that I claim that minimum wages actually raise unemployment. Why is that model true or false? Why does the fact that, say, XYZ evidence lines up with the model not mean that we should just accept this model and reject the Austrian model? What evidence, if ever presented, could lead you to reject the Austrian model of economics?
Right, because I can logically derive that that's not true, right?
But
via praxeology. We walked through it all the way up to
people have preferences. We got to people have preferences.
Right. People have value orders, they choose those values, right? And then the next part is that there is a supply and demand, right? That supply and demand is made up of, in a market economy, all other things being equal, is made up of individuals that choose. Right? Okay, go ahead. You seem perturbed.
Yes, we've gotten to the point of supply and demand. What I've been trying to ask is, I point to something like collective action problems, right? And
you brought up minimum wage, and you said, how could I falsify it? I'm about to falsify it.
Well, so what I'm trying to get to a broader sense is, how do you cross the gap between
why a broader sense? You asked me a question and I can prove it to be logically untrue, and now you're like, nah, don't do that.
Because
broader sense.
We have gotten to the point in the logic where you have said people have preferences, right? I asked, okay, what about stuff like collective action problems? How do we know that these preferences are aligning in a way which is socially optimal? Because collective action problems are a clear example where everyone's preferences could be socially optimal in and of themselves, but socially unoptimal as a group, right?
Okay, so either I continue with the minimum wage thing, or you just drop it and say you're wrong, and then we can get a collective action, right? Because you're trying to like stop me from making the minimum wage thing. You don't. Like, you made an argument about like, how could you possibly know? And I'm like, well, I could answer. And then you're like, yeah, but answer other questions.
No. So just how this argument went is, I brought up that there's not a clear link between preferences and rationality. Then
I wrote it down, right? Like you brought up preferences, and then you brought up not optimal, and then you brought up collective action. I wrote down negative externalities, right? Because that's a better way of the proper term, right? Then you talked about education, and then I walked up that I want to talk about early American child labor laws, since we're using empiricism as a means of things, right? And then now we're on a conversation about minimum wage. Like, I'm writing down the points you're making, but
I know.
Do you want me to go through the points in order, or do you want me to go through the points as you bring them up?
I'm trying to go back to the point that you raised. So you brought up perverse incentives, and I was trying to bring up that, like, hey, yes, government action can be bad, but there's a difference between saying government action can be bad and saying that it is bad on net or bad in all instances, which is the argument that AnCaps have to raise, that it is like unoptimal in all or virtually all instances, such that you should never want government action. And the reason I'm bringing up stuff like collective action is as an example where I don't even need to say, are people being irrational? People could be perfectly rational. I could accept that premise. I could accept the existence of supply and demand, of course. I could accept all of these things and still conclude that coercion would be better for average person's well-being.
Okay. So setting the minimum wage thing, write it down. All right. We'll get back to that, because I can prove minimum wage. We'll go to collective action. All right. Now, you gave up the example of education. I think education is a fine example. We can talk about that. I think a better example is probably climate change, both of our perspectives, right? But I mean, which would you prefer? I stay with education, or would you prefer I switch to climate change? Or we can do both.
I mean, so I gave research as an example, but education works too.
Well, okay. Well, so now, Well, we were talking about research, right? But you also gave education as an example in your first argument.
Yeah.
Right? So we'll stick with research, right? Right. So in terms of the research, I think I established again that you have established a historical fact, right? And that's fine that you've established an historical fact, but again, you're not comparing it to a world, right, where the government isn't stealing 50% of all the fucking wealth in the country, right? So it's very difficult to, right? So when you say that this thing is good in this period of time, go ahead.
Do you think that these have to be examined all as one, or can we examine a policy one at a time? Like, I'm methodologically, why do you think that we have to examine the whole world versus the whole world?
I think, what do you mean?
You're saying
no. The problem is time. The problem is not world versus world. The problem is time. The problem is that subjectivism is absolutely true at an individual level in market choices. And the thing is that when you use a period of time to study interactions within the market, right? And what you do is that people's actions change because of over time, right? People's what it is that they prefer to purchase, what it is that they prefer to sell, and they're dependent upon a multitude of variables, right? So, the effectiveness of research is gonna be based off of inflation, right? So it's also going to be based off of market volatility, right? So what type of research I, as a company or an institution, investing in the private market is going to change if I imagine my business as heading into a really volatile market for 10 years versus if I imagine my business heading into a stable market for 10 years, right? So there's all of these differences that can occur that make it nothing more than a mere historical fact that in this moment, the research shows that there was higher return from government research grants in these specific private firms in this period of time.
Okay, maybe a more broad question then. Do you think that there can be derived anything but historical facts in any social science? Or can social sciences derive a model which is true and accurately describes the underlying circumstance from empirical reasoning alone?
From empirical reasoning alone, right? So not from other means of...
I mean, there's some logic involved.
Obviously, I agree. No, I mean, obviously, I would say that praxeology, is able to accurately depict economic factors and outcomes and laws that influence our understanding of economics, right?
Sure.
So, I mean,
I'm trying to say, like, in the broader sense, right? All of the arguments you give that, hey, we exist in this world and it's so complicated. Oh my gosh, a business heading into a world where there's government investing, where there's one that isn't. How could you possibly compare the two? That argument applies to like everything in sociology and everything in psychology as well. So do you think it's possible to isolate
soft sciences? Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Do you think it is ever possible to build a model that is true or correct or truth apt, whatever word you want to give to it, in any soft science?
So I would say, first of all, truth can be accidentally discovered, right? You can accidentally be right without knowing you're right. Right?
Sure.
So just hear me out. So hear me out. Like your grandma could be the same grandma that like loves drinking Jim Beam and buying lottery tickets and doesn't pay her electric bill, right? She could just be purely right about something on chance, right? And you could be like, fucking all right, and you could be talking to her at the dinner table and she'd be wrong about everything else, and this one thing she's right, and you're like, fucking, I can't argue with that, grandma. You're right. Your reasoning is completely wrong, but you're right, right? So you could be completely right on that. And so I think when you talk about empiricism, and again, you talk about things that have predictability, right? So like I use a model, and when I use this model over and over and over and over and over again, repeated in different times, you can't isolate variables. So you can't really know for certain, right, that this is what's going on. And it could be a hotshot fallacy, right, where we assume that there's a factor we're ignoring the entire time, or that we're unaware of, and that factor could randomly change, and then the predictability could instantaneously evaporate, and we would just be wrong and not know why. But nevertheless, many of these things have been shown to have repeatability and predictability, right? And so there's a kind of like an approximation one does in their head that says this is probably true, right? Like evidence seems to support this thing. That is all empiricism is that empiricism says that evidence supports, and it doesn't make truth claims. Sometimes they try to make truth claims, but yeah.
Way earlier in the conversation, we agreed that science has an ability to tend towards truth. Insofar as social sciences have an ability to disprove theories which are in disalignment with reality, would we not expect that these models tend towards truth? especially when we're talking about like again, we're talking about some of the strongest causal evidence that economics has ever been able to marshal in its history. There have been more causal studies in the last 5 years than the last 500.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah. So I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, like we've gotten more sophisticated models in research, and of course we've proven things to be true that are unequivocally false, right? Like, you know, current like Krugman and one other guy, I think, you know, just got like a Nobel Prize, I think, for proving that that minimum wage increases don't have a downward pressure on employment, which is just provably not true. Like, we know that logically it can't be true, and yet they're winning Nobel Prizes for things that are provably not true.
This is actually a good example because
the numbers said so.
Well, yeah, because the numbers say so across causal studies. We literally, minimum wage is perfect because this is a one where I think there are literally 1,500 causal studies on minimum wages that we're talking about nowadays in modern meta studies, and the average effect they find on unemployment is nil. It's like minus 0.01, not significant. So to me, that seems like, hey, every time we've examined this causally, not every time, on average, when we've examined this causally, the effect is nil. Why would we therefore conclude that our logic must be right? Why would we not say, hey, this model aligns with everything we've observed? Why is it not that this is probably closer to truth?
Two reasons. The first reason being that, again, empiricism is utilizing pattern recognition to attempt to ascertain the truth, just like ChatGPT, right? If I'm an expert on something and I know that something's wrong, ChatGPT might be wrong, right? But ChatGPT is better than the average person, right? You muted yourself.
How do you know? How do you know that? I am getting mad. How do you know that the praxeological approach is right? No. How do you know?
You wouldn't let me fucking get to it. You kept fucking telling me I had to go back to fucking collective action when I kept wanting to talk about minimum wage. Did you not? Like, were you not like, no, let's go back to education. Let's go back to research studies. Now you brought it back to minimum wage. Am I going to be allowed to talk about minimum wage, or are we going to go back to collective action? Like, how many times are we going to bounce back and forth? Come on.
Shoot, go ahead. Yeah, talk about minimum wage.
Right. So I mean, we talked about empiricism, right? We, like, you recognize that you believe it gets closer to truth, right? It's important that you recognize a hotshot fallacy, right? That even if something is shown to be true over and over and over again, if you're not actually determining causality, you're only looking at.
But these are all causal studies. That's the point.
It doesn't fucking matter. You can't determine causality that way.
Okay, how can you determine causality?
A fucking causal study.
If you think that social sciences are sciences, why do you think that it's not possible to determine causality in economics? Because that's what you're saying. You're saying something that we've studied 1,500 times cannot possibly be causally correct, right? So how could I ever trust that?
You're getting debate broy on me, all right? Right? That's fun. I'm trying to explain this, right? I'm trying to explain this. So the first thing is the hotshot fallacy, right? You understand that, so that's fine. We'll move on. The second thing to understand is that you cannot determine causality. You can only determine an historical fact. Just because it's a really complicated study, right, with a fairly high degree of predictability, doesn't make it a causal study magically.
It's just
it's not even a randomized controlled trial, which is better in sociology and psychology, right? You're even less likely to get accurate information that it isolates variables in economic studies.
Okay, so just to get at this very directly, what do you think the difference between any of the causal methods used, like IV, DID, whatever, in economics is from other economic studies?
So what is the difference between the causal studies in economics and the non-causal studies in economics?
Yes, because you're saying essentially they can't actually derive causality. So what do you think the difference is, and why does it not lead to causal inference?
So I guess I don't quite understand your question, because I don't think either of them are capable of causal things. So I guess you're trying to test my knowledge of how the economic studies are done for like a gotcha moment. Is it like I'm just curious?
Okay,
I don't understand.
Even more
broad. The question is I don't get it.
Sure. So the methods I'm referring to are called differences in differences. I'm forgetting. Yeah. I would have mentioned the name, but there's a formalized better method of it recently. Anyway, differences in differences and instrumental variable analysis. And so differences in differences, what it tries to do is, the way you can think of it is you take two cases. one case where an event occurs and one case where an event does not occur. So an example would be a minimum wage law is passed in a county or it is not passed in a county. And you compare that county to the other county, which were
differences and differences. Yeah, we changed those in the 90s, but it's fine.
Well, I'm just that's how we start. And then modern models extrapolate on that by not comparing one case to another case, but by comparing one case to an amalgamation of like 15 million other cases, which were matched based on how similar they were, which is strengthening this analogy. So you have something which looks like the Frankenstein of the exact same county versus the actual county. How did employment change? Right. And employment doesn't change for shit. So to me, this seems to be as close as you're ever going to get for accounting for every other factor that you could think of that's causing.
So we used to do differences in cities and states that were similar, right? So you would do New York City would have an increase, and then you would have you might do like Chicago or something, right? And then and we found over and over and over and over and over again, that the research showed that when you increase minimum wage, it affects the labor market. It was like hundreds of studies that showed the differences studies as you're describing them, right? And then in the late 90s and early 2000s, we were like, well, what we really should do is we should do things that are like more communally, like similar, right? Because it's problematic to compare like New York and Chicago, even though they might have like similar racial metrics or they might have similar economic metrics, et cetera. There's a very different culture. They're affected by different state laws, et cetera. And so then what would happen is you would do like New York compared to like northern New Jersey, right? And then what they ended up finding was that there was more variance, but that they were more likely to say that there was no effect, right? Modern studies, as you're talking about, what they do is they attempt to grab every demographic piece of information that they possibly can and then create like a computer simulation of the exact same city, but without this difference. So you're doing the best that you can with technology and like modern research programs to get to the kind of the praxeological statement, right? Of like all other things being equal.
I just want to say there are also a significant number of other methodologies. So there are very few places where minimum wages have been rolled out randomly, but there are places where the rise in the minimum wage has been pseudo-random. So for example, there are places where there wasn't, say, a federal minimum wage in Germany, and then there was a federal minimum wage, but there were previously state level minimum wages. And so the raises were very different based on different states. And so we exploit the differences there.
Yeah,
and
Germany
again,
is a famous example.
Again, it's very easy to point to, hey, there's a bunch of other things that could differ between these states. I'm just trying to say that all of your methodological concerns are true. Nothing that we're saying here is absolute truth, but we're coming as close as possible in all of these methodological approaches. DID, and I don't know of any IV instrumental variable minimum wage studies, but whatever. I'm just trying to say, like, all of your concerns, hey, maybe there's another confounder. Maybe there's another cause of the change here. Doesn't seem to work when we have such a large number of causal studies in so many different places, accounting for so many variables. It would require there to be an unobservable across all of these instances, right? Which is just as absurd as the number we're talking about.
Right. You believe that you can override logic via empiricism that is based on, and this is a problem, right? This is an issue. Like, I understand it seems silly. It's like these big brain people, they've developed these models, and these models say from these big brain people over and over and over again that you're wrong. Like, why do you still cling to the fact that you're right in this situation? The logic that you haven't let me walk through, right? But it's fine. Like, you ought to be able to figure it out in your head anyways at this point from the amount of conversations we've had, which is very simple, right? That there must be a downward pressure on the labor market when you increase minimum wage. It can't. Now hear me out. I want to get through this, right? Because you say over and over and over again, this doesn't work, this doesn't work, this doesn't work. Here's the interesting thing about how empiricism and models like this can, stop it, relax, olive branch time. They can, right, show what might not be a flaw in your logic, but also it is also true that sometimes, right, that you see this evidence over and over and over again, and it challenges your assertion over and over and over again. And you go, maybe there's something else that I'm forgetting or that isn't being captured, right? And so what I would surmise is a hypothesis, right? We should test this hypothesis via empiricism, right? But I would test, because I have no problem with utilizing empiricism. I just have a problem with saying that it can override actual truth derived from logic. So what I would say is that what seems to be the thing is that I notice a trend in economic studies on minimum wage specifically, where a lot of the older studies, there was large gaps in minimum wage, right? Minimum wage would jump up pretty significantly. And modern ways that minimum wage rolls out, that the state rolls out, tends to be much more incremental than it was before. Furthermore, I would also state that the state's minimum wage has been kind of on a back burner in a lot of countries, European countries, but especially like America, has been on the back burner in terms of keeping up with inflation and cost of living. And so we do know for a fact that it can be logically derived that minimum wage increase, a price floor, is going to price people out. It can't not, right? Like if someone makes $2 an hour at a job, and then minimum wage is instantly made to $4 an hour. You haven't changed the value of labor of the person that was making $2 an hour. And so at some point, some of those people, their labor is no longer worth the price floor. Like it can't be anything but that. But how bad is that effect? And so I would surmise that many of these studies, what they're not appropriately capturing is either, like almost all of them are going to be adjusted for inflation. But I don't know that all of them are accurately showing the actual change in value of labor, which is basically impossible to determine over time in terms of the labor market and the actual demand within the labor market, right? Like there's a lot of other factors too, which they do account for, like, how many people have dropped out of the labor market, the labor participation rate, et cetera. But I don't think that they're accurately determining the changes in the value of labor. And I would wonder if that might be the confounding variable.
So you mentioned a bunch of confounders. Just to briefly go through them, you mentioned
most of them are going to be, like I said, they're going to be tracked.
Well, like
inflation and labor participation rate.
One of them would be inflation. Studies of inflation and minimum wages generally find that it's really small, something like 100 times smaller to 50 times smaller than the amount of the wage raised. I can send some studies on that. You mentioned a confounder of
No, pause. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying the minimum wage is causing the inflation, right? Which it is going to be minimal. It is going to cause it to some degree, but often not. I'm talking about the fact that minimum wage hasn't kept up with inflation rate.
Yes,
that the actual value of the market, which I said also they would account for in most studies. Anyways.
So yeah, in a lot of studies,
inflation isn't a one-to-one science either.
Well, so pulling back a little bit from that, then, I was just going to go through the list and say those don't clearly work. But what I wanted to point to is that, like, there is also competing logic for minimum wages. You were pointing to the very simple classic demand curve that companies demand X labor at this amount at this price, and therefore, since you're raising the price, companies will demand less labor. But one of the, again, interesting empirical observations that we've seen from the research on minimum wages is that minimum wages do cause unemployment in competitive, well-functioning labor markets. But they don't cause unemployment in less competitive labor markets, and they actually increase employment in low-functioning labor markets, which is consistent with the monopsony model of labor, that companies coerce workers by, basically, they're the only game in town, or there's very few games in town. They lower wages below what they should be, and so in fact, fewer people work than would because they can't afford to work for wages that low. So they leave town, or they just don't work at all because it's below their reserve wage.
Factor? What's the other factor in that equation? What's the other monetary factor in that equation? It's a big one when we're talking about low skill, low wage labor.
Price? I actually don't know what you're trying to go for.
Welfare, government aid, government assistance. This is the big factor that interrupts the low wage, low skill market, right? Like Walmart knows they can force you to work for $8 an hour and teach you how to get on food stamps. And then of course they also know that minimum wage hike, some people are just going to drop out of the fucking labor market because it's cheaper to get TANF.
So something that we observed over the last period, like 2, 3, 4, 5 years, is the tightest labor market we've observed in about 20, 30 years. What we observed is that in that tight labor market, when workers have more power to demand higher wages than almost any time in recent memory, they've raised wages enormously, which is exactly what minimum wage laws do. They artificially raise wages from companies which are keeping it artificially low. Now that the requirements for labor, that there's more,
they're keeping them artificially low. What do you mean?
They're paying workers.
What do you mean by artificially low?
So I shouldn't say they're paying as low as they can based on the ability that they have to coerce
which
people.
They always should do, right? Of course.
Well, yeah.
Sorry,
I shouldn't say
good.
artificially. I should say I should say suboptimally low, because having more people employed, producing more, having higher consumption for everyone is generally a better thing. So what I would just point to is that like the explanation we have here is maybe it's welfare.
How are you hating that? That's silly. That's such a silly thing to just like posit as true.
Well, because we've actually observed it. We've observed that as labor has gotten really scarce, wages have enormously risen, which is exactly in line with what monopsony theory would indicate. That
right. But you could make labor even more scarce and make the market more competitive, right? Like there are plenty of like you just threw away like you're just like, oh, my leftist values are correct, right? Like you could like a Christian could come in here, for example, and talk about women leaving the workforce. And if women left the workforce en masse to like do part-time work, right, you would have a much more competitive labor market, right? But you wouldn't support that. They would, right? Like obviously. Like you wouldn't support like a law, let's say, that says women aren't allowed to work more than 20 hours a week because they need to be home raising children. Right, but it would cause a more competitive labor market that would be good for workers.
Competitive labor market is not the only thing we care about. I agree. However, I'm trying to say that just from the like when we're debating minimum wage, the things that we always care about are inflation, employment, and wages. And if the employment doesn't go down, if the inflation barely goes up, and wages go in, and I know that you also care deeply about like the poor business owners, which have to pay their workers more, a living wage.
I care about the worker making good money, instead of the government forcing them into poverty. Socialists like you that ruin
why do we not? Okay, so again, this is one of those things where it feels like when all the empirical evidence lines up with I want to pull back a bit. Your argument is, hey, there's this logical model. It's supply and demand. Wages go up, therefore employment goes down. But we don't observe that. And there's a competing model also based on pretty basic logic. Like this has been derived even by people from like Milton Friedman types have been like, yeah, maybe monopsony can explain minimum wage like discrepancy, why wages can go up even though employment doesn't go down. It seems like, hey, here's another logical model. Why should we prefer your logical model to our logical model? That's the argument I'm trying to get at. You say that yours is derived from basic principles, but there is no clear link between people have preferences to there can be no monopsony power, for example.
I'm trying to understand where you think that I don't have where I don't believe that monopsony power in a non-free market economy, right, where corporations are protected by the state with horrible things like welfare that protect them and things like OSHA and things that, you know, presumably work for workers' rights, but protect large corporations at the behest of competition in the market and helping the little guy. Like, why would I say that doesn't occur, that doesn't have a negative effect?
No. What I'm trying to
I would just say my solution isn't more government involved in less free market principles, because the government caused a problem and now we're going to create this new economic model to talk about how the government caused this problem, which then sells us a solution of more government. Like that's bad.
Yeah, there isn't more government versus less government. I also want more government intervention to break up monopolies because I also want less monopsony power. So yeah, there are multiple solutions to monopsony.
That ever worked?
But trying to when has monopoly breakup worked? Like most of the Bell telephone like was an enormous breakup. It was probably bad because it cut basic research funding, but like it was good for the consumer.
You have a bad one? Well, you have one that was created in the 1930s as a government monopoly that they created, and then they split it up, and now we have Verizon.
I mean, what was it? It was I'm trying to. It was like the precursors of Exxon, for example. Like it's probably a good thing.
Standard Oil?
Yeah, it was that, but it became okay. It's probably a good thing. There's more gas companies. I don't actually have many examples on hand.
Monopoly breakups have never fucking worked, and they've never been good. And every instance that the government has come in to step in, they were already falling apart because monopolies or monopsony is a little different when we're talking about the labor market. But monopolies, right, they just don't work. They're short-term things.
So I wanted to stay on a point before we get to like the solution to monopsony. You admitted.
I know, we still got collective action.
No, you admitted that in a world with a monopsony, the labor market would be affected differently by a rise in wages, right? So why is it not logical to therefore conclude that maybe minimum wages could raise employment?
So, I mean, so you're saying, why is it not logical, since we have a mixed market economy, which we know is less effective, that mixed market economy might lead to a different logic, because the logic I'm using is one that is based upon a free market, right? And that, why wouldn't I then recognize that there might be, I'm fine with recognizing that, because human action and choice is limited by the state, right? And that the state violates people's autonomy and rights, that it changes market interactions in such a way that there is a possibility, right? Again, empirical evidence aside, that there is a possibility that the market behaves differently, or that we could use a praxeological approach to understanding how that market would. I'd have to think about it and map it out, the economics of it a little bit more. But you just as easily could derive at that, if that is true, from a praxeological position, right? The empirics of it are kind of irrelevant to where. Yeah, I'd have to map it out, but like, there's no reason that this couldn't be done from an Austrian perspective of looking at state interference in the market and how that changes human behavior, human action.
This, it seems like a critical failure of praxeology then, that you have two possible conclusions. One is that minimum wages will necessarily reduce unemployment. One is that they might raise unemployment. So these are directly contradictory conclusions. And the question is, how do you choose between them? When Friedman spoke...
No. That's not.
How do you choose between these conclusions in praxeology?
No, what I was saying is I would have to investigate it. So first of all, I'm not an Austrian economist, right? I'm a fucking AnCap,
Sure, but how would an Austrian economist decide between these conclusions? Right. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Well, again, I'm not an Austrian economist, but if I were, right, if I were like a great Austrian economist, and there was indeed a logical difference in terms of state involvement, well, that we may be able to look at human behavior and how human behavior has changed. It doesn't invalidate that the position, all other things being equal, right? It can be true, right, that the market is so fascistic, right, that it behaves in such a way that is different than it would in a free market, and that we have to account for those variables when understanding how human choice changes in those things. I still doubt the argument at all in terms of monopsomies, that pressure is overall has an upward pressure on the labor market when you make a price floor. I'd have to look at the research and then kind of like map it out, right? Because again, I'm not an economist, and thinking about it on the fly, I don't want to make any predictions one way or the other, right? But it wouldn't necessarily invalidate one if a market was so fascistic that, human behavior was done in such a way that they made different choices.
Well, so what I'm trying to get at is that it sounds like you agree that it is possible in a world with high monopsony power for minimum wages to raise employment. So
anything's fucking possible, dude. But I'm not
sure. But that's what I'm trying to get at.
That this is a truth.
If derivation can only tell you that there are three possibilities, minimum wages either raise, lower, or don't affect unemployment, then it sounds like the logical derivation isn't that useful, because you need some way to choose between those conclusions. And how do you choose? It's the empirical evidence, right? Like that's the point. If you can't obviously logically derive one single conclusion, you need a way to choose. What method of choosing do you point to?
The Scotch is really silly because it doesn't make any sense, because you're saying you can't logically choose this, right? Like, I can't on the fly as a non-economist. That doesn't mean that it can't be done. Number one. Number two, again, it doesn't make your system somehow more valuable or more predictive just because when we know for a fact that it can't predict. It only appears to predict. Again, it's hot shot fallacy. It can be 90%.
How do we know that it's only appearing to? No. I want to get you on this. How do we know it's only appearing to predict if you admitted one of the possibilities is what it's predicting? You can't say that prediction is wrong when you said it's possible.
No, it can be accidentally right, just like your grandmother can be accidentally right.
You can't be saying praxeology could be accidental. Oh my god, you can't be at the point where
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that empirical evidence where you cannot isolate variables, where you cannot compare like terms, and instead you use models and mathematics to try and get at a certain to try and reach a conclusion. Sometimes the data is cooked, more often than not it's not, right? But nevertheless, the problem is that when you're attempting to use something that can establish truth and can't isolate for variables, you can be lucky, you can guess the right things. But the problem is that you don't know what undergirds the predictability of that statement. You're throwing numbers in the dark and seeing what sticks. And you do that enough times, just like you do with ChatGPT, and you get, like I said, a natural language processing model that is better than your typical human at answering questions. But it doesn't make it right, and it doesn't mean that one of those foundations that you're completely unaware of just instantaneously rots away. And so it's a bad thing to try and make truth claims off of.
So what's frustrating, sorry, I shouldn't say what's frustrating. I agree with everything you said, that models can't be perfectly true. There could be like fallacious data. It could be confounding, all this. At the same time, I ask you how to choose between like which model, and you can't give an answer to that one. Like you can't say clearly.
I didn't.
Well, I know, but that's what I'm trying to say. If you don't have a method for picking models, then of what use is the economic theory? That's the point.
You're throwing things that haven't occurred. What do you mean I don't have a method for picking models? You said there's massive evidence that this thing occurs, right? I say I doubt that. And then you said, is it possible that that your logic could be wrong in a market that is heavily fascistic, and you're utilizing logic
the one we exist in.
Market? That doesn't apply to the market, right? Yes.
It applies to the thing we live in.
I said, yes, it's possible that I, the non-economist, right? The person that is just talking about economic theories as they are in terms of my political persuasion on a whole bunch of things that you were online kind of like attacking and like kind of saying things that weren't true, right? And I was like, well, let's talk about it. Let's get into it. Let's discuss. Yes, I, the streamer turned YouTuber that like lost my editor and needs an editing rig, dude in my fucking bedroom, right? Couldn't immediately say with 100% certainty that, oh, I don't know, I'd have to like talk to an expert on this, right? Doesn't mean that I am incapable of doing such a thing, and doesn't somehow magically validate empiricism over logic.
I'm not asking you to, in the moment, be like, I've proved it. I've logically proved that only one of these models are possible. What I've asked you to do, and what you haven't been able to do, is point to the method that you would approve of for choosing between those models. Because the only method that you've pointed to as a possibility is, hey, maybe someone could logically derive that only one of these is possible. Okay, maybe, but the fact is that both of these are possible. Like I would just tell you bluntly, it is like derivable from the exact same premises of supply and demand, that in a monopsonistic labor market, there's a different outcome. If that is possible, if there's no way to disprove that like monopsony exists or whatever, then this is a possible outcome. So
okay, well, first of all, the disproving of first you'd have to establish that this monopsony is the actual cause. I mean, like, again, which you can't do with empirical evidence. Obviously, you can only establish historical facts. So we don't know any of those claims. And so yeah, the reason you would prefer praxeological approaches to these is that by understanding human behavior and being able to logically deduce how humans will act in a scenario, so long as they are acting towards their rational preferences, you are able to determine how individuals will act in a market. Now, yeah, there are going to be things that there are going to be limits to what that can tell us, right? Like that's not going to be able to tell us, you know, what the stock market looks like in 2 years, right? Like and I'm okay with that, right? I'm okay with that. And again, it's very similar to how I would describe the non-aggression principle in terms of moral domains. Is very similar to how I approach Austrian economics, which is that if Austrian economics can show logically that a thing must be true or a thing must be false, right? Then no research predictive model that's establishing historical facts is gonna convince me otherwise, because it's illogical. And it's ChatGPT giving me a wrong answer. More often than not, ChatGPT gives me the right answer. Sometimes it says dumb shit, and I'm like, that's not true. That's fucking, you broke there, right? And that just happens.
Okay, I'll ask maybe two questions, and then I probably need to wrap this up at some point. But
yeah, I mean, it's been a long interview. Or discussion or whatever.
The first would be, how would an expert, like if there were an expert Austrian economist, and let's say they could not logically prove that one of these models was the only possible one. They could not logically prove that the non-monopsonistic one, and they could not logically prove that just the monopsonistic one was the right one. Therefore, they could not logically prove whether the minimum wage would increase or decrease employment. How would they determine the truth? In a system where they can't make a logical derivation.
They wouldn't, and you wouldn't.
I mean, I would. That's the whole point. I'm picking a model.
Just claim it. You would just claim it. You would just claim a historical fact as a fact of reality and as a fact of human behavior in markets.
Okay, and this is maybe the second thing.
And that's the problem, is that you're not studying human behavior. You're just looking at empirical patterns, saying this pattern has been repeated. And that's okay to say that this pattern has been repeated. Maybe that tells us something. Maybe that's worthy of integrating that pattern is a historical fact, and it allows us to elucidate and discover new possibilities. I'm not against empirical evidence informing the way that we spend time gathering information and making policy decisions, so long as those policy decisions always reduce power and size and the scope of the state, but like other decisions, at a private level, right? I'm not against any of those things, but you don't get to just claim truth.
I know, but that's the thing. I'm not claiming absolute truth. I'm claiming that inductively, this is the probabilistic truth. True. Well, yeah, I don't want to. We usually don't add. I think that under a probabilistic model, this is 99% true. There's some caveats. Of course, the evidence is weak. There's causal caveats to everything. You just say yeah, it's true, just for the purpose of communication. I get that. Maybe that's the colloquial definition of true. Should I say something else that would make you happy? Like this is in line with the empirical evidence, because I'll say that too.
No. This is what you're saying. This is what you're saying. And it's really simple. And you seem to be. It almost seems silly that you're going in circles about this. I don't know. It seems disingenuous to a certain degree. I don't know. Maybe it isn't. Maybe we're just that fundamentally different, right? In our worldviews. I don't know. But I say A equals B, B equals C, therefore A equals C. And then you bring me 20 empirical studies, right?
And a model.
19 of these studies, right? And a different model, right? And 19 of these studies say things that don't deal with A equals B, B equals C, therefore A equals C. Then you bring me a study that has this giant amount of data and models and simulated differences compared to real differences and and all of these different things. It says probabilistically it's super close to the truth, and what it says is that A equals B, B equals C, A does not equal C.
But it doesn't.
And what I'm telling you is I can look you in the fucking face and say that if it says that, it's wrong. It can't be right. If it says A equals B, B equals C, but A does not equal C, it's logically fucking wrong. And that's the only claim praxeology makes, is that there are certain things in human behavior that do occur. And that when your models say that they don't, you're wrong.
So the problem here is not an internal contradiction. It's not A equals B, B equals C, but C doesn't equal A. The problem is that it doesn't work with your previously derived axioms. But the reason that I keep bringing up that, hey, there's another model here, is that I'm trying to bring up that there's a jump. There's some point and a logic jump where you get to preferences, and those lead to demand curves. And the fact that demand curves exist does not mean that all demand curves are the same. That's the argument I've been trying to give. That, hey, in a monopsonistic supply and demand curve, higher wages would mean higher employment. So the argument I'm trying to give is this isn't an internal contradiction. It is a different, I would just point to maybe as an end note in this one. The last study that I sent in your Discord DMs is
my Discord. What?
I've been sending you a few studies through the debate, but I sent you.
Oh, dude, I have not been looking.
No.
I have no idea. That
don't worry.
A mountain of shit.
I know. Don't bother looking at them during the debate. I don't.
I'm so sorry that I've been not seeing.
No. It's because it's muted when you're in a call, I think, or in stream mode or whatever.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
I'm not trying to do this as an owner or whatever. I'm saying if you want to
so much here. There's so much for anyone watching live or on my YouTube later once I upload. There's so much. There's like 3. Like I just scroll through 3 fucking scrolls to get through the shit.
I apologize. Yeah, there's a bunch of images too. I just felt the last one that I sent. The last one I sent is Azar et al. 2019, and it really indicates well what I'm trying to point to with the monopsony model. That picture that shows up there, what you'll see is that for 3 categories of worker who were affected by a lot of minimum wage increases, for the bottom, the most dense, the most monopsonistic labor markets, the elasticity of employment with respect to the minimum wage was negative. That's a lot of gobbledygook to say minimum wage went up, employment went up. But you'll notice the elasticity is positive for the top least monopsonistic markets. Those are the most competitive ones. In the most competitive markets, employment went down because of the minimum wage, which is exactly in line with this monopsonistic model. So I'm just trying to point to all this as like, hey, we have a bunch of data, not just on minimum wages not raising employment, but even very specific stuff that like exactly in line with monopsonistic predictions. Go ahead.
Let me look at this real quick, right? So just for those watching, like, actually, there's no need. I can share it on the screen, but right. So if I'm looking at this right here, right, what you're seeing is there was a downward pressure on the labor market in the most competitive markets, and in those, like, let's say Walmart or something, right, like which is the number 1 employer in America. Jesus Christ, fucking hate Walmart. Everybody should stop shopping at Walmart unless you're poor. I know it's my privilege speaking or whatever to all you fucking lefty fucks. I don't give a fuck. Like, just fucking go to Target where all the white women are. All right, come on, just do it. Or somewhere else, you know, if you don't like Target, or your local grocery store. I don't know. Go to farmers market, but those are really expensive. But anyways, right. So again, I'd have to look at the claim of the research, right? And like, I have no problem personally, right, with saying that a market has been captured to such a degree that it's so socialist that it has become that it no longer works upon the logic of free market principles. Again, I'd have to look at this research. It's just a fucking picture right now, and I'd have to look at it, right? But even still, if that were the case, like, it wouldn't change. It might change the claims of like unemployment, right? But it still wouldn't change the understanding of the claims, right? So like if for example, like we go back to a supply and demand curve, right? We go back just one step, you know, in terms of the logic tree, and we look at it and we realize that, well, why is it that the monopsonies, right, where a town only has 1 employer, et cetera, right? Because that's what we're talking about for any of the, you know, economically, you know, not super with it. We're just talking about 1 employer as opposed to like, at least in the labor market, that's what we're talking about.
In that study, it's not just 1 employer. It's like a spectrum, but it's usually like 1 to 2 at the bottom tercile. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, when we say 1 in monopoly or 1 in monopsony, what we really mean is a majority of the market share. So it can be 1, 2, 3, but it means non-competitive, right? Like, there's not 100, 200 employers in your local area, right? Like, there's Walmart came into town and destroyed every mom and pop store that exists, and now Walmart pays everybody half of what they used to make at the local hardware store to work at fucking Walmart, and we're all happy because things are cheaper. You know, whatever. But sorry. And so, like, yeah, I mean, like, the question then would be like, well, why did this occur, and why does it seem to go in the face of the logic that we would be espoused in terms of an praxeological assumption that a minimum wage increase would do that. And what I would likely predict, if it is more than just, if it actually is a pattern, it is a thing, and it isn't just like some other variable came in at that. If I'm trying to understand what the other variable is, right? I mean, I would guess, again, I would have to go to like maybe potentially welfare things, or even more so, maybe there is like a cutoff for these programs. And so, you know, that has some effect. It'd be interesting to look at. I do want to read this study and learn. Oh shit, I like showed the whole thing. My bad. Not that there was anything bad there, but
yeah, all of our secrets.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting. It would be interesting to look at it, right? For sure. I'll have to look at that research and get back to you on it. Because it is an interesting thing. Like, again, it just shows a historical fact. It doesn't show anything beyond that. But again, I'm also not saying that you're muted.
It's all good.
Oh, you're talking to fucking chat. Fuck you.
I said one thing.
No, but like, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just, hey, chat. Fuck you. But no, yeah, again, it doesn't, even if it, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm floundering because I'm looking for the right words here, but it's not like I'm like lost in the sauce or anything. It's just late. Yeah, no, I have no problem with recognizing that predictions of Austrian economics can sometimes be off, right? But the question is, and then the question then has to be why? Because just like there can be confounding variables in empirical evidence, there can be confounding variables if you're assuming something to be true that isn't true, right? Logically, like you'd have to be assuming A is true and it's not there.
I would love to have a debate between an Orthodox Marxist and an Austrian like you, because like, and this will be maybe the most debate bro-y thing I'll say. This sounds very much like Austrian economics or Marxism can't fail. It can only be failed. That like, yeah, its predictions might have been completely bunk, but maybe that's just because society was so complicated and all these weird variables we didn't consider. And sometimes that's fair, but like when you're claiming to have something which explains the entire economy from pure logical observation, as a lot of Marxists like de facto do, they almost operate on presuppositionalist a priori logic similar, based on labor theory value and falling rate of profit. I would just love to have
falling
that.
I would love to see a Marxist get mad at me about empiricism in terms of falling rate of profit. Like, all right, bro, like, have you seen it ever? Have you ever seen it?
It has.
Right? No, like I understand. So there's this interesting thing, right? And this isn't me making like a deep economic argument. This is just outro-y, right? But there's this interesting thing where I do think that empiricism and consequentialism are very intuitive. They're the easiest things for anybody to adopt, right? Like without a doubt, because it just makes sense with the way that you view the world, right? Because you view the world as like, I don't want bad things to happen. I have these values of bad things and good things, and so I want to avoid the bad things. And so like that's how I derive my morality. And the same thing is true of economic data. But the problem is that you openly admitted multiple times that it isn't a truth claim, right? It's only a probabilistic truth claim. And then you said, and so I guess your goal then shifted. Interestingly enough, not at like attacking human action, because we kind of fell into the weeds on that, right? But instead at the predictability of something, the ability to actually tell the future and something. And so like, I would say, and I know this is going to sound so silly, like clip it and ship it, right? It's going to sound so silly, but Austrian economics can actually be right and be less predictable than empirical data sets, right? Like I would say that Austrian economics can use logic, and then people attempt to derive predictions, and those predictions are completely fucking wrong because they're utilizing a framework of things that aren't true. Right? Which is to say that Austrian economics says, if A exists, then B happens, right? And then you kind of assume that A exists and A doesn't exist, right? Like we're not in a free market. Like A isn't a thing, right? And the empiricist is taking in every data set and plugging them into more and more complicated models. And as those models get more and more complicated, and as AI is able to do things for us so that math becomes less tedious, because if anybody's ever done statistics, like in a research class in like grad school or something, you'll know that it's like, why can I not just do this in SPSS? And they're like, because you need to learn how to do it the right way first. And
that's
you're like,
true. Everyone should learn how to use it in R. That's correct. That's true.
It's like, just let me plug it into SPSS, right? And so it's like they get more and more complicated. So like it wouldn't surprise me if we kind of get into this place where, just like AI with ChatGPT, where it's getting better than the average person on the street at giving you appropriate information, that empirical research is more accurate than logically derived things that actually can tell truth. But the problem is that those truths don't tell us enough about the complexities of the market. And neither does ChatGPT or empirical evidence, because it can't do so, but it becomes probabilistically pretty fucking accurate most of the time. So it's very interesting kind of new world we're moving into.
I might just, so I was going to try and wrap it up. I'll just say as like a closing thought and then ask you for your closing and your shill and whatnot. Like embrace,
I'm just talking.
Embrace the inductive. Like I think that a very big thing for me has been rejecting the idea of absolute truths. There are very, very, very few things that I can can be derived from first principles, and that rejecting that and embracing the empirics, embracing the inductive reasoning, embracing causal evidence will set you free from all the traps of having to defend a theory which cannot be failed. But I'll absolutely have your outro. Sorry for making it a little bit confrontational, and make sure to shout out where people can find you.
It's an AnCap and a socialist talking together. The fact that neither of us screamed at each other in 3 hours is enough. All right, 3.5 hours.
Just a little.
Yeah. So
as a treat.
I mean, there's some interrupting, but there's none of that. Yeah. What I would say is that praxeology is the only form of science that can be utilized to derive truth in economics. That doesn't necessarily mean that it gives us as much information that we would want in the market. And so like, I have no problem with Chicago School or, I think, modern monetary theory people are just fucking psychos. They're going to fucking watch the world burn with craziness. Like just more GDP and we can fucking steal all the wealth. And, we can keep pumping trillions into the petrodollar and everything will be fine. We don't need green energy because we have GDP. They're crazy psychos. Don't listen to them. But like in terms of like Chicago School people and even some of the Keynesians and stuff, they have models that are interesting, that give us interesting ways of looking at things and tend to show patterns. And as technology and these models get better, we're going to see patterns that do have predictive power. And all the AnCaps will get mad at me and say I'm horrible for saying that, right? But no, there's predictive power. The problem is that they're not true predictive power, because at any moment the foundation can be ripped from them because a variable that they're not aware of, that they didn't calculate for, changes because time changes. And there's a constancy problem that in economics, it is not a natural science. It does occur over time. There's subjectivism is a part of individual interactions in the market. I go to work and I see a hot dog stand at 9:00 in the morning and they're $3 and I go, that's fucking disgusting. Right. And then I go inside and I work until it's lunchtime and I come outside and I'm starving and that hot dog smell fucking hits my nose. And before I know it, I'm like, oh my God, only $3 for a hot dog. Right. And this is the thing is that like individuals in the marketplace radically change how they purchase, what they buy, what they want, what they do within hours. And so this idea that like, establishing historical facts shows truth is not true. But to be fair to SDL, he didn't claim that it was anything other than probabilistically true. And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with saying, hey, this is likely true. We got a lot of evidence for this. I just think that, again, at any one moment, it could be radically changed and all of what we thought was true is untrue. And you can't untrue logic. You can't, like, things that are logically derived just are true. So I'm Fabian Liberty. Find me at Fabian Liberty on YouTube, etc. But yeah, empiricism is bad. Don't use empiricism in economics. All right. One last thing. And this is a really important thing, a small thing. I'll be quick. All right. I promise. I know that's probably a lot, but I'll try. Listen, the sneaky thing that they don't tell you about empiricism, this is the most important thing, is that it's through empiricism that you get to try all of the horrible, fascistic, socialist, murderous economic policies over and over and over again. Because when you realize that logically, minimum wage in a free market has a downward pressure on labor, right? And then all of a sudden you realize that it's stupid to get involved in that form of the market or to put price floors. But when you're the socialist and you have empiricism, every time they fail, every time people starve, every time they destroy the value of currency and cause massive amounts of inflation, they get to go, well, that actually isn't what happened. Or, oh, that variable you didn't account for. And it'll be different because we'll account for it this time. And that's the real problem with empiricism, is that because they know that it's only a guess at the truth. And it allows them to try ideological presuppositions that are against your rights, against freedom, against your liberty, and against your consent, that they get to rape you economically and from a governmental standpoint over and over and over again. And this is the philosophy that they use to justify those systems. And so you should run away from it at all costs.
I would just say, as a closer, and then I'll end it. Thank you so much for coming on, Fabian. It was actually a pretty pleasurable 3.5-hour conversation about empiricism, the nature of epistemology, and economic schools. As a closer, I very much was inspired by Ernst Wigforss, who was the Swedish Social Democratic finance minister and one of the key theorists of the Swedish Social Democratic Party there, which did not, in fact, have many mass famines or mass sufferings of people and led to one of the most productive, happiest countries on earth. That all of life is an experiment, that nothing is sacred knowledge known from the very beginning, and that if we don't experiment, we will never make a society that pursues towards the goals we all want. A happier, healthier, more prosperous society for all. There is no truth but trying to build a better society by steps. So thank you again, Fabian.
Yeah, thank you. Also, I'm sneaking. Define definition, bitch.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, I'm going to bring on Roxy, and I'm going to disappear for like 3 minutes. Hello, Roxy.
Hello, am I going to entertain chat for you while you're gone?
You are going to entertain chat while I'm gone for about 3 seconds.
Okay. While you're gone for 3 seconds, okay. Hello, chat. I am Roxy. I am SDL's smartest friend. I am so based. I don't know what he didn't give me a lot of direction. He just told me to entertain you guys. That was some debate, right? How many of you have been here for 3.5 hours? I've been here the whole 3.5 hours. That was pretty intense. AnCaps, am I right? What are everyone's thoughts on that their conversation? I thought towards the end it was pretty funny. Holy shit, we're getting preacher. Oh yeah, it was so funny about how he kept calling it like fascistic, like the fact that like there's like a monopolistic model is like fascistic. I have no idea what the fuck he meant by that. It kind of like I can't drag you in. I'm in a Discord call with him. I don't know how to do that. Oh, that was so funny. I really want to ask him what he meant by the fact that it's fascistic or whatever. I also think it was very funny that he started going off on that tangent about how it's actually fascistic before SDL brought him back to be like, wait, actually, so you're admitting that actually that there is upward pressure on the labor market as a result of minimum wage increases. I thought that was very, very, very funny. I hope I'm doing a good job of entertaining chat. He didn't give me anything to work with. SDL didn't give me anything to work with. How are all you doing tonight? I hope all of you are ready for some debriefing. Liberal fascism must not win. I agree. Is it fascism when you don't have a perfectly competitive market economy? Who is to say, really? Hey, Dork, I also cannot drag you in because, again, this is a Discord call with SDL and my private DMs. I would happily drag you in, though. I would not drag in Econoboy though, because fuck that guy. I'm just kidding. Econoboy's pretty cool. Fabia believes monopsony is from the government, I think. Oh yeah, he thinks it's like why the fuck does he think that it's like it was so funny to me that he was like, I wonder if it's like if it's like a welfare or whatever. And it's like, no, it's just like the model predicts that under monopsony, like the employer is gonna like underprice labor or whatever the fuck. It's like a prediction of the model. Like you don't need like welfare there at all for the outcome to occur. So I think that was really funny that he was trying to like say that. I need to
drag them, Roxy. Drag them.
Oh, you're back. Hello.
Also, I'll be back in like 2 more minutes.
What the fuck, man? Okay. Anyways, I'm entertaining you for another 2 minutes. Please don't log off. You'll be back soon. I know that you did not come for me. You came for the socialist boy, but I can entertain you for 2 minutes. The most fascist country is North Korea, and it's also the most socialist country. Coincidence? I fucking agree, okay? Socialism is fascism. They are the same thing. The Nazis were National Socialists. So North Korea is the most fascist country because it is socialist. This is true. Fascism is when there is government interference in the market. It's kind of like a cult-like belief among AnCaps that monopolies only come out Oh yeah, that's so fucking funny. I have had so many arguments with AnCaps who are just sort of like resistant to the idea that like like natural monopolies could exist. Um, it's so fucking funny because like monopolies just occur in market conditions where there's like high barriers to entry. Like they just like naturally fucking happen. Um, Under like it's really funny because with like ISPs, for example, um, ISPs in America are extremely monopolistic because we don't have government intervention. Countries like France or South Korea have laws that force ISPs to let third-party ISPs use their infrastructure, and because of that, it's a more competitive economy because of government interference. So I think it's really funny that ANCAPs will insist that monopoly is when government interference. Um, Roxy, you have to say joking. I guess I have to say joking. I guess he's gonna correct me on something. I don't know. I'm not a fucking economist. I don't got an econ degree. Last mile problem. I don't know what the relevance is there. SDL, if you don't want me saying misinformation on your stream, you shouldn't have left me to supervise. I'm gonna say some more misinformation now. Trans rights. How about trans wrongs? Okay, we're not talking about trans wrongs enough. Um, about the fashion. Oh, okay. Um, um, I mean, as a social democrat, you know, when people say that social democracy is the left wing of fascism, I agree with them, and that's a good thing. Okay. Um, it is actually good that there's only two kinds of things. There's a pure libertarian, perfectly competitive market economies, and there's fascism. There's nothing else, no in between. Trans rights. Are we going on our anti-SJW arc here on the chat? SDL, what do you want me to fucking do? Fine, chat. I'm joking. I don't actually think that socialism is fascism. Okay, I'm joking. Trans rights are not biological rights. Actually, biological rights are trans rights. Ever think about that? Hi, Jimmy Neutron. I am entertaining chat while SDL is gone. Because he's a little fucking bitch, and he told me to entertain his chat while he left to go do something. I am waiting for him to come back. I'm hoping that viewership is not plummeting. Let's fucking see. How many viewers we got? How many viewers we got? Okay. We have not lost viewers yet, so I'm doing an okay job. SDL will be back momentarily. I think that social democrats should also be dropped from the helicopter. I shouldn't say that. Chats, don't give me don't give me bad ideas for things to say. I don't want to his stream taken down. Maybe I should. Syria is the only socialist country. True. SDL doesn't care about his viewers, actually. He offloaded this very important responsibility onto someone who doesn't even stream, okay? I do not have a stream. In the past I did, but then I got busy with school, so I don't anymore. SDL is a fucking bitch, and he fucking hates all of you, okay? That is why that is why he is subjecting you to me as punishment, because he hates you. I'm just kidding. SDL loves all of you very much. Palestine is literally communist. I think it's really funny how like Hamas and like Russia are like allies. It's really weird. People make jokes about the fucking.
Oh my God, Roxy! Did you even stop to breathe for the past 2 minutes?
I'm entertaining your chat. Okay, it's a very important job.
I'm not hating. I just literally nonstop. Queen. Okay, queen.
My skin. I was breathing through my skin so I could entertain chats.
That reminds me, chat. Y'all should like the goddamn stream. Every like you put on the stream is another viewer for more insane AnCap shenanigans. Okay, Roxy, you wanted to come on and talk about your epic W on the minimum wage modeling, and also about minimum wage question in general.
I was shadow debating him there. I was telling you what to say, and then you started saying it, and then he started like sputtering. It was so fucking funny.
I do actually agree with you. So one of the reasons I was making that argument flowchart is that I feel like if I can simplify it a bit, I feel like I could have, once he got through the logic of like scales of preference, I got into like, our preference is rational, and that got us into a debate about morality, and that got us into a debate about whether free will exists, and that got us into a debate that goes back like 4 million years and was never going to be resolved in a stream. But something that I think that was a bad choice. I think instead it would have been better to stick on the minimum wage and say, hey, here's an example where something occurs that the model says shouldn't occur. Why? Here's a logic that says otherwise that also works within your model. How do you pick? Like, that seemed to work really, really well.
I thought it was so silly that he was starting from like the identity laws and arriving at like the existence of supply and demand curves or whatever. And I don't know a lot about economic theories, but I do know a lot about research. And the way that it works in research is you have a model you think it works, supply and demand. It predicts that imposing a minimum wage will impose a price floor on the market. It'll cause demand to exceed supply, maybe the other way around, and then it causes unemployment. But then what happens is you look at it and you see that it's not happening. And this is where he was being kind of dumb. He was just being like, well, that can't be true. It must be like fucking like hotshot fallacy. And it's like, no, there's something weird going on here. So you investigate it and you come up with an alternate model. In this case, the monopsony model. And it's like, oh, okay, maybe this is what's going on. And then you investigate both of those, then you move forward. And it seems like you have data that indicates that basically exactly that, where it's under competitive market conditions, a minimum wage can drive down employment, but under more monopolistic conditions, it has the opposite effect. So in that case, the empirics point you in the direction of what's going on. He seemed to like just fundamentally be opposed to doing. Like it's like if the empirics contradict with the model, then you just insist over and over and over again that the model was
I want to be clear.
derived.
That's not just him doing that. That goes back to like people like Mises.
It's the entire fucking Austrian school doing that. It's so fucking insane.
Well, so just where is it? There's this one quote, I think he read the quote from Mises, which is even better than this one, but there's another quote from Mises saying that you should never prefer like a statistical measurement of inflation over a woman who buys bread at the market and her measurement of inflation. Like these are of equivalent value. Like he was really, really, really anti-statistical evidence in general.
I thought it was really funny how he was so insistent that the empirics must be wrong. But then as soon as you were like, well, what about this other model that potentially explains it? Then he's like, well, okay, maybe I'm not really an economist. I would need to look into it. He immediately sort of like backtracked because it hadn't crossed his mind for a second.
Well, that's the only thing that I worry about is I worry that for other libertarians who are deeper in the sauce, they're more lost in the sauce. They'll just say something like, well, monopsony doesn't exist. Or something along like I'm literally worried that we're gonna get to the point of having to be like, does corporate power exist? So I don't know.
Like, here, can you explain this curve to me for a second? Because it's been a hot minute since I've taken a macro econ class. I can't read it at a glance.
Sure. So this is here. Let me just pull up the Noah Smith blog because it has some surrounding context that might help viewers. I pulled this one from Noah Smith because it's a neat little graph. The long and short of it is that the standard minimum wage model looks like what's currently on screen, that labor supply goes up with price, labor demand goes down with price, labor demand is the blue, labor supply is the red, and because you raise the minimum wage level above the full employment level, which is where the two curves intersect, then the employment will go down because as you shift left, to go up for wages. That means that you're going down on employment, but up on wages. So that's the classic model. Higher wages, but less employment is what minimum wages should do. The simple way to think of it is, theoretically, you are starting at this intersection here, the X, and you're moving left and up. Left means less employment, up means higher wages. Same thing, but a different graph in a monopsonistic curve. So these slopes are different, and full employment, which is basically, so monopsonistic curves. Okay, sorry, let me back up. Monopsony is when there are few buyers of labor power. And that means that the few buyers of labor power, say the only employer in a given town, or only 1 or 2 or 3 employers in a given town, they can drive the cost of wages down. When you drive the cost of wages down, the curve shifts vertical. It gets more and more vertical, the more monopsonistic the market is. In an imaginary market where it was fully competitive, you'd have this flatter employment curve. Why does all of that matter? Well, full employment occurs at this intersection here, but the actual market employment occurs. So I'm just trying to show the intersection here at the blue and red X is where actual employment levels occur, but the wage is too low. You shift the wage up with minimum wages, and so long as you shift the wages up less than this yellow and blue X, you'd actually be increasing wages. That's the simple way I'm trying to explain it. Wages are rising slower than they actually should because corporations have too much power. If you raise those wages against the wishes of the corporations, they will actually employ more people. So that's the TLDR. Another way that you can think of it, if you want to come at this from a post-Keynesian perspective, is sometimes raising wages increases consumption. The more people have a job in a town, the more consumption will occur. If you raise wages enough for those people to consume more goods, then other people might be employed by the additional consumption of those new consumers, of those extra dollars to people with a minimum wage. So there's sort of 2 theoretical reasons why raising a minimum wage might not reduce employment. Or, and I just want to make a note here, this also applies to unions. Unions raising wages would also have a similar effect. If unions are raising it above the full employment area, they might actually reduce unemployment. But so long as they're below that full employment area, they will be raising employment. So that's it. Did that explanation work?
So without minimum wage, does the company employ at the intersection between the red and the blue, or between the blue and the yellow?
So the left to right is the number of people employed. So the employment level is left to right. So that level always occurs without minimum wage at the intersection of red and blue line. So you see here, it occurs at intersection of red and blue line. You see here, it occurs at intersection of red and blue line. But the wage is down from what it would be without the minimum wage, because the wages are lower than they should be.
So, does this not decrease wages, the minimum wage?
No, the minimum wage. So since the wages are here, they're at the point which is on left right at the intersection of they're at the point of the intersection between the cost of the company of labor and okay, I probably explained this one really poorly, so that's on me. But you are shifting left and right to find the intersection of these points, and then you're going down to the actual wage, because the actual wage is below the cost to the company of employees. So when you shift the wage up, you actually shift right along the employment, because you're starting here and you shift up and right. That's the idea.
Oh, okay. So
I am gonna read the paragraph as Heidork suggests. Quote, suppose the labor market isn't competitive. Some employers are big and powerful, or they cooperate to keep wages down, or it's really hard to switch employers. Then the standard theory changes a lot. In the extreme case, a company town with only one employer, the market outcome is whatever the company wants it to be. It has nothing to do with supply and demand. Of course, the company is going to hold wages artificially low, which kills jobs because some people can't afford to work for wages that low. There's also, as I mentioned, the consumption channel, that if you hold wages too low, then less people can consume, which means that less things will be bought from the company. In those cases, minimum wages can actually create jobs. It forces the company to raise wages, which allows more people to work. That's
okay. So it isn't helpful. There's like a 5 to 10 second delay. So what's happening is the company they employ at that intersection, but because the marginal cost isn't the labor supply curve, the actual like employment is at that point on the yellow. So when you impose the minimum wage, it forces it to move along that curve, and then you actually move.
Yes, you move up and right, which is more employment, higher wages. Yes.
Okay.
You can also, I think this graph is much simpler. This is the one that I think I showed on stream. This bottom tercile, I believe. Is it tercile, elasticity, occupational? tercile. So this is the least competitive 10% of workers. Minimum wages had a negative elasticity for employment. What does that mean? Negative elasticity for minimum wage raise means that a higher minimum wage actually decreased unemployment. Higher minimum wage, less unemployment, or higher minimum wage, higher employment. In contrast, these positive elasticities means that higher minimum wage, higher unemployment, or higher minimum wage, lower employment. So in that world, in the most competitive 10% of markets, minimum wages actually reduced number of people employed. This is exactly in line with what you'd expect if monopsony is explaining what we observe with minimum wages.
Is it true that most of the economy is under monopsistic conditions? Then is that what's going on?
You can see that the middle, I don't know whether this is like 40 to 60 or 45 to 55 or whatever, but the middle tercile is slightly negative, but you'll notice that it's basically zero. So the average effect of minimum wages on the economy are zero. Again, exactly as you'd expect, because the average worker is in a pretty monopsonistic market. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So for across most of the economy, there's this weird mix of like monopsistic conditions and like competitive conditions.
Yes, you'd actually weirdly enough, you'd expect minimum wages to cause unemployment in places that are really competitive but low wage. So imagine like a hypothetical where maybe it's a whole bunch of small mom and pop businesses in a town, and there's a bunch of poor workers who don't have like college degrees. That's where you'd expect unemployment. But you wouldn't expect unemployment in either places that are really competitive but high wages, like Seattle. And you also wouldn't expect it in places that are uncompetitive and low wages, like Walmart, sole company towns. So,
well, places like Seattle, like the minimum wage wouldn't really do anything because
because they're high wage. It's not hitting many of their workers. That's the point. Yeah.
It's like an unnecessary price floor because the equilibrium wage is already above that floor. So.
Well, now it's unnecessary. It wasn't unnecessary at the time, is all I'll tell you. That was a huge fight back in like 2013 or something. Minimum wages have knock-on effects where they raise wages for, I think, the bottom 60% of workers because it leads to more competition for low-wage workers. So it's not just the people directly affected by it. It's the bottom, like, I think it's like 60 to 80% of workers. It's a lot of people. I can pull up a graph. 1 minute. Do you have any thoughts on that, Mr. Roxy?
I just think it's really interesting how unwilling to accept new models the Austrian was, or the AnCap was, because and how quickly, like once like this model was presented to him, he folded to be like, oh yeah, the world's really complex or whatever. It's like anything's really possible, but the logic was still sound from the beginning, which I don't know that it was sound because I don't really see how you can go from the law of identity to supply and demand curves or whatever. But like it just felt really like a really silly like thing. It was just like it was just sort of like it really felt like he really liked competitive supply and demand curves as a model and sort of like worked backwards to like justify like why the law of identity like proves it or whatever. And it just seemed like there was like this weird unwillingness to engage in alternate models that were sort of driven by empirics, because when you look at the real world and you see what's going on and you do like, this is how like science is generally done, where it's like where it's like you have your models and then you go out and you look at them. If your data contradicts it, you propose new models and then you compare them against each other, et cetera. This is very, very much well, actually, so Colin, so you're interesting to think about the Laffer curve. The Laffer curve is trivially true. It just doesn't fucking matter because it's like you can make a model where it's like technically true, but the shape of it just doesn't fucking matter because it's like the the amount of taxes you would need in order to actually sort of like trigger the effects that the Laffer curve like are so high that it just never really comes up in the real world.
There are the estimates of where the Laffer curve begins to actually occur vary between, I believe, around like 40% marginal upper tax rate and 100%. With
a pretty big range.
And so I also want to mention the Laffer curve also does not include government expenditures. It is solely interested in government revenue versus taxes. It disincludes, say, growth effects of taxes. So it's like it's an interesting model for like examining exactly one thing in isolation. It's just not useful for like 99% of real world examinations. I've never seen 100%. I believe, okay, I don't actually have a paper for this, but I know that I read it somewhere. There was a paper which attempted to incorporate stuff like these secondary effects. And they said, well, yeah, you'd revenue maximize at 100% or whatever. But the reasonable estimates, as you say, Hydork, were like 60, 70, 80%. I think I have that somewhere. Okay, before I get off on the graph that I actually have on the screen, I just wanted to show you all some neat stats. This graph in the bottom left here, graph C, is the effect of increasing monopsony power on wages. And this might not seem like it means a lot, and the graph isn't particularly well summarized, but this line here indicates that going from the most competitive to the least competitive model reduces your wages by 17%. So a fifth lower wages just by going from a uncompetitive to a competitive market. It's huge. It's smaller in the BLS wages. I think it's like 15%, but it's still really, really, really large. So my point is just that monopsony power is way, way, way bigger than you'd think. From like a first, you'd be like, I wouldn't have thought that like your wages would have gone down by 15%, by like a fifth, just by going from. This isn't even measuring monopsony proper. It's just measuring how many companies exist per square mile, something like that. So like, yeah, it's got a real monopsony power. If you measure it, has to have crazy effects on wages. Second thing, when I was mentioning that there were like 1,500 estimates of minimum wage effects on employment, I wasn't exaggerating. This is a meta study. The average elasticity, which means how much unemployment the minimum wage causes, is close to zero. You will notice that it's centered on zero as well. The studies which are larger are centered on zero, indicating that high quality evidence aligns with the median of low quality evidence, no effect of minimum wage on employment. And lastly, when I was mentioning that minimum wages affect like the bottom half, I think I said 80%. I was wrong. This is from Dubé 2019, which shows the income of a minimum wage on people by their income quartile. So everyone from the 5th percentile, because people below that are generally too poor to be working at all, but everyone from the 5th percentile up to the 50th percentile sees I think this is a $15 minimum wage, I forget, like a $5,000 raise in wages. It's enormous, just because of increased competition in part. So anyway, point is minimum wages are cool. They're pretty good. And the only thing better than minimum wages is unions, so. XD.
One thing that I was thinking about during that thing is like on the topic of the Laffer curve being like trivially real. Because I didn't know that like the explanation was the monopsony model. Another thing that it could have been though is that it could have been that like yes, like there is like it could have been that like supply and demand does predict that there will be a downward pressure on the labor market. But if you actually go in and measure the actual supply and demand curves, it works out so that in practice, that downward pressure is like negligible. So you still need empirics because you still need to go into actual like economic markets to like construct these things so you can like demonstrate these effects that you are like
One of the things that I wanted to agree with, but I didn't get into in detail, is that merely being able to prove that minimum wages cause unemployment. Let's accept the Austrians are correct. Minimum wages raise unemployment. It doesn't tell you the next really, 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 really important thing. How much unemployment? It tells you, the argument at its best tells you the direction. Yeah, the effect on unemployment will be negative. Okay. But if it's negative, but like a 10% raise in wages leads to a 0.0001% of unemployment, you don't give a shit, right? So scale matters enormously. Sometimes this is called statistically significant effects versus economically significant effects. Even if they were right about statistical significance, that it will be negative, it doesn't matter unless it's economically significant. And it's not. At least at the wages we're studying.
It's just like so like surreal that it's like it's just like so disconnected from the way that actual sort of like scientists will do things, where it's like they'll compare like things they think should be happening to what's actually happening and sort of try to like rectify models. It seemed like, and then every time like towards the beginning, like every time like you backed him into this, he would just sort of be like, well, actually, you know, you're just sort of like looking at historical facts, and like he was like rejecting the concept of like constructing a model to that has like explanatory power. He was only interested in like in the one that he derived from like from like from like first principles or whatever. Like it was so fascinating that he was just like how like divorced it was from just like the way that like scientists like engage with like the relationship between like theoretical effects and like sort of like empirically demonstrable effects. It was so fascinating, and then like it was really funny like how quickly he crumbled as soon as you like presented like a feasible model for why this could be occurring. And he totally backpedaled off of everything. And then by the end of it, was just sort of like waffling. I thought that was really funny.
Yeah, I think that was a really good argument style, and I should have focused on that one instead of going down the moral path. I think going down are morals real was a real mistake.
And then, do you just want to confirm to chat that you did that because you were reading my chats telling you to, and then as soon as you did,
yes, that's true. The only reason that I asked about model choice and minimum wage debate was because of Roxy.
No, you were just like reading off like specifically like what I was like saying. You stopped the conversation where it was and pulled it back to where it was that I was saying, and then as soon as you did that, like you fucking won.
Okay, I did do it when you were saying it. I pulled it back because as we were about to get into, I think it was another discussion of whether preferences were rational, I realized we were going back into the morality quagmire, and I was like, absolutely not.
But then you also held him to, because like he started going off on fascistic economic models or whatever, and then you stopped and be like, wait, no, so you are admitting that like this does happen.
Well, no, yeah, you're correct. I didn't get mad about okay. It's not because I read your chat. I did read your chat. I will say, you get some credit. However,
some credit for that W.
I was making a choice not to get mad at him saying why monopsony exists. It's just trying to. If monopsony exists, which we accept it does, like you accept it does, presumably, I accept that it does, it shows up in the data, shows up in reality, and it's logically possible, then your conclusion that what I think is happening is logically impossible, that no longer occurs in a monopsonistic world. And so if you accept that, then you have to have a choice between, is this a monopsonistic world or a non-monopsonistic one? Which one is real? And I didn't want to get into like, oh, is America fascist? Is subsidizing corporations fascism? That would have been another fucking quagmire. That's just the linguistic quagmire with an AnCap. So,
what is his definition of fascism even? Because I was so confused why he was calling it fascistic.
To demean, I would probably say so. Fascism is when the government does stuff. I don't, it's probably something more nuanced than that. There certainly was an element of state fusion with corporations in fascist regimes. So like there's a kernel of truth there, but I don't know. I don't know what his definition was, and I didn't want to push him on it because definitions don't matter. I hate definitions. Oh my god.
I'm taking full credit for this W, okay? It was all because of me. I am the sole reason that this W happened. Okay?
Roxy feeding him arguments, debate tactics much. You're just a marionette to Roxy. Roxy is the Costa Amato to SDL's Mike Tyson.
This is very true.
Fazboy asks a question, and someone else asks a question that I want to respond to. Fazboy asks, so in a socialistic world where there's presumably no monopsony power, would minimum wages be bad? One, in a market socialist world, there could still very realistically be monopsony power. Imagine that there are some towns which are very remote, so it's very, very hard to shift to another employer. Imagine that there are fields where it's very hard to find a new employer, so like you've got a really specialized skill set. Minimum wages might still be justified. However, it's worth noting that the other option is union power and solidarity wages. You might not need minimum wages, as a lot of Nordic countries didn't, if their unions are strong enough to demand de facto minimum wages themselves, right? I don't know how to explain this, but the government doing this is only because the government doing this raises worker power. But you know what else raises worker power? Unions. So like it all to me comes back to worker power. It's possible that you would need it. It's possible you wouldn't. It all depends on how powerful workers are.
Also, under your socialism, wouldn't the state be like a universal monopsistic like employer?
No, because especially so you could argue that in a centralized planning, nationalized model, that the state would be a monopsony employer, because it would be the single employer like in the country, and you can't easily leave without leaving the country, right? However, in a market socialist model, in fact, because you have worker cooperatives and probably an intentional attempt to create small firms for the purpose of worker cooperatives working out well and increasing innovation. Like I've seen arguments by socialists that we might actually want to spur a combination of basic research funding and small firms to try out new things to increase the rate of like firm entry into fields. Anyway, regardless of all that, it's possible there will be even more firms than there currently would be, is all I'd say. Beyond that, monopsony power is it's not just a question of how strong the government is. It's not just a question of how strong the employer is. It's a two-part question. It's how strong is the employer versus how strong is the worker. So in a society with, say, universal unions, it doesn't matter as much. Like, the unions can fuck up the government too. They do so right now. So, yeah. The other question I want to respond to is someone was asking about, let me pull it up. Buzzy Bowler said, does most competitive mean least regulations and least barriers to entry? No. In the studies that I was referring to, most competitive and least monopsonistic means most firms in a given area. It is literally just a measure of how many firms there are in an area. That's not a pure measure of monopsony, but it really closely correlates with monopsony. Places where there are a few big employers tend to do worse for workers.
The key assumption of a competitive market is just how easily suppliers and like demanders are able to enter and leave the market, right?
Yeah, and so if there's only like three firms who demand employment, then it's harder to find a replacement because there's only two other options if there's three. Or versus if there's 20, if there's 100, yeah.
And then unions function as they sort of like the opposite of monopsony, where instead of having like a small number of suppliers or demanders of labor, you have a small number of suppliers of labor because they act collectively as smaller bodies, right? So it allows the wages to go in their favor. Correct? Is that how that works?
Yes, and in fact, like there is an argument that unions can be too strong, demand too much, and have economically harmful effects. It is possible. Like, it is not hard to imagine a world where in a socialist economy with like really aggressive labor unions, they might demand too high wages, which could have negative effects by making it so that firms can't be profitable, can't expand. This isn't to be like ideally you'd want the firms to be owned by the workers. And again, workers in cooperative firms also can't set their wages too high or else the firms will fail. Like there
How
is.
would you feel about
Good.
how would you feel about a system where the state was acting as an intermediary to help the workers and the firms act collaboratively for the betterment of everyone?
Why? You mean a tripartite wage board, which is present in 5 U.S. states, including the New York State, which was used to raise the wages?
Fascism, but I was describing fascism as a joke to see if you'd go for it.
So fascism did that, but I will say that when we look at records of wages in Germany and Italy, the wages did not rise substantially past pre-depression levels. In fact, I think it took 10 years of fascist rule for wages to rise to what they were before the Great Depression in Italy, for example. So Italy actually intentionally kept wages down to try and make firms profitable. Germany also intentionally kept wages down and added new taxes on workers through their state-run union, again, as a way of shifting money from workers to the rich and the capitalist class. And I'm like, so all I was trying to say is, in the United States, as a counterexample, there was something set up called tripartite boards, which was a combination of the public, usually like the state government or local government, and a board of employers and a board of workers. So that's tripartite. And they would come to a wage agreement. It was the FDR's way of trying to avoid strikes during the war, so that employers would basically have to raise their wages and workers would have to not strike. That's true, Roxy. Social democracy isn't just the left wing of fascism, it's the more effective wing of fascism. Completely true, non-ironic, not a joke.
I am unironically a fascist.
Oh my god, stop. You can't. Please add a /J to everything Roxy says. Reading
/J.
Reading two things from chat. Econo Boy says, and yet socialists want the government to be the only employer. Makes you think. I do unironically think that an unsung failure of places like the Soviet Union is that while people got paid a lot of money, they didn't get paid a lot of money in real terms because consumption goods were very scarce. So effective prices for consumption goods were really high. Why is that? Well, despite all the claims of socialism, despite the fact that they nationalized everything, workers were really weak in the Soviet Union. They didn't have power through democracy because it was controlled by a single party which claimed to rule in their interests. They didn't have power through unions because only a single union was allowed, again, run by the state. So workers were actually like less powerful than they would have been in the Soviet Union had there been independent unions and democracy. And in a democratized, unionized Soviet Union, you might have seen a very, very, very different set of outcomes, is all I'll say. We're not talking about OpenAI. I don't even know what Tunnel Bros, and maybe we'll talk about Argentina. Hydork says, one last thing. Why are y'all against big employers? Are y'all fat phobic? That's so true. Yeah, healthy at every size, wrong. Firms are only healthy when they're run by the petite bourgeois. Oh my god.
The real petite bourgeois. What did you think about his chat GPT analogy?
I actually thought it was kind of interesting. I'm not gonna lie, so I don't think it was a good defeater for the arguments I'm trying to raise. Because like I am ChatGPT is not a truth-seeking like agent, right? It is trying to replicate the words that are fed into it and the semantic structure of that, and that tends towards truth. But it's not doing so because it was like, it's not doing so as an inherent part of its construction. Part of the way that science works as a social institution is that it tends to kill bad science, kill the careers of bad scientists, and tends to elevate the careers of those who do good science. Not always, right? This is an enormously flawed process, but it tends towards increasing amounts of truth. And so I would just draw that as a major distinction between the inductive modes used here. Like, inductive reasoning can theoretically mean any kind of reasoning which starts from a set of facts and draws a set of conclusions. It doesn't have to be a set of reasoning which is intended to produce true conclusions. But
induction is a fucking fake.
So true, Roxy.
Read fucking Hume. No, I'm serious. Read Hume. Induction is fucking fake.
Oh my god.
Induction is very important and also very fake.
Najawin says that ChatGPT is trying to build models, but the models it builds are slightly different in key ways. That was a statement which added. Sorry, go ahead.
I think like the key delineator there is so ChatGPT. There's a space of linguistically correct answers it can give. They're not necessarily true, but they're ones that contextually are responses to what it's been given. It just sort of picks a response in that space, and sometimes it'll happen to be true, and sometimes it won't. And the model has no way of distinguishing that because there's no sort of distinguishing like within this space of sort of grammatically correct responses. Whereas with science, there's a very compelling argument that we could be doing that, but then the numericals argument. How do you explain the predictive success of science over and over and over and over again? How is it that we keep arriving at ones that keep being more and more and more correct? So this is so there's a similarity there between ChatGPT and models like this. That was very interesting, but he was being weirdly instrumentalist or about it and denying that the models could be saying things about reality, whereas a scientific realist would argue no. The fact that the models keep being correct indicates that there's something about the models that we arrive at that makes them, they're saying something about the natural world that is sort of fundamentally true. Anyways.
Yeah, I just, there's a real difference between gradient descent over the sum of all human written knowledge, which is sort of what's happening with ChatGPT, and gradient descent with the added ability to review logical reasoning within articles in the scientific reasoning process. Okay, I might kick you out because I think two other people, possibly Econo Boy and definitely New Socialist Era, want to talk.
Okay. Thank you for acknowledging my W. I will continue to ghostwrite your arguments so that you can win.
Yes.
And advance socialism.
Y'all couldn't see it, but there was a live feed of Roxy in my ear the entire time. Very annoying. Thank you so much for entertaining chat, Roxy. I really appreciate it.
No problem. Bye, chat.
Do you have anything you want to shout out, Miss Roxy? Any organizations or websites?
Yeah, you should join the DSA. Look at your local DSA org and fucking join them. Naja, I'm looking at you. Fucking join the DSA. You can also follow me on Twitter, twitter.com/STAROXVIA. If you call it x.com, I will kill you.
J/J joke?
/J/J/J.
This woman. Thank you, Roxy.
Bye.
All right. No Socialist Era is still active in chat, but Econoboy is not. So you better guess which one's getting pulled in. If you're here. Why did Econoboy disappear? If you're trying to speak NSC, I cannot hear you.
Testing 1 2 3.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Testing 1 2 3.
Yeah, hello.
Let me. Wait. Sorry. I just gotta mute the other one. I don't know why it's being so laggy with me. What the hell's going on? Are you, why does this thing want to goof up on me? Up a device. Sorry, you hear me? I hear you.
I can hear you, yes.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought Discord was goofing up on me. Yeah, a couple cool things real quick. When these guys talking about like socialism, it was like whenever the government does stuff. I mean, I granted he was throwing a lot of stuff at you. It's like I don't know. It just irks me a little bit. Like, just like kind of push back. Like, come on, man. It's just not whenever the government does stuff. That's ridiculous. It's just socialism is social ownership of the means of production. Not when the government does stuff for the welfare programs or spending.
That's
go
ahead.
Yeah, that was it for that one. What were you going to say?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I didn't want to push back too hard on that. I know it was a really, really, really long conversation, but I did want to try and focus on like AnCaps aren't even really criticizing socialism. They're criticizing any government usage of money. So I don't even want to defend like actually it's the people owning the means of production or whatever, because they don't even care about that. They care about like taxation for like roads. So
yeah, that's true too. But it just bugs me whenever they just seem to get away with that shit. But the second thing is what I've come to realize, at least for the past while, that when these guys talk about taxation and coercion, I'm like, maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe you can think about it. But I've been tossing around this idea, at least in my head, that like no one has asked these AnCaps, these anti-statists or anti-taxers, to take advantage of the public system that's allowing everyone to economically function and get their use and their value out of it, and they want to act like they're so aggrieved that they're being, oh my god, I'm being coerced to pay taxes. Like, who the fuck asked you to take advantage of our public system? That has the rules that make it work, and then also as soon as you get your benefit and your use out of it, you want to act like you're so fucking just like you're being this done so wrong. Like, no, like,
I guess. So I hear what you're saying, and I'm amenable to that argument. I usually agree with that argument. In my view, there's two ways to approach this. One is the way that people like Medlock and Matt Brunig approach it. They say, well, the only reason that you have this income is because you exist in a society that takes those taxes to fund social programs that makes your income possible. That like your income is not a fact of nature. Your income is not like a pre-existing fact, and then we come in and tax it. No, the only reason your income can exist is because of those taxes in the first place. So to say that, you should get your full income is sort of to say that you should benefit from society without paying any of the costs of raising it. I like that argument. I tend to just, maybe this is me having like Garug brain or whatever. I think it is so much simpler just to accept that it is coercive, You are taking taxes from people. Like, they are not consenting. You are taking their money without their consent. And that's okay. That's justified because it's for the benefit of every person in society, including them. Like, they are better off in a tax society than in a no-tax society. Even the richest people are, because of the benefits that it builds. Like, Elon Musk couldn't exist without a society where 1-3 people had a college degree, right? So, like, that's sort of the approach I take. I think you can either, it's just grug brain, it's simple, it's justified because it makes society good, or 2, it's necessary, and your income is not a pre-existing natural fact. Your income only exists within the society that you pay for. So.
Well, yeah, I hear you saying. The thing is, I just don't like when someone uses the coercive or the gun analogy. They got a gun to your head, because it's like me going into a store and picking out some items that I want, me trying to leave. Now, hey, no, you gotta pay for that. You want it? You gotta pay for it. No, now you're coercing me. Now you're stealing from me. Like, dude, no one asked you. So it's like, for me, it's taxation is no more coercive than having to work for a capitalist employer to make a living. And I think there is like some a good deal of nuance to the conversation about wage theft, wage slavery, that sort of thing. So for me, I try to look at it like, hey, it's no more coercive than that. But for some reason, because it's government, they just don't like it.
You should look into a book by G.A. Cohen, Cohen, called I forget the full name, but its title includes Capitalist Unfreedom. One of the arguments he gives is that we often think of negative rights as something socialists destroy because they're taxing you, they're taking your property away. But he notes that capitalism is also based on the removal of negative rights as well. You aren't free to go into the vast majority of buildings in this country because someone else owns them. Even buildings that are like just businesses or whatever, you can't go into. You can't go anywhere you want. That freedom has been removed from you. If you want to take a train from here to New York, you can't just hop on and without paying go there. It is a restriction of your freedom of movement in a sense. So I do want to agree to you that like coercion is everywhere. It's not just taxation is coercion. Like the reason that the capitalist firm can employ you is because you have no money and you need money and they have money. So it's a power imbalance. It's not, if you don't want to call it coercion, it's still an unequal relationship, right? So I agree with you.
So like with the government, at least you have a say with your vote and you can run for office, unlike your job, which most people are at. They can't run to be boss, the owner. Maybe they can be manager one day, but they still have no democratic say. So I think with that, there's a bit of a difference between, say, a traditional private enterprise and say a government that's the one set up like ours at least. But I definitely looking at that book, but it just bugs the fuck. I mean, these AnCaps talk so much shit about how they hate coercion, but their system kind of relies on it too, but they don't have problems with that because they think it's freedom. But one last thing about the maybe I'm wrong about this negative rights thing. My position, like I said, maybe I'm way out of line. I don't know. Mm-hmm. That all rights are actually positive rights because all of them carry the threat of promise of force if you don't obey those rights. So they had this idea that negative rights are stuff that governments make you do, like pay taxes for healthcare or whatever like that is really ridiculous. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you could.
No. So I'm actually pretty amenable to the view that all rights are either negative or positive, depending on how you want to frame it. That like I think that you could argue all rights are positive, or I should clarify. All rights are worthless unless they are positive, because unless there is an actor willing to defend your rights for you, you don't actually have them. This actually leads to an interesting argument that people who are stateless, who have, say, no citizenship, and there's a lot of people, especially after World War I and World War II, who had no citizenship. A lot of them were Jews. A lot of them were just ethnic nationalities who got cut out in the re-bordering process. And they had no country to fight for them. So they often literally had, like, no rights. And that's, I think, a very poignant example of why it matters to say that a right is a positive one. Your right to safety means nothing without a cop there to, like, keep you safe, without a peace officer to keep you safe or whatever, even in a very capitalist sense.
Yeah, because rights that aren't really enforceable and not rights, they're just privileges at best. But yeah, that's one of there's just a few things I wanted to pop on and talk about, but I'm sure Econoboy's been dying to get on and talk about Argentina, and I hope it goes well for him. But yeah, sorry about the little joke I made before about the hand whiffer. You had to think about it and really realize what it was, but I hated that. I hated that so much. Thank you. Hey, but at least you're a few pounds lighter. You're jovial. It feels good. You feel like
That's
a new
true.
person.
I'm floating. I'm floating in the air now. Now that the pressure inside me it's gone down from what was it? Oceanic Titan crushing depths, whatever that submarine was.
Were looking. I've seen it before. You look like you were holding on for dear life, and man, it's just like you were about to just say, you know what? Just have the mic, Fabian. I'm just gonna go, because yeah, just well,
I appreciate the humor. I appreciate the humor.
Oh yeah, I appreciate you having me on, and I'll.
Is there anything you want to shout out, like organization yourself?
Well, just if anybody wants to check out my little minor contribution to the Lefty Cause on YouTube, it's a New Socialist Era videos, and I'm also on Twitter. I'm not hard to find. If you follow me, I'll probably follow you back. It doesn't matter if you're lefty or not, or libertarian. I'll follow back libertarians if they follow me. You know, what the hell? But yeah, I'd just love to see y'all in the comments section, and appreciate you having me on, and hopefully your channel enjoys continued growth and success and all that.
Thank you so much, and same to you. Really appreciate it.
See you.
All right, liberal. It's time to wake up, liberal. Can you hear me, Boy?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Well, how's it going? SDL.
It's doing good, Econo Boy.
That's good. That's good. Listen, all right. You might have to read some studies if you do this podcast.
Oh my God.
But it'll be fun. All right. It'll be a fun time. Your viewers will love it, probably. Maybe they won't, but
Najwin will love it. The liberals in chat will love it. Econoboy
what do you mean the liberals?
Econoboy wants me to do a podcast with neoliberal Micah Irfan himself. Are you him?
Yeah, that's right.
With himself and me, and I, whatever. So it's the neolib sock dem sock podcast.
Exactly. Look, you've got the whole spectrum of like reasonable, not right-wing crazy people on there. You got the neolib, you got the sock dem, you got the socialist, but then you don't have the crazy authoritarian socialists, and then you don't have any right-wingers. You know, it's like the perfect podcast.
That is true. That
politics.
Would be the ideal political spectrum would be between someone who loves the social welfare state but hates unions and someone who loves the social welfare state and unions. The ideal political spectrum.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
There you go.
We simply take the Republicans and push them into the ocean.
Wait, well, I mean, just give them their own couple of states. You know, we can, I don't know, we can give them Rhode Island or something. They can all just live there. Econoboy
actually creating a Republican concentration camp in like the 3 square miles of Providence.
I'm just learning from our pals in the Middle East. You know, you can just put them all in one dense, small location.
Oh my God.
And they can just run their own shit, you know?
Oh my.
But why won't you do it, SDL? Just say yes.
It just sounds like work. You're like, oh, what if I talk to you?
Obviously it's work. It's work to turn on stream and talk to all these people periodically, you know?
These morons, I can say anything. They'll trust anything I say. These fools.
That's true. We'll let you sleep on it.
I'm interested. I said I'm interested. It does sound like work.
Look, you don't have to do anything. Okay, I'll do all the branding. I'll get all the little the Reddit set up. All right, I'll create an incredibly simple logo, much as I've done before, and we can just power through it.
Okay, you at least got to sell us a name. Do you have a name in mind?
Well, I can't publicly reveal the name, or it would be stolen, SDL. I'll DM it to you.
It would be stolen?
People would take my IP.
For the hot space of neolib sock dem sock podcast viewers, there's so many competitors that were you to let this leak.
And here's the thing, SDL, I'm open to alternatives. You know, Micah said he was like, this is a terrible name. And I'm like, whatever. I think it's great, you know? But, you know, he's got to consider it himself as well. We're all partners. This is a cooperative enterprise, SDL.
I'm a fan of the name. It's sufficiently dumb that I love it.
There we go, okay? Goodness.
I was worried it was
Now-
going to be some smart pun shit, but no,
No.
this rules.
Exactly. We get the whole thing. And I think most of it will probably be us being mad at Micah for the dumb shit he says. So, it'll be an easy gang up each month.
And then you're going to pull one about like cooperatives, and it's going to be 2v1 versus me. You're the center, the kind of boy. You get the best of this podcast because you're always going to be 2v1. It's never going to be us gang up on you. There's never going to be an issue where the socialist and the neolib are going to be fighting the middle. Okay, not once.
I don't know. I don't know if that's true. I think that there's a chance that there could be some issues you and him agree on. Maybe if we talk about foreign policy, maybe if we talk about maybe Georgism, like maybe you're both more extreme Georgists than I am. You never know, obviously, right?
The Georgist podcast is just going to begin with like Maoist level songs about picking up the green book and following Georgist line from the three of us.
Well, there we go. Okay, we've entered into the door of you saying yes and us getting this wonderful podcast that people don't realize they want until they have it. All right, we're filling a market void here of good economic data-oriented discussion online. And we can have guests too. We can bring in UE and fucking whoever else is a
please
good
bring in
economics
UE.
person.
Oh my god, then I'll have someone on my side.
Look, I wanted to get UE to do it because then we'd have the two different socialist perspectives because he's like worker democracy socialism and you're more like sovereign wealth fund socialism. And then it's like a truly left representative podcast. But until then, we're going to have to just bring him in as a guest, SCL. But our combined might, we could do it.
Have you ever seen my big long list of socialist models?
No, I didn't know. I'm not surprised to hear you have a list, but my understanding of your specific chosen model was kind of a sovereign wealth fund like Matt Brunig style system.
Without getting into the details of it, I felt like I included that as a separate section, and I also included one for people like Richard Wolff. And I feel like both UE and I actually fall closer to something that I call regulated market socialism. This guy has been writing a book on it, or he wrote a book on it, but he's been writing on it since I think 2010. It's in short, Richard Wolff is like the guy who's what if everything was just cooperatives. Then you have like Brunig types who are conservative on changing how workplaces work. They just want to change who owns it because they're worried about that. And the regulated market is sort of those combined plus more industrial policy. That's the TLDR I'd put to it. So, because I don't think UE has ever been like just worker cooperatives are cool. My assumption is always they were more radical. Like they were questioning stuff like whether the capitalist revolution. Go ahead.
I don't know. I mean, I asked him in our conversation because he had recently, at the time of our conversation, he'd released his video on worker democracy, and I asked him, well, you didn't mention, sovereign wealth funds in your video, right, as a means to like socialize the economy or whatever. And he basically said that he didn't feel like sovereign wealth fund ownership was really like he didn't really think that was like democratic socialism, really, right? It's one of the reasons why in his first series of videos that went viral on his channel, he talks about how nationalization doesn't democratize industry, and it seems like with those two statements combined, it seems like he's not really like at the very least, he doesn't seem to super like the idea of just like sovereign wealth fund ownership.
Look, I can fix him. Okay, I can. This is actually something I have argued. You were here earlier in stream. I argued that places like the Soviet Union, ironically, may have had weaker worker power than places like, say, the Nordic countries because of the loss of democratic privileges.
Almost certainly, yes, right?
Very probably. I mean, it's hard to know because unions did still have, like the union in the Soviet Union did still have real power. It's just that it never used it through strikes. It was very much like the ultra working within the system type of union. The most regime pilled union.
Yeah.
But What was that? Oh, the argument I was trying to give is that I think that an interesting argument I've heard is that nationalization, and I've come to call it hollow versus democratic nationalization. If you do like worker control, one solution is to have nationalized companies also have like a form of co-determination or like strong worker democracy within the firm. And I don't know how you feel about that. Maybe this is maybe we need to get this for the podcast. But
I mean, I think that it's really just like the equity, because we're really just talking about equity structure here. Like, I think the big difference between like the model you would pick if you're like inclined towards democratization, which to be fair, like I would call myself inclined towards a democratization of the economy. Like, essentially that the economy should be as democratic as possible, while maintaining sort of innovation and technocracy, I guess, to the greatest possible degree, while taking into account equality and stuff like that. And so, given that, right, whether we would have national ownership where we have like workers on boards, kind of like how they have, like I think, for instance, like in Norway, the Norges Bank, the central bank there, they have 3 workers of their central bank on the board of their central bank, right? And so it would just be a question of essentially the profit motive, in my view. Like, you'd probably want equity ownership, partial equity ownership, and like operational independence of firms in markets where you think the profit motive would be particularly good. But then in worlds where the profit motive is arguably a bad thing, like maybe say healthcare, for instance, or like education, then in those worlds, you probably don't need like equity ownership or profit motive. And so you can just have essentially, national ownership plus maybe some, public unions or workers on boards or combination of the two. Because even in a capitalist, like plurality or majority worldview, there's still going to be institutions like the military. Nobody's arguing that if we sold equity in the military, that somehow the military would get better, right?
Sure. I mean, there are like I know that something that was done in very early Soviet Russia, quick to be abandoned by Lenin, was like soldiers' councils, like more democracy within the military. And I don't know, I've never seen any studies on whether that's effective or not. Like clearly it hasn't been replicated, but whether that's just because the military tends to be a conservative institution or whether it doesn't work, I don't know.
I mean, it's hard to say. I don't know what other like the Nordic countries. I don't know if they have like military unions in Norway. I would assume that the military in a place like Norway, like probably one of the most democratized economies in the world, probably just has a very collaborative, sort of transparent structure. Maybe not literal democratization, but probably like you'd see at universities where you got a lot of advisory boards and like reporting of data and stuff like that. And I guess in a sufficiently democratic country as well, people would
where is the military IRB? Where is the where is my sign off from the IRB on whether I can bomb this house?
Exactly.
I mean, actually,
no, but that's
right. To speak to that very briefly, this is like a pet project of mine. I believe there was a UN proposal in I shouldn't say pet project, pet dream of mine. I don't have any real ability to change what the UN does. There was a proposal in like 2018, I think, and reproposed in like 2022 that the UN should start having a clearinghouse of airstrike data, something along those lines, because almost all of the airstrike data is compiled by volunteers. Like Air Wars is all volunteers, Iraq body death count, that's all volunteers. And the vast majority of countries don't release the majority of airstrikes they do. Like the US only releases about 1 in 13 of the airstrikes that we do, and Russia doesn't release a single one. So it's pretty bad. So I'm just like, unironically, I would love to see a transparent, world-spanning military IRB.
Well, no, but that's true though. Like, I think when people, like, I think that, at the very least, with regards to foreign policy, like, I think that people are able to have, let's say, like, significantly more detached worldviews, basically because the information just doesn't flow very freely. To some degree, obviously, that's necessary. You can't have like literally complete, total transparency when it comes to military operations, of course, because that would compromise a lot of your strategic goals. But I mean, having like databases like that could be useful.
It would be so easy to set up like a 1-year lag on data release. Like the census is already doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Yeah, and I'm sure that data is pretty easy to come by. But anyway,
okay. Sorry,
No.
we got onto a tangent. Thank you for coming on the show, the podcast.
No, it's not just that, STL. I had other things.
Okay.
Other things, STL. Okay.
Tell us about the other
Podcast
things.
is important. The podcast is important, okay, because you'd be doing society a justice by informing them about economics from a leftist perspective, all right? But no, I also wanted to ask, okay, so talk to Matt Brunig. I think this was far after we had spoken on stream, I think. And Matt Brunig, significant influence on some of my opinions. So some of those universalism versus means testing, he wrote a paper that was really succinct, really good, changed my opinion on it, 180'd, really interesting article. Then second was that the role of a sovereign wealth fund and like public ownership can probably be significantly expanded from what we see now, and we wouldn't really see a lot of problems with it. Now, one of the articles that he released kind of played on my question, which was the People's Policy Project recently released an article called The Walmart of Finland, and they talk about how in Finland, like half the grocery retail market is controlled by a consumer cooperative, and this is a democratic enterprise, and democratic enterprises are basically socialism. And one of the people who is like the CEO of this democratic enterprise in Finland is asked the question of like how do you feel that like the competitive market force, between you and these private enterprises plays in towards the success of your firm? And essentially what he said was, it's incredibly crucial. He's like, it's very important that we have private capitalists, like he doesn't use the word capitalist, but essentially, private enterprise competition in the market, because our incentives and their incentives aren't exactly aligned. And it's good that we can see an experimental managerial model and take the good things from them and implement it in our system as well. And we just might not get that if we didn't have the same type of competition. And that's kind of my question that Matt Brunig hasn't been able to answer, is that in a world where we have fully socialized industry, do we expect to see the same types of information sharing and sort of competitive dynamics in a world where we at least have like a decent proportion of the economy that is privately owned and operated?
So my first assumption is on transparency, that worker-owned democratic firms might be able to afford a higher level of transparency in a socialist economy, because there might be a greater degree of like subsidy, and there might be a greater degree of government involvement in like R&D roles, which would lead to less need to like hide your managerial structure. I've argued that it would probably be a good thing to have stuff like pay transparency and structural transparency as much as possible. Like, if one of the good things of the market is that it can compete on, say, how a firm is internally structured, we might imagine that there's a lot of firms which are democratically owned, but some are direct, some are like partially indirect, like, partially representative, partially direct, some which are fully representative, and some which go with like weird sortition systems or whatever. To me, all that seems like good heterogeneity. And that's not even talking about like, other ways of structuring firms, like, how many tiers of hierarchy do you have, how, like, who reports to who and whatnot. Having that be as public as possible seems like a good thing. And in fact, something that you could achieve more of in a society where you had a greater ability to force firms to like be transparent about that. So I don't know if that fully answers your question, but I do agree that like experimentation of modes of organization is useful. I don't know how useful equity ownership is to that difference in modes of organization, because to me, it sounds like it wasn't clear to me what that, I haven't read the interview, but it wasn't clear to me what that person took from the private firms existing, other than that they are organized internally differently. That's not relevant to who owns it, just, who reports to who. Internal structure.
Yeah. Well, I guess I have to rely to some degree on intuition here. It's just that, so I'm imagining in my world, let's say that we do a lot or most of what countries like Chile and Italy have done to encourage cooperative ownership. And we engage in like, not militant, but like aggressive pro-union type policies and orientations, kind of like the Nordic countries have, and build this huge labor power movement in America. And let's say that we do that, and we end up with like, and let's say we do a huge sovereign wealth fund, which is super democratically, owned and transparent.
We
And,
go down the laundry list, right? All the policies.
yeah, exactly. Like, so we have like heavy unionization, heavy cooperative and employee ownership, heavy amounts of consumer ownership, heavy amounts of sovereign wealth fund ownership, and like all the combinations thereof. And then we go even further and say, the boards of like every private company above a certain amount of size has to have a certain amount of workers on the board. But then we do all these things, and then we're still, the market still leaves us with like, I don't know, let's say 30% of people working at companies that they neither own, nor the government owns, nor has any sort of union representation or anything like that. Like, at that point, that would kind of, and I imagine if we do all these things, we would still have some proportion of the economy that would be oriented this way. That would probably just tell me, it's like, hey, we literally have the most equal society that's ever been conceived. And the market is still orienting itself to have some amount of this type of, capital accumulation. Well, if that's the case, it's probably just the case that those industries tended themselves towards that mode of organization, right? So it might be bad to like force an alternative form of organization onto those industries, onto those establishments.
Taking all this as true, I would probably be forced to agree with you. I am just skeptical that this will actually turn out to be true in practice. My intuition is that if we do all of the heavy left policies for the democratization of society, that certain areas will tend to have more private firms survive, but that might be in part due to, say, like Jeff Bezos, in addition to, whatever evils he does, appears to be a really, really, really competent leader, or was before he left Amazon. Like he was notorious for revolutionizing a bunch of practices at Amazon. He this is a dumb tiny one, but he banned PowerPoints and made it so that everyone has to write up like a Word document outlining like very specific features of what they want to propose XYZ, because everyone just zones out at all his PowerPoint meetings. There's all these dumb little things that he seemed to do really, really, really well as a project manager. And I'm assuming that some private firms would exist just because they're led by like really good managers, right? My assumption is that like hopefully, let's say that you do all the heavy stuff and you hit 30%, and then it trends downward to like 10% over time. Then there might be more of a case that like these sectors are just like completely unamenable to democratic control, something like that. That would be my initial assumption, is that like it probably wouldn't be a steady state. It's that like there's really excellent leaders, but those excellent leaders could rise up in a work cooperative too. It's just that they currently own the business here, and you can't just kick them out of their business and expect them to still do really well. Their practices, like their managerial practices, are embedded in the business. So,
yeah,
and it's hard to know which ones of those would be. Sorry, that's all.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it just goes, I don't know. Yeah, it kind of goes back to something I realized when I was talking to people like you and Matt Brunig, which is that a democratic socialist with like a heavy emphasis on democratic, and like a social democrat are probably just going to agree at almost every stage along like the goal of socialism. Let's say like, oh yeah, do a sovereign wealth fund, do cooperative incentivization, do worker ownership, cooperative incentivization as well, right? Do unions, do worker board membership, do public enterprises. But then I think, yeah, you're right. Like at a certain point, you're kind of scratching your head. In my view, like this point will happen where it's like, the socialists are like scratching their heads and they're like, well, fuck, we've done all this good shit. And like, we've done it all with positive incentives and proper regulation. But fuck, like 20% of people are still just like, they're just like voluntarily working at capitalist, autocratic businesses. Like, what do we do? I feel like that is a point that'll happen. I see what you're saying. You're saying probably it won't happen in your view, but I don't know.
Well, so
hard to say.
My view is that, my bet is that there's going to be a core of like maybe 10-15% of businesses in all fields, which are like especially startups and new businesses, which have to be run pseudo-autocratically. Like my bet is that there's some workplace cultures and some workers who work really well in like democratic structure, and there's some like projects that might just need a captain or whatever. And so my suggestion has been for stuff like this, that maybe the more negative type of stuff I'd want to see penalizing capitalist firms or whatever would be in sectors where it seems like cooperatives work really well, that you might just have a like sort of a poll tax, like per employee that you have before if you don't have democratic internal structures, you pay $1,000 more per employee, something along those lines. And so it scales up the more employees you have. Because to me, that seems like a reasonable way to make it like, okay, this has gotten past the initial project stage where you need a captain, and now this is like a workplace that people are bought into once it's hit 50 people or whatever. I
guess so. I guess I try to think about also like the fervor in the population as well, right? Because like if we look at places with like really powerful labor movements and really strong democracies, like obviously the Nordic countries, it doesn't seem like there's almost like any appetite to do anything even as radical as I'm talking about, which is a much further like to the left version of even like the Norwegian economy than they currently have. Like it seems like if people don't want it, if you sell them that and they're like, I think it's actually kind of fine like now. It's like, okay, well, what do you even say? You know, it's like, okay, I guess you just like working at your autocratic business where you have a union? Like, you know, is that a satisfying moral conclusion? Like, you know?
My assumption is that like, so I don't know very much about Norwegian unions, but I want to draw a comparison in American unions. So have you read any of the stuff about like Sean Fain or O'Brien of the Teamsters?
I've been following him just a little bit.
So Sean Fain in a speech, I think 1 month ago, he called for all other unions to set the end of their contract on Labor Day 2028. So about like 6 months before the election. That. Yeah. And so he basically said, what if we just did a little bit of a general strike? And I bring it up because Sean Fain was the first democratically elected leader of that union. Before the sort of indirectly elected leadership of the UAW, they had been way more conservative and way more pro business side of things. They thought they couldn't win, and they thought that if they did win, it would hurt the businesses. So I bring it up because like it's one thing to have a union, it's another thing to have a radical union leader who's calling for like Elon Musk's head, which he also did in that same speech. So I don't know enough about Norway to say whether that's true, but I will just say like a union is good and it's somewhat radical, but like there are unions and then there are radical unions is all. And Sean Fain isn't even like on the left edge of that. What I imagine is that one of the pressures you would see in quote unquote autocratic or capitalist owned businesses is that in a society with truly radical unions, they would attempt to salt, which means send like a unionized member in to get a union started up in that place. And it's possible that some unions, like ununionized places, would just resist that. But given how powerful imagine unions are as strong as they are in Norway, they have like 80% sectoral control or whatever. It would be very hard to oppose that because you're already under a union contract. How much more is it to become a union member? That'd be sort of,
I guess that's the story that Matt Bruning tells about the Walmart in the Netherlands. I think it was, or no, Walmart in Denmark, where in Denmark, McDonald's came in. No, not Walmart. McDonald's came in. McDonald's came in and was like, yeah, we're just going to hire people on the market. We're not going to do any of that collective bargaining shit, though, just to be clear. We're going to follow all your regulations, but, you know, we're just not going to adhere to any sort of, you know, sectoral bargaining agreement. And what happened was that basically just every worker in Denmark just decided to stop working. And that's kind of what it seemed like. It was like, oh, McDonald's isn't going to hire people under the contract. Well, I work at Burger King, but I'm not showing up to work. And I work at the fucking bagel shop down the corner. I'm not showing up to work. And I work at the post office in Denmark. I'm not showing up to work. To where it was like such a huge fucking problem that like the government of Denmark was like, McDonald's, you have to fucking just hire collectively bargained employees, like the people with those agreements, or we'll just have to like kick you out of the country because we can't have like 30% of our fucking workers just not going to fucking work, right? Yeah. And like I get what you're saying, like it's possible that unions would have that kind of like let's say like fraternity between them. But you know, at that point though, I mean there's still that small percentage of workers in those countries that aren't covered by collective bargaining agreements, right? So it still exists, even with that kind of pressures.
I guess the big additional point that I would just draw to is that most of these countries aren't led by democratic socialists. They're led by SocDems, like modern SocDems. I do think that leadership has a key role here. Like, in terms of setting the agenda for what's feasible, I think that if Norway was led by someone even as radical as like Meidner, who was calling for stuff like, hey, we're going to start doing worker-owned funds or whatever, that sets a very different table for what unions can win than like the sort of keep things going as they are now. Things are pretty fine. Please don't vote for the racists that like the Soc Dems have been promising the last like 10, 20 years.
Yeah, I guess I get what you're saying, but I mean, I don't know, Denmark, I feel like places like Denmark, the Netherlands, Norway, I mean, there's like true socialist alternatives in those countries that are electorally viable because they have more proportional representation, but they still don't vote.
Yeah, and people don't choose them. And like I'm trying, like, I don't think this is a thing where like I think socialism, okay, there's like a line between older Marxists who think that workers will just choose socialism because it's in their self-interest. That's simplified, but that's the gist of the theory. And more modern socialists, especially a strain of people who would call themselves ethical socialists, who say, no, socialism isn't inevitable. It's something you have to argue for. You have to convince people to. And I'm very much in the latter camp. Like, I completely think that people abandon socialism and its ideals. Excuse me. They abandon socialism and its ideals for a variety of reasons. Like, one of them in Europe is the rise of, have you seen the Wagenknecht party in Germany or whatever? Like, it's very clear
Wagenknecht? What a name.
I think, is her name Wagenknecht? I don't remember. But she's the Nazbol party. It's very clear that, like, some of the support for socialism... Okay, how do I put this? We are seeing one of the low points for socialist power in Europe in... I think like 80 years, like basically since World War II. And a big part of it is because low-wage workers stopped voting for the left and they started voting for the right. And high education voters don't tend to be socialists, they tend to be Soc Dem. So we're in this sort of transitory state in European parties between like low-wage workers shifting right and high-wage, high education workers shifting left. Like, it's to the point in the US now that income has started to stop being a good predictor of party vote just because of how strongly education predicts vote in this country. So I don't know where the future holds. My hope is that highly educated people can be persuaded to socialism. I'm just trying to say that, like, I think it was a lot more radical in the 70s. That's all I'll say. There was like a bombing every day in America. So yeah,
that's true. I guess I'm just more, I think it's just a matter of like, how much does that choice affect your like commitment to the ideology, right? Because I mean, I guess there's something to be said about if people just like essentially just choose not to operate democratically in the workplace, if they really do have a free choice. And in my thought is like, well, if they choose not to, and there's not like sufficient aggregate pressure to democratize like literally every single workplace at the firm level, you know, that just tells me that maybe full socialization just like isn't the answer. Like, maybe full socialization just isn't to the preference of either individual workers or the collective as a whole. And so maybe it's good enough to basically just stop there and say, hey, we've gotten rid of basically all coercion, right? But we haven't gotten rid of private ownership. Like, maybe these things are just not as incompatible as we originally thought.
I mean, this is one of those things where I broadly agree with like empiricism and experimentalization that like, it's wrong to say that my view of the world has to be correct, even though we haven't observed like my perfect society yet. So like, if you're right, I'll have to reevaluate my views. This is fortunately one of those things that I probably won't live to see, so I can die wrong and happy. But
yeah, you don't think AI will grant us a socialist society before you die?
I think I haven't talked at all about the open AI stuff, and I refuse to even look into it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure they're installing. Go ahead.
Changing subjects. Argentina.
Oh, no.
SDL. We have to talk about this.
How have
you not talked about this on stream?
I talked about it last week. I was going to talk about it today.
Let's talk about it.
Oh my god. Before we drift too far away from the social democracy thing, I wanted to send you this study. And I was going to pull a graph from it real quick.
All right.
It's figure 1, and I'm posting it in chat. I'm going to post it on...
Oh, God, you sent like 4 different links. Which one?
Okay. Here's the picture. The reason I was sending this is just like, it's pretty clear from this graph that socialist power is at a really, really, really low point, is all. So just like, I'm sure that a lot of unions are radical nowadays, and probably more radical than they've been in like decades, but there was way more power there was way more like embedded socialist power 30, 40, 50 years ago.
I don't know. I feel like, I mean, this looks to just be European countries, right? But if you think about Latin America, it seems like there's a resurgence of social
Sure.
democratic and like leftist leadership. I mean, it seems like Malay is one of very few exceptions over the last 5 years of a like right-leaning person winning an election in Latin America.
I agree. There has been a pink wave in Latin America. I'm just pointing to this because the society we want to build is not simply like, let's press the socialism button. It tends to be something that takes a really long time to build. Like democratic evolution to socialism tends to be the type of thing that you build over like 100 years, is what we're assuming anyway, what I'm assuming. And if that's true, then the poor societies in Latin America haven't had time to do that yet. Like Europe is way further up the social spending scale. It's way further up the like social bargaining scale than the Latin American countries are. So even if the pink wave was elected down there, we wouldn't expect them to like be hitting the socialism button in the way that we would want, as like the slow democratization of the economy.
I guess so. I think, I mean, I guess you might be running into different definitions of socialism, right? Because I think that, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I think AMLO is like literally, like at least he calls himself a socialist. And I think like Gabriel Boric in Chile calls himself a socialist.
Yep.
And I mean, you know, I don't know. There's been other elections. Obviously in Peru, they elected the Marxist like teachers union guy, but he ended up getting thrown out for being like an insane person. But like he did get elected, I guess, right? And he was a Marxist. And so, you know, I don't know. Obviously, they're not doing necessarily like your model of socialism, right? But I feel like there's maybe some commitment to those types of ideas, at least. There's
been a real rise in like socialist power. I'm just trying to compare it to think of the comparison that between I think it's like 1932 and 1979 or something, the socialists ran Sweden like every single election. Like the comparison is that we are starting to win some elections in South America, but we're also losing some too, right? It would be more akin to what if Lula won and then every single person after Lula until 2070 or something was a Lulaite or whatever. That's, I think I'm just trying to draw like consistent.
Kind of like Perón.
Yes, like Perón. Peronism, true leftism in South America.
All right.
Leftism is when you print money.
That's a perfect segue into Argentina. STL. I was talking to Micah.
Go ahead.
And I was talking to Micah, and I was like, to be fair, I'd had some edibles at the time that I was talking to him, but still, all right. I was like, Micah, this Malay guy is completely insane. Like he is going, like, I think he has the ability to just end right-wing libertarianism. It'll be like Argentina is going to become like the Soviet Union of fucking of like libertarianism, because in the future, like when people say, "Oh, I'm a libertarian," they're going to be like, "Oh, isn't that like how Argentina got ruined?" Like I think, you know, in the early 2020s, like that's how bad this is going to be. You know, I could be wrong, but
yeah,
shit.
I mean,
anyway,
so I had some stuff ready for a segment on this, but yeah, just to talk with you about it, I had a list of some of his proposals. He wants to legalize the sale of organs, which actually I'm not actually too mad about this one.
STL, Jesus.
What's that?
Are you about to say that's okay?
I've heard in high school we debated this.
Oh my God, STL.
I heard some really convincing arguments that like it was the only thing that seemed better was basically organ conscription, that you just take organs from dead people because like there's a really severe organ shortage. I don't know.
Doesn't that seem like 1,000 times more reasonable though?
Like yes, but the problem is
hey,
that
you're dead, so we might as well just take your organs.
The problem is that we live in neoliberal hell, okay? And so people are way more amenable to selling organs than just taking organs from the dead. And I know that sounds insane, but it's literally true.
How can a socialist say that like it's like unethical to like, I don't know, like invest in a fucking McDonald's franchise, but you can sell your damn organs? SDL.
What I would probably recommend, like if I was ever to get into power and to be forced to implement this policy instead of like a better one, I would probably want to see really strong restrictions. Like you have to show a plan that you want to do this like 3 months ahead of time or whatever.
Some great Malay policies.
So some
Legalize
great
sale of organs.
So he wants to legalize sale of organs. This is the one that I put up top because I think it makes people the most scared, but I know I have controversial views on this one. He also wants to privatize schools. More specifically, he wants to basically do, I think, what's sort of what Sweden did. That'd be the putting the good spin on it. He wanted to make the entire school system the entire school into a voucher system, and he also called for privatizing it outright, but his immediate proposal was basically vouchers for everything. He also wanted to privatize roads. He wanted to I said end the right to unionize. It's a little bit hyperbolic. He is really opposed to a part of the Constitution which protects the right to unionize. So he wants to get rid of that. That doesn't necessarily mean that he wants to like actively end the right to unionize. He just wants to get rid of its protections. So he wants to end the carbon taxes that Argentina has proposed. He also thinks climate change is fake. He is an open Austrian economist, which is why I had that debate the other day. He wants to ban abortion from conception, like literally conception. Argentina already has a 14-week ban, by the way. So he wants to go really far in the abortion ban. And he wanted to fund, I said all government ministries. It turns out it's only, I think like 22 of 26 or something like that.
It's only almost all of them.
Yeah.
Basically. Yeah. No, like I think, and to be fair, I haven't looked into what his actual governing coalition's like, because obviously he won because the first round is what determines the parliamentary makeup, and then the second round elects the president. And so I haven't looked into what his actual governing majority is going to look like. Like, there's a chance he doesn't even have a governing majority in the legislature. And so he might not be able to do much besides just, like, ruin Argentina's foreign relations, which I guess is pretty bad, but, you know, it's not the worst, I guess. But
it does seem likely that he won't have enough political power to get everything he wants. So probably no legalized organs. Tragic. True loss for the people of America with their fat wallets and their need for kidneys. But
I don't know. The only policy of his that I think could be the only policy of his that I'm like cautiously maybe on is the dollarization, which is one that I think most leftists are very against the idea of like giving up monetary sovereignty. I mean, the thing is though, is that like in a country like Argentina that has like struggled with essentially like institutionally shielding itself from super duper high and volatile levels of inflation. Like Argentina is the exact kind of country where dollarization could just like work. And so it's hard to say.
I haven't read into any thoughtful analyses of whether dollarization is a good or bad policy. Because inflation in Argentina is so bad that it makes drastic solutions like that seem less insane. In general, I am opposed to giving up monetary sovereignty. Mostly because that lessens the ability of using like low inflation as a means of spurring economic growth, or accepting slightly higher inflation in like a full employment economy. But Argentina is not close to a full employment economy, in part because of how bad the inflation is. So it's like I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a policy like it's an extreme solution. Like it's one of those things where it's obviously, and it's not necessarily required. Like look at Chile, right? Like Chile historically has had pretty good governing institutions when it comes to dealing with inflation domestically, and they don't use the US dollar. They don't have a currency peg. So it's not like Latin Americans are just unable to create good institutions to manage inflation. It's just that in a country like Argentina that's failed for like 50 years in a row to control inflation stably, where like people will vote for leaders like Milei, like increasingly more extreme leaders like Milei, where it's like, I'm going to cut interest rates, but then but I'm going to raise interest rates and rein in inflation. But then the next election, raising interest rates was so unpopular, they just vote in somebody who says, I'm going to cut interest rates. It's like, well, clearly this isn't working. Like people don't like inflation, but they don't like higher interest rates. And they're not electing like modern monetary theorists, right? Who, you know.
Yeah, so, they're not electing modern monetary theorists. They're just electing money printer guys versus guy who tries to cut it, but it's really painful. I guess the hope that I expressed that like could come out of this is one sort of what you said. This will be the like Khmer Rouge. This will be the Vuvuzuela of like anarcho-capitalism or libertarianism. If he gets too much of what he wants, then he might actually fuck the economy up. Was it I'm forgetting which state. I don't think it was Kentucky. Which was the state which like defunded its schools?
Kansas.
Kansas was so bad that it gave Democrats back control, right? I do wonder if like Milei comes in, he does dollarization, he fixes inflation. Let's imagine best possible solution. He fixes inflation, very painful, but like that's no longer a central issue between left and right. Then maybe you get a normal left and right, not like a left Peron versus a right Peronism. You just get like a normal, I love workers and I want like more unions and more social spending left versus a right, which is the opposite of that.
You could be right. I
hope.
Think that
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that. I think that yeah, you're right in some degree. I think the best case for the Argentinian people is basically that Milei isn't able to do most of what he wants to get done. But the issue is that in a world where Milei can get like only the good stuff done, that's probably a world where he can get most of what he wants, right? And so it's like, yeah, like, well, fuck, like
dollarization is like a large shift. It's not like a simple thing.
That's not a trivial thing, right? Yeah. And especially because I think that one thing that's difficult is that like to be an anarcho-capitalist is to be like kind of a dumb person for the most part.
True,
right? Like based, but like I'm just saying like. And, like, for instance, Fabian Liberty, the guy that you just talked to, I wouldn't call him dumb. I'm just saying that, like, anarcho-capitalists are mostly stupid, right? People. And I'll say that most people who call themselves socialists are probably pretty dumb people as well, right? Because you got a lot of dumbass people, TBH, right? But, like, the point is that Milei is probably a pretty stupid person. Right?
No, he is absolutely. I don't know if you did. I don't know if you were there for the previous stream or 2 streams ago maybe when I talked about him. But like, let me. I don't know. I don't think I can play this for you, but I'll play it for stream and I'll send it to you. 1 minute. Here, I'll send it to you and I'll play it on stream.
All right, let's see. A tweet from SDL.
El Estado metete en el orto, la concha puta de tu madre. ¿Sabes qué? Me lo paso por el orto el Estado. Tomá, ¿sabes qué es esto, hijo de... ¿Sabes qué es? La bandera anarcocapitalista, ¿sí? La bandera de los liberales libertarios. El amarillo tiene que ver con la capacidad de generar riqueza, es decir, el oro, ¿sí?
This guy is literally like if Fabian Liberty became the president. I'm not even joking. Like that was when he won the election, the first person I thought about was Fabian Liberty. I'm like, this is like if Fabian Liberty was president. Like we're really gonna see, like how can a guy like this govern an actually sophisticated like society like Argentina, right?
No, that's so I sent the clip because he's literally like waving the anarcho-capitalist flag and explaining the colors on the flag and then just like yelling and screaming and pissing and shitting himself. It was like 3 days before he won the election. He talked about how he was hearing voices on stage, like just that like
no STL. The best part, he released a statement which was like things people have said about me that aren't true. And one of the things was, people say I fucked my sister. That's not true.
Stop asking about whether I came on my sister. Stop asking about whether I came in her hair. Stop. I did not come on my
Argentina,
cat. Oh my God.
The president of Argentina had to release a statement that said, I didn't have sex with my sister, guys. Like, what is happening? Who's running Argentina? I think electing... because people say Americans are so stupid. It's got to be dumber to elect this guy than to elect Trump, right? It's got to be, right?
Oh, no, I wanted to make a comparison there. I don't know if I'll do the segment, but this is literally the Shane Dawson tweet. I didn't fuck my cat. I didn't come on my cat. I didn't put my dick anywhere near my cat. I've never done anything weird with my cats. I promised myself I wasn't going to make apology videos last year, so I'm just trying to be as short as honest with this as possible. That's what the fucking president of Argentina said about his sister.
What? Yeah, dude. I really think it's gonna be fucking.
No.
I really think it's going to be like a total disaster. Like,
he won. He won by a larger margin than Republicans won Mississippi. Is how bad it is. Now, part of that is just people wanting change, but Jesus Christ, man.
Well, yeah, it's like electing ISIS or something, right? In like a terrible circumstance. It's like obviously there's like a materialist sort of grounded reason for why people might do something like that, but it still is pretty bad, right? Like it's not like a good
no. And the worst part is, so I expected him to lose because I did the electoral math. I was looking at like if the center went even, I think like a third to the left, quote unquote, like the sort of left Peronist who was running Massa, if even a third of the center went to him, he would have won. But Massa did barely any better in the first round as the second round. Like he won almost no new additional votes beyond those he would have won anyway. So like that's really discouraging because it means the center was very willing to work with this insane guy. It's like the exact tale you see when people work with the fascists. They're like, well, I really hate the left Peronists, so I have to vote for the guy who definitely didn't come on his sister.
Well, yeah, it's hard. I mean, yeah, it's hard to say, right? Because, yeah, it's like while you can ultimately ground the reasons why people vote for people like that in like very legitimate anguish and like institutional struggle that people have gone through, but it's also hard to get away from the fact that like, I get it, bro. You're struggling. It's been a hard time to be an Argentinian for like 100 years in a row, but anarcho-capitalist like guy who maybe fucks his sister is like probably not like it's still not a good route to go down to fix your problems. But no, I guess I'm in my ivory tower over here.
That's
with
true.
Joey B running shit. But,
yeah, with patriots in control.
There you go. Well, look, Malay's crazy. I'm not hopeful for Argentina's let's say short-term future. But we'll see if let's be clear, if inflation in the US was 150%, we'd be burning down the entire country. Look, Najuan. That's true, right? But like at the same time, expectations of inflation matter. Like Argentina has had bad inflation for literally, I mean, STL, bring up a chart of like inflation in Argentina. They've had bad inflation for like 100 years in a row. It's just like I remember listening to my Argentinian professors in college who'd be like, "Oh yeah, it was just always a pain in the ass to buy anything in Argentina because there's always terrible inflation and like people would have to mark up prices like every second of every day." And like people just lived with that, right? And so you kind of get slow boiled. And so while it's the case that yeah, society would be pretty rough if there's 150% inflation in America, in Argentina, I guess in general, it's not seen as quite as desperate a scenario, right? Obviously, it's pretty bad. They did elect a pretty radical guy, but I don't know. It's still like looks bad on them, to elect such a fucking crazy person. Just like it looked bad on us to elect Trump, Come
well,
on.
it's sort of the analogy is something like Great Depression leads to Hitler or whatever. It's like, there were other options for ending
our
unemployment.
Great Depression led to FDR.
Yeah.
One of the greatest American presidents, SDL.
Yeah, no, there were better options here.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, what would you do to fix Argentina, SDL?
I mean, I don't know how you win the political battle, but it does seem like money printer as like it seems like you need institutional controls which lock off money printer, and I don't know what that would look like, but it's been a problem in a bunch of left countries too, like obviously Venezuela, but also Israel as well. Had a lot of problems with inflation like this under the labor Zionists in like the 70s and 80s. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that I feel like it's easy enough just to have like an operationally independent central bank, right? I mean, that's what other countries have done where like we have you also need political independence depending on the country as well. Like the idea that some countries you might not want to have the head of the central bank to be a political appointment. Like maybe this person would be part of a self-replicating institution where like maybe you appoint the initial board of the Fed, but then the board of the Fed appoints the next head, and then vacancies are filled by the board, and then it's just self-replicating. So there's like no political influence on the institution at all. And I mean, to me, that's politically that's possible, just because then you could just blame the Federal Reserve or the central bank for everything that's going on. It's like, look, what are we supposed to do? We got these central bankers that are just crazy. You know, I mean, fuck.
I mean, I guess like presumably what you'd really want is like were socialists to take power in Argentina today, you'd want to try and bring down inflation very quickly. So what does that look like? Well, inflation is a combination of printing money, so you have to stop that, and rising of wages and rising of costs, which is a global thing. So how do you tamp down on that? Well, one of the ways that we did it, ironically, in the US is like full employment, getting production up as high as possible so that there's like that prices of goods go down more than you'd expect than based on the rest of the world. Like the US has had lower inflation than most of Europe did, in part because it got to lower unemployment really quickly. So I don't know, there might be like a world in which like leftist shock therapy looks something like massive public work projects combined with like really intense deflation or something. Not deflation, but just a return of inflation to zero.
I mean, industrial policy could help, like building just an egregious number of houses, and I don't know, like trying to institute monopsony, like government price negotiation for different sort of key things, like healthcare and stuff like that. Like I don't know the entire Argentinian system, but yeah, the printing of the money is probably the main problem.
Well, and just to agree with you on this one, I think one of the oddities is that Milei probably has more ability to solve inflation than does basically any Peronist because of inflation perceptions. Because he comes in as this radical, it makes it easier for him to like make a radical change and people to believe that will stick, that therefore inflation will stay down. Like I think again, an oddity would be if a genuine socialist, like not a Peronist, but like a socialist who was also committed to low inflation, like won power and was very clearly radical, that could also lead to inflation expectations being shifted. So yeah, it's an oddity.
Yeah, it's definitely a weird one, SDL. Well, all right. Anything else you wanted to talk about, friendo? I'm glad that you've agreed to be a part of the newest hot economics podcast.
And there's so many hot economic podcasts. I mean,
look, there's got to be an alternative to the Jimmy Dore show and the Brianna Greyjoy. Joy Gray.
I guarantee you that not
one.
a single member of the Jimmy Dore audience is going to be watching the Neo-Lib Sockdem Socialist Economic Discussion Hour.
No, but that's the thing, SDL. We don't convert their audience. It's the politically, sort of unsorted masses who will now not only see Jimmy Dore in the recommended feed, but also our amazing lefty economics podcast.
Oh
all right?
my God.
So that way they will never get radicalized in the first place.
We can only hope. All right, I should probably get you off and try and do something else before stream ends.
What are you going to do next, SDL?
I mean, I was going to look at some of the Argentina stuff again. There was like an almost fight in Congress.
With the union leader and the senator from Oklahoma. Yeah,
that shit rocked.
Like, okay, would you ever accept an influencer boxing match?
Would I? No, I'm.
Yeah.
I'm weak as shit.
Why do you say I would get that? You never know.
I would die.
You would die? Goodness.
Yeah, they would kill me, okay? They would one punch and I would instantly cardiac arrest, brain dead. Snap my spine.
We need more leftists like that union leader who's like, yes, well, stand your butt up, Senator. We need the tough, burly leftist. So if Fabian Liberty challenges you to a boxing match, SCL, you've got to say yes. You've got to defend socialism's honor.
Roxy says that she would box me. Would you have?
Roxy would kick your ass, is what I'm hearing.
Yes, she would. She absolutely would.
No.
Did you see? Did you ever watch that debate that I think it was Ethan Klein did with XQC?
Ethan Klein did with XQC. I did see that, if I understand.
Yeah, I would just simply adopt what XQC did. I would just worm my way away. I would just get down on all fours and slide off the stage.
Oh my goodness! Like, okay, this is, I was potentially going to do an influencer boxing match at one point. That would have been really fun.
You?
Yeah, actually. So Keemstar, he didn't know that I never show my face, right? But he tweeted out something like, I need a leftist person to box this really right-wing guy that I have agreed to do a match. And I was like, this is hilarious.
What, Nick
I'd love to do
Fuentes?
this.
Were you gonna punch out like
No,
Jackson
no,
Hinkle?
it was fuck. What's his name? He did the match and his boxing wasn't impressive. I'm like, I could have fucking toasted this guy. What was his name? He's running for Congress right now. Hold on. Right wing gun channel running for Congress. And he's like a really short guy.
Okay, now that's just cheating. Okay, I've never seen
I
what
could
you
have
look
fucked
like.
him up. No, look, he's really muscular. He's like one of those short guys that's like does a million pull-ups a day, it looks like. Ah, fuck, I can't find him. Well, whatever. The point is that it was some like dude who wanted to do a match, and I was like, oh, this would be great. He finds out I can't, or this would be my face reveal doing the boxing match. He's like, I need you to have your face out there beforehand. I was like, whatever, fine. And so I don't remember who he ends up boxing, but I was like, oh, the idea of a left versus right boxing match, it would just be hilarious.
Okay,
like it'd be great.
But it would be such bad PR for the left because we would guarantee lose that. If you took like the average rightist influencer nowadays.
Not if you put me in, coach.
The average rightist influencer nowadays is like a roided up guy who talks shit about women. Like, of course they're gonna win in a fight versus the median like nerdy leftist. It's inevitable. There's no chance that Vosh is defeating like
look, maybe it is inevitable with that attitude, SDL. All right, you've got to have faith in your ideology to hold strong.
We simply need all the leftists to move to a single housing location, a commune, if you will, and start training up 24/7 for the proletarian revolution. Open parentheses, boxing matches with various right-wing influencers.
Look, did Fidel conquer Cuba with peace and love? No, he socialistly, revolutionarily seized control with force. All right, the socialists, the leftists. All right, we're the real tough guys. If you look at history, SDL, prove me wrong.
Okay, the problem is that usually the socialists that won were running against a nerdy capitalist, okay? They could never win against the Chad energy of an illiterate grug who just hates women. It's impossible. Nothing can defeat that man. He would eat your bullets.
You know what can defeat that man?
Is it a strong... What can defeat that man?
Any woman who's taller than him or makes more money than him.
Okay, that's a fair point. We'll get a 5'5" short king who just hates women, and we'll get a 6'10" queen who can punch him before he can fight back. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I'll leave you with those thoughts before we organize
the podcast.
You know,
the true podcast.
Not only the podcast, but the first capitalism versus socialism refereed by Social Democrats, of course, boxing event in influencer history. So start creating a team, SDL, and I'll have Micah create a team.
I feel like we need like the cat girl versus neo-lib will be the junior class, right? The communist cat girl versus the twink econ Twitter poster. That will be the lower class of fighters.
No, it's the undercard. You've got the femboy Nazi versus the femboy socialist. Okay, that's your opening match.
10-minute slap fight. 10 minute.
Yeah, the cat ears are coming off in this match. All right, SDL. It was fun talking to you. I'll talk to you later.
Apparently we'll be talking more often. Happy to work on that podcast.
Hell yeah. Wait, be on the lookout, audience. A lefty economics podcast coming near you. All right, see you later, bud.
Who is F? All right, there's one last person in chat, but they were deafened, so I'm not dragging them in. Evan says, how do I convince my sockdem dad that market socialism is the answer? I feel like sticking to what Econoboy I talked about in the beginning part of that conversation, is to talk about democratization, right? Is to say, oh, you like it when workers don't live in poverty. You like it when unions have power. What if we just did that, but inside of unions as well? Inside of firms as well. Talk about cooperatives and internal firm democracy. The second option would be talk about big structures that go beyond like a lot of social spending. So you could talk about stuff like social wealth funds or people or like public owned banks. I feel like social wealth funds are the much simpler one to talk about because we don't live in a society where banks determine most investment funds. Most investment funds come from profits and stock market. So it's simpler just to talk about that as like, well, what if instead of rich people owning all the stocks, it was the government owning all the stocks? Why couldn't they run investment portfolios based on performance, right? Just take Vanguard and give it to the government. And if he wants competition, then just mandate that there's competition between people who have investment funds within that or have multiple SWFs. He mentioned SWFs and public banks, said they're cool, but can't make up the entire economy. My honest to God take is that if you have a SOCDEM who is on board with social wealth funds, who is on board with public owned banks, who's on board with like enormous social spending, then this maybe is like a very lib take of mine, but they are on board with like 99% of what we need to do and is like politically feasible in the next 20, 30, 40 years. So like getting them across the last line to call themselves a socialist is useful, but also not like essential. So to me, I think that you would talk about policy of democratization, talk about policy of SWFs, or if you want to talk about ideology, I would maybe talk about Cohen. Read The Structure of Capitalist Unfreedom by G.A. Cohen, which outlines how lack of access to money is like directly a cause of unfreedom, and then analogize that to like poverty and capitalist relations in general. That'd be maybe my take. Or one last option would be talk about class. Say that the existence of a very rich group of people who have a lot of power in society, even in a much more equal society, the existence of a huge category of rich people who have interests opposite those of workers, or not opposite, but often opposite those of workers, that is harmful to society, both in terms of how well our democracy functions and how well our economy functions. That's the argument, I think. Those four. Najwan says, I don't think I'm close to a socialist, and I agree with those things. Yeah, I mean, I think that getting someone on board, I call it beefy social democracy. Econoboy is like a beefy social democrat. And despite the name, a neolib, Micah is like a free market social welfare fund, like center leftist. So I bring it up because like a beefy social democrat, they're in favor of a lot of these things. They just don't want to go the last step and like abolish the capitalists, which I think is key. They don't want to go the last step and try and democratize everything if possible, which again, I think is key. But the unfortunate thing, Evan, is that like there's just no evidence that you can point to and be like, well, democratizing everything works because, you know, we've never done it. So all you can point to is the half measures we've currently taken and be like, wow, these were really cool. What if we did them more? Do not. High Dork is joking. High Dork is I think High Dork is closer to like a beefy sock them. They're just trolling you, Evan. Oh my god, one last person wants to come on. I'm gonna drag you on in 1 second. Hello. Rockin' and rollin'.
Hello, how's it going?
Hey, what's up?
So, an Argentinian and a leftist, and I saw you were talking about Milei's rise to power, and I said I should see what's going on here.
What did I get anything wrong? Do you have any thought? I haven't read anything about dollarization, and I would, if you have any thoughts.
Oh yeah, well, dollarization is basically not going to happen. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, I know everyone in the world wanted to see how that experiment worked out, but it's just basically impossible. Mm-hmm. Because of many reasons. He would have to go through Congress, which would be a very tough task to do. But even if he did, the president of the Supreme Court already said that's unconstitutional and he wouldn't let it happen. So it's basically not going to happen.
Mm-hmm. So is there like a referendum process in Argentina for amending the Constitution?
Not for amending the Constitution, although Milei proposed that if Congress doesn't want to allow this dollarization law, he would call for a referendum, but there are no legally binding referendums in Argentina, basically. So it's impossible to do it through those channels. But I think what's important to see or to understand why an anarcho-capitalist could win in such a huge country. I mean, a mid-sized country or a regional power after Brazil, I would say, is the main regional power. It's basically, you have to understand that this government was probably one of the worst governments we've had since 2001, at the very least. We're in a very terrible situation right now. And I think even if a plan was the option against any candidate the current government would offer, he would have won. Just that plan would have won. Because of the numbers, it's pretty simple. In fact, when we had the presidential debate, basically Massa was making Milei like the crazy man he is, and nobody cared. Basically, nobody paid attention to that. It was way more important to get rid of these guys. Everyone just wanted to get rid of these guys as soon as possible.
Yeah, I heard in a lot of the videos asking voters why they voted, and in some of the exit polling that just wanting an out from the previous government was like the hugest factor.
I mean, let's be honest. We had a very long quarantine during the pandemic, and a year afterwards, there was a huge scandal because there was a leaked photo of the president having a party inside the presidential residency during the pandemic lockdowns. So, yeah, nobody liked these guys anymore, and the economic situation was terrible. So, people felt, even I would say that chunk of voters that don't really care that much about politics in general, they would have voted for anybody.
Yeah, just because of how bad. I saw the inflation got really high, like some of the first times that it got over 3 digits under the previous.
First time, yeah, the first time since 1989.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's really bad.
So, it's a terrible situation.
I did see that in YouTube chat. You said that Massa was not a left Peronist. Would you say like more of a centrist? The Peronism, I believe, is accurate, but just the left is not. You wouldn't characterize him as like left or center left or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, he is a Peronist, although he didn't start his career as a politician as a Peronist. He started in the UCD, which was a neoliberal party in the 90s. But he eventually converted to Peronism, and he held an important position as it's called cabinet chief in English. I'm not sure, but during the first mandate of Cristina Kirchner as president, so he was he played a key role in those administrations. But then he had a split. He left the party, created his own party, and that was a right-wing version, more of like a neoliberal version of Peronism, and eventually joined in a coalition with the Kirchner, again, with Cristina Kirchner in particular, again. But he represented the right wing of that coalition.
Okay, that's fair. So maybe it would have been better to call him like a centrist Peronist. The reason I was saying left Peronist was just to like distinguish him from the even more openly right wing Peronist. But you'd say he's more of like within the center of the Peronist spectrum or on the right of the Peronist spectrum. I don't know what you.
I mean, I would say I think in this case, right wing and left wing are very vague notions. I normally defend them, but in this case, we should be more specific. He's more of the neoliberal kind of Peronist, not the quasi-fascist kind of Peronist.
Yeah.
Um,
Better, but not
yeah,
that much better.
yeah, yeah. But still, I wouldn't call him a leftist Peronist, a centrist Peronist at the most. He did try to moderate his discourse during the early stages of this campaign and to make it a little bit more anti-imperialist in order to appeal to the Kirchnerist masses. I don't know if you're familiar with that term.
Yeah, so just for the audience. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's just basically the base of the Peronist movement that follows Christina Kirchner's leadership, which I would argue they're a little bit more center leftist. So he had to create a more center left or at least anti-imperialist image, but he was always part of a very pro-United States political class. I mean,
Yeah.
he's very good friends with Rudolph Giuliani, for example.
Yeah, I was probably bad language to call him a left Peronist without explaining what that meant. I was just trying to distinguish him from what you say, like more of the quasi-fascist Peronism. But yeah,
definitely.
It sounds weird to say like neoliberal Peronism, given that like a huge part of neoliberalism in America and a lot of the rich world has been like anti-inflation as like one of the key demands of neoliberalism. But like, yeah, that sort of tracks for Massa. Sorry, my bad.
That's true. No worries. But you should remember that Peronism was very neoliberal in the 90s. I mean, the party itself, not the doctrine, for sure. They diverted from the original Peronist or the so-called Doctrina Justicialista. And they renovated the party and created this sort of neoliberal Peronist movement in the 90s. Which actually, if it had any achievement, was reducing inflation.
Yeah.
Because basically they created this system in which we had a fixed rate where $1 would always be equal to 1 peso. And the central bank couldn't print any money without dollars to back it up. So they managed to keep the peso's price stable for a very long time, but at the same time destroyed the entire industry and created a super high unemployment rate.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly what happened in neoliberal countries. Under neoliberal governments in the global north, is inflation wasn't as high, but they brought it back down at the cost of usually a huge decline in manufacturing jobs, a huge decline in union power, and a huge decline in wages relatively. I don't. Have you ever seen the sort of? I don't know if it's penetrated into Argentinian culture as well, but in the U.S. there's this very, very, very famous graph about a divergence between productivity and wages.
Yes,
and
I'm familiar with it.
A lot of people think that the graph diverges in like 1971 or whatever year the graph starts. The actual divergence, in a better version of the graph, which doesn't use a shitty measure of wages, the actual divergence starts in 1980 under Ronald Reagan, who was like the most neoliberal president the U.S. had in decades, because he fucked up unions and because he fucked over a bunch of union strikes in particular. And so that was like the year when productivity went up like 10% and union wages didn't keep up. So I'm just like, yeah, it sounds exactly the same. Neoliberalism, North and South, but.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it has a lot of analogous movements. I think in our case, it started in 1975, the last year before the coup d'etat. And then after the coup, there was no turning back. All sorts of resistance against that, against neoliberal measures were simply destroyed and crushed very quickly.
Yeah. I mean, the military didn't help. Totally. Yeah, not a fan of the dirty war on this stream.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't put it dirty though. I mean, that's another thing that I noticed. People in the global north often that there's been a shift in the terminology we use here. We just don't call it a dirty war anymore. Since
Sorry.
Yeah, since that is part of the defense the military used when they went to trial. You know that they were judged in 1985, and they went to prison afterwards. The dictators and we called it the juntas, right?
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, they argued that they had to wage a dirty war, a war that they didn't ask for, but they had to engage in anyways. And they said that, yeah, for sure, that we might have had excesses here and there, but basically we did what we had to do. The thing is that human rights organizations fought that narrative, alleging that there was no such thing as a war, since there weren't two armies fighting against each other, and even the guerrilla wars that were starting in the early 70s were virtually dissolved by 1976, when the coup happened. They were defeated, and also the dictatorship disappeared around 30,000 people, whereas the guerrilla organizations only had around 1,000 people. So just numbers don't match up. So we just don't call it a war anymore, because that would mean we would have to use basically the Geneva Convention laws and such things, which we don't use here. We just use the term crimes against humanity or genocide.
That's what I was going to ask, is what the other term y'all would prefer, like the Argentinian left. And you just...
It's not...
Go ahead.
It's not just the left, pretty much the whole political spectrum, except the new president.
Sorry.
Yeah, but pretty much the whole political spectrum says genocide or crimes against humanity committed by the last dictatorship.
Huh. I'll try and incorporate that. Sorry, I didn't realize that there had been a name. I had only ever heard of the Dirty War. My bad.
No worries. I mean, most of the people in the global north, I've seen them, even with the best intentions, I've seen they never heard of that shift in the terminology we've had here for decades already.
Well, I'll definitely, yeah. I mean, it's so fucked, man, that every single country in Latin America, like Operation Condor, just royally destroyed so many countries in Latin America. Like, such an evil use of U.S. power.
It was terrible. I mean, in particular here, it was the end of the political opportunities of an entire generation. Sometimes you wonder why. When I was a kid, I remember I would wonder why there were basically no leftists older than us, like people who were 40 years old, or were just a few leftists. There weren't so many people. And as you start to read history and you get to know that there was a genocide with political intentions and based on political reasons, which is, by the way, the only reason why some people don't use the terminology genocide, because some people prefer politicide or something like that. So crimes against humanity, I would say, is more widely accepted.
Mm-hmm.
But once you learn that there was an entire generation of activists and people organized to change society, or called the subversive element of society, that's the way the dictatorship categorized them. They basically disappeared. Yeah, then you get to understand why that's the situation.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that. Yeah, I think it's useful to call out, like, I might even, this one will never catch on, but I would be willing to call this stuff like Argentine white terror, or Pinochet's rules, like the Chilean white terror, which is a reference to like other white terrors, like in Finland and under Chiang Kai-shek in China, the nationalists in China, that just killed people as well. Like there was a lot of killing by the Soviet governments as well, and the Chinese government as well, like the Red Terror. That was evil and unjustified. But like often is overlooked is the White Terror, and this very much seems like White Terror to me, capitalist, anti-communist, political targeted killings. So yeah,
pretty much. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong to do that comparison. I mean, I'm sure if I get to study those cases in detail, I could find differences, but yeah, I think that's a on a first glance, that sounds like a justified analogy.
Well, I guess, are there, maybe as a last question, because it's getting a little late for me, would be, are there any policies you are worried about emerging from a Malay leadership, probably working with the right? Like, what is the worst thing that you think could get through in this political climate?
It's hard to say. I would say one of the easiest things they could do that would be very damaging is to privatize some of the state companies that are actually working very well and do not generate any sort of deficit, but instead work as a source of foreign currency, which is what we need. Those would be mainly the satellites we have in the sky right now, which Carlos Slim, the Mexican billionaire, wants to buy, and YPF, the oil company, the 51% state-owned oil company. Those would be very easy things to do for him, I think. They wouldn't generate much resistance given the current situation. And another thing, not in economical terms, is maybe he could give amnesty to those guilty of crimes against humanity during the last dictatorship who are now in jail. I think that is not one of his priorities, but that is definitely one of his VIP priorities.
Does the president? I don't know how the presidential system in Argentina works. Does the president have pretty much sole discretion to just pardon people?
Yes, pretty much. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and I think they tried to do it through judiciary means during Macri's government, but there were so many people in the streets they couldn't. Basically, Macri's entire project had to be aborted because of the struggle in the streets, and I think that is what will define if this new government will be able to install a new project and hegemony for the next decade, or will just be another failure that changes in the next 4 years.
Well, pardoning war criminals and privatizing profitable state-run businesses seems like a pretty bad thing. Yeah, not good.
But I thank you for this platform, for talking about this.
Of course.
Just giving me this space to maybe just give some Argentinian insights to people leftists from foreign places. I think it's very fruitful.
Yeah, I know that I've been trying to make it a point to cover some foreign developments that seem undercovered. Just, I don't know, for the sake of my generally pretty Western, pretty upper class audience. So.
Oh, thank you for that.
Well, thank you again for coming on. Is there any organizations, websites, whatever that you'd want to shout out?
I would, but they're all in Spanish, so I don't know if it makes sense anyway.
I mean, I can, if you send me a link, I can post it in chat. But
okay, I would recommend La Izquierda Diario, which is it's a Trotskyist news organization, dependent of a Trotskyist party here. I'm not a Trotskyist myself, but I think they are the main class independent movement in Argentina, worker class independence movement. So I think what the work they're doing as a news organization is quite decent. I would recommend that. So I can send you the link through the chat on YouTube when I leave, and that'll be cool.
Yeah, that'd be great. I can repost it in chat. I will say that in America, one of the best and also worst socialist newspapers is the World Socialist website, which is run by a Trotskyist org. Trotskyists seem to just run the good newspapers basically everywhere, but it's also like the only thing they do. Like the World Socialist website is like the sole thing that Trotskyist org does. It has like 100 members or something. So something that's sort of frustrating is that Trotskyists seem to really dominate like the coverage that socialists get, but not the work, at least in America, the work that socialists actually do. So, good news, bad work.
I agree. Yeah, they're pretty similar.
Well, I'll definitely check it out. And if you ever want to come on and talk again, maybe after Milei has fucked up Argentina to some degree, I'd be happy to. And maybe to talk about hopes for a realignment of a left that's not maybe shadowed by Peronism or inflation.
That'd be great. See you. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Have a great evening. Oh my God. One more? I'm pulling in E. Hydork says I'm not upper class. I don't know anything about your class situation, Hydork. I'm going to call you a bougie fuck though, okay? Someone who's reading all the time, you have nerd lineage, okay? This man spending 24/7 reading studies. If you're ready, E, I can pull you in. Evan. Hello, Evan.
Hey, I had to mute myself on the stream. Okay. I do not want to keep you up super late, man. I'm sorry to call you this late. Okay, what was I gonna say? I was going to ask you, what is your actual take on the Sam Altman shit?
I don't know anything about it. All I see is reflections of the drama on like my Twitter feed, and I just refuse to look at them because I don't care. Unless this will have some impact on like the development of AI as a project, I do not care.
Okay.
It seems like factional infighting inside of some AI organization.
Well, the thing, it definitely does. It definitely like is gonna have like a huge effect. And you saw like who's on the new OpenAI board, right?
I heard people joking that they were like an original reader of Less Wrong, which is one of those like rationalist websites, but I don't know anything about them.
Yeah. Les Ron is funny. Anyways, Larry Summers is on the new board of OpenAI, if you didn't hear about that.
I did hear that, and like for all his flaws, I probably trust Larry Summers, average neolib economist, more than I trust the average Less Wrong reader. That's a hard bargain.
True, but you do not, in fact, have to hand it to Larry Summers, regardless.
Look, I have a pretty the people in charge of AI development have been overwhelmingly people who are convinced that once we create a sufficiently intelligent AI, it will be literally impossible to stop it, when that's what bombs are for, okay? We will just kill the AI. We're not going to accidentally invent the singularity. I'm sorry. But
I agree. I actually don't quite get like the fucking like effective altruism thing like against AI.
Well, so their fear is just Altman doesn't believe that. Okay, that's fair. I don't know what Altman believes. Nor do I. What I'll just say is that it's easy to find people who are insanely hyperbolic about AI. Less Wrong was founded on hyperbolic about AI. Like that's where the idea of Rocco's Basilisk came from. I know that Less Wrong like tried to shut it down, but they shut it down because so many people were taken in by the fear of a super intelligent AI in the future, perfectly cloning your consciousness nowadays and torturing it in the future because you failed to bring about AI nowadays. Like,
yeah,
the coup was undertaken by people who did believe this. Oh no, this is terrible.
I'm not a personally big believer. I'm not an expert. I don't believe AI is going to kill us, at least not yet. I did see an article, though, today in Reuters, where it was like, okay, one of the reasons that the board has been so tight-lipped about why they got rid of Sam Altman is there was like a new breakthrough from OpenAI that Sam warned the board about. And now there are like a ton of rumors flying around what it is. It's some new model, right? So it would be like GPT-5 probably. But apparently that was like the breaking point of the board where they were like, okay, this guy is going way too fast. We have to stop AI from taking over the world.
Okay, that actually
So
sucks.
we're gonna kick out Sam Altman.
One of the things that I am very convinced of is that insofar as AI represents a threat, it represents a threat in part because of lack of human advancement alongside it. Like, I am very much convinced that increased linkage between humans and artificial intelligence and like machines in general is key to, like, if you're really worried about misalignment or the alignment problem in general, that there's going to be some super intelligent, super powerful AI that doesn't have the same values that we do, it's actually really important that we like enhance our ability to have more power. So one, that alignment becomes less of an issue, and two, to like make it easier to communicate with entities like that. So like I don't know. I'm very on board of the like accelerationist. I'm like a transhumanist completely. Yeah.
I'm not convinced on transhumanism, but that's a separate discussion for sure. I mean, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, like another company, Anthropic, trains their models with the UN Declaration of Human
Evan,
Rights.
you cut out.
Like they literally just
Evan, you cut out. Please repeat that.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Another company, Anthropic, they apparently train their AI models on the UN Declaration of Human Rights. And they literally like tell their AI models to like choose the answer that best promotes human rights and freedom and democracy and shit like that. Which is honestly interesting.
It's interesting.
I'm not an expert. I don't know how well it works, but it's like I feel like that might be a solution to some extent.
I don't know enough about alignment. Like, I don't know about the math behind it to say anything, but it's certainly funny.
Okay.
I don't think that it's likely to solve larger alignment problems. If you're like assuming that you're creating something which is true intelligence, then it could just lie.
Oh yeah.
So I tend to take the view that what we're building right now is basically very, very, very fancy gradient descent, which is just a mathematical term for trying to find the point on a slope which comes closest to some optimum that you're trying to maximize for. Some parameter of like intelligibility, for example, in writing. Of how intelligible, how legible, whatever you're trying to maximize. And we're just doing that over 14 billion gajillion parameters. It's just a really fancy version of that. I tend to take the view that we're not doing real intelligence work right now. And so I'm not immediately very concerned about stuff like this. Like, to me, I feel like there's so much more reason to be in fear about stuff like drone machine warfare than there is about super intelligence. Super intelligence is going to be limited by like the machines it can run on, assuming that it can't like hack everything. And one of the other benefits of AI acceleration is going to be less and less hackable systems. Assuming that you can develop like pro security AIs, they're also going to help in the race towards more security. So
yeah, that's true.
I'm more worried about like to me, the immediate solution to stuff like alignment problems that are very, very, very worrying is bombs. And once the bombs stop listening, that's a much greater concern.
Yeah, that's true. I have a fear though. I kind of fear that like the socialist movement, because like, you know, AI right now is associated with like business and capitalism. I have like a low-key fear that like the socialist movement is going to like reactionarily turn against AI. They kind of already are to some extent with like, you know, AI drawing programs and AI art and stuff like that. But I wonder like where that's gonna go, honestly.
I was very frustrated to see like lefties. I understand why lefties turned against AI art. Because it's like, understandably, it's very likely going to screw over a bunch of small independent creators who might not otherwise get a commission or whatever. And like that was very concerning to SAG-AFTRA as well. However, it's also pretty clear to me that like a lot of what AI can do is going to be insanely useful, is already insanely useful for stuff like data categorization. And there's just so much like rote work that makes science and knowledge in a systematized way hard that AI can resolve. So I bring it all up because like it's frustrating to me because like yes, this will be harmful and beneficial, but that's true of like an enormous number of technologies. The computer displaced a huge number of manual calculators, but the society that we've built with the computer is probably better for it.
Yeah, it's the same as any other technology, in my opinion, honestly. Like Luddism is always going to exist. I don't like when the left is associated with Luddism. Like I fucking like, I'm so fucking like a Nordic apologist at this point. Like, okay, you're fired from your job. Like, okay, sucks for you, whatever. But we're also going to like give you a shit ton of money while you're unemployed and give you like an active labor market program training thing, all for free, all taxpayer funded, but you don't like get protections while you're on the job.
It's funny because one of the classic socialist critiques of capitalism is that it put fetters on the means of production. This is stuff that you can read in Marx, and it's stuff that you can read in, what's his name? Kropotkin, I believe, and one more person who was contemporary at the time, whose name escapes me. Like, a lot of their complaints were that capitalism actually slowed down the growth of industrialization. Because they argue that stuff like unemployment actually stopped. Like, if everyone was working, there'd be more people to be building more machines. If everyone was receiving an education, everyone could be better producing. But because capitalism systematically underinvests in its workers, it actually is slowing down production. And I very much take that, like, I think that we should be taking the exact opposite view as much as possible. We want as many people working as productively as possible, and therefore stuff like waste, stuff like unnecessary labor, yeah, absolutely. We should be trying to find a just transition, like infinitely, always, as fast as possible. And so it's just, I do broadly agree. It's not just AI, because it's going to be other things. Like, the delivery drivers are probably going to disappear in the next 10 to 20 years, guarantee, because of automated driving. And like, that's going to be terrible for about 2 million people. It might be terrible for another like 5 million truckers. And you need a just transition for that. But I don't think the solution is to ban the AI. The solution is to find another way for people to put their skills to use. And we're not doing that.
Honestly, like, yeah, why the fuck is like DSA and like all the socialists like not campaigning for A, increased unemployment benefits,
I think
B, active labor market program?
I
Like,
think
that's so obvious. Like, why are they not doing it?
I think COVID really shifted priorities, and it's going to shift back. I think that I remember being in 2019, very, very, very common argument in 2019 for the left was capitalist automation and the coming of AI and the need for more educated people in like in the economy of the future. We simply can't afford to have poor workers with poor educations. We need everyone to be a high-paid college employee, and the only way you're going to get that is something like socialism.
Right.
And the only way you're going to avoid like massive unemployment due to AI, so goes the argument, is due to immense retraining programs, for example. So I just bring it up because like I think that will come back as COVID fades from memory, and as like basically I think that COVID happened and then Biden won the election, and then it was a series of foreign policy disasters that in part kept like us from shifting back to talk of like very long term. Right now, everyone is very focused in the short term. Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, these are all talks of conflicts in like the next year. But as people broaden their horizons to the longer term, again, they will be concerned about automation and labor in a capitalist AI world.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I think so. I don't know. I can't know, but I hope so.
Yeah, I wonder if that's also like why people are talking like about student loan forgiveness, but not free college, like getting rid of tuition, that kind of stuff as well.
I think that was an unfortunate example where the left set their sights low on like something that was politically feasible, rather than setting their sights high and then compromising onto like student loan debt. because free college is in fact so popular that I think like 1 in 3 Republican states have adopted some, usually pretty lean, pretty weak version, but some kind of free college. It's really, really, really popular.
Yeah, I mean, I hate Florida. It's I fucking hate Florida, but admittedly, they have a awesome college subsidization program. You can basically go to college, not for completely free, but basically, like, if you get like a SAT score above like 1300, I want to say, you can like get into UF or UCF or something like that, and you can go for like so low priced. However, the reason why you can do that is because of the fucking lottery system in Florida. So honest to God, that is like a reverse redistribution of wealth. But if instead of the lottery system, like, yeah, but by the lottery system, like, I literally mean like lottery tickets and like sweepstakes and shit like that. But like, if they just did fucking like, I don't know, anything else instead of that, then it would be based.
I think it's worth fighting for stuff like free college, just on the grounds that it's a good step towards active labor market programs. Like if you, for example, I saw that a lot of states have adopted free college programs for people above a certain age as well, which is like a good use of money for the purpose of job retraining. Like it can be part of a broader left push, and this is key too. Expanding the people who go to college helps the left long term by shifting like demographics broadly in our favor, and as a space for leftists to organize. So like I think there's politically and economically a lot of reasons to support it, and I really wish that it was something that DSA was organizing state level campaigns on. I should, this is the line that I've always said to you, that like instead of DSA should, I should say I should, but this might actually need national support to do something like this.
I don't know if you've talked about like your at-large Discord server idea here, which you should, because it's like a fucking amazing idea. But like that would be like a really good thing.
That would be a good campaign for it, and that might be a good campaign for YDSAs as well.
Oh yeah. Oh, I would love if YDSA. Okay, maybe I'll bring that up to my YDSA chapter. Okay, I have one more question for you.
Okay.
Because like I know you're tired.
Sure.
Okay. What are the best practices of active labor market programs? Like from your understanding, like what makes like a good active labor market program and what makes like a bad one, in your opinion?
Bluntly, I haven't read deeply enough to know. I know that the size of the program is associated with its success. That part of the reason that U.S. programs have such a hard time is that we spend around 0.1% of GDP on ALMP, whereas countries like the Nords spend 1.5 to 2%, something like that. And that partly means that it's way harder to get access to a program. My assumption is that part of it's just that if you need a program near you, then a program which is like everywhere and everyone's doing it all the time is way easier than the government trying to set up something like temporarily for one industry that's in need. It's sort of like, how the government spent a huge amount of money just giving everyone dollars during the pandemic? Well, the reason we did that is because we didn't have the infrastructure to properly give the poor money, the people who needed it the most. If we just were giving everyone money all the time, like through UBI, it would be very easy just to stick on a few extra dollars to the poor. So I just bring it up because, like, to me, part of this is about building state capacity as well. It's that, like, you need a safety net where no one ever follows through. If they don't have a job, they should be in retraining, like, immediately. There should be a guy, like a social worker, whose job it is to check up on people who haven't been employed and ask them, like, hey, have you looked into these programs? Here's some that are hiring.
Right.
Like, I don't know.
I agree with you on principle, for sure.
I don't know about details, though. I can't say. I'm sorry, but I don't know the details.
Yeah. No, you're so good. Admittedly, it might be a challenge to get the stereotypical truck driver to agree to like have a government social worker tell them what to do. So that like might be a challenge.
No, I totally agree. In fact, one of the reasons that I argue for it being like a permanent government program, and ideally, one of the other things that I understand to be a problem in the US is that it's often farmed out to NGOs rather than just directly run. The US already has a job posting platform. It's called usajobs.gov. We could just shorten that to jobs.gov, and have it be both government jobs and retraining based, like ALMP tied jobs. Having a social worker who talks to you is one of the ways to build back up trust in government. And like, if we want a society where people trust us enough to nationalize like half of the country's economy or whatever, I think that's a must. We can't just like, if tomorrow you propose that, people would kill you. I think there would literally be libertarians with like my name. But
I mean, literally, like, triple P's, public-private partnerships. If we just waved a magic wand and got rid of them, like, literally half of the shit that people complain about the government would just instantly go away. Like, triple P's make up so much of the fucking problems of the government. It is so insane. And it sucks because they cost more money and you get less service out of it.
It is a really frustrating part of the farming out of the state capacity. Like, part of it too is that you lose that expertise. If you just have an agency which just exists for 40 years and there's people who spend their whole life specializing in it, it's very different than the NGO space where people come and go pretty frequently. So like, it's frustrating because like there's so much lost information in the rising and falling of NGOs, in like the farming out of expertise, having every NGO have to build their own database from scratch, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so I broadly I agree. This seems like a key area where this is something that we don't want retraining costs to fall on workers. It's unjust for it to fall on workers, and it disproportionately falls on like the most marginalized workers. I don't know that we're going to get a truck driver to like trust the social worker, but if there's anything that could get them to do it, it might be a free retraining program. You know?
Oh yeah.
So
yeah. Like, I guess you wouldn't force them into any particular training program, but you'd give them the option, and then they'd be able to decide on their own. Okay, we're all tired. It's Happy Thanksgiving. By the way.
Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Happy Turkey Day.
True. Happy turkey. Happy. Admittedly, I am a stuffing guy. I'm gonna shill stuffing.
Oh my god.
Anyways, last thing I want to shill. If any of you are DSA delegates, vote for a cheek. Like, do it now. Do it right now. If you were a delegate, if you were at the DSA National Convention, do it now.
I don't think that there's any delegates in the chat, from what I can tell. Mostly just people who are like adjacent to DSA. But yeah, Evan is right. There's an internal DSA election that's pretty important. And a sheik from the Groundwork Caucus, I think, is one of the better picks for the slot. Really good speaking skills, really excellent organizational skills. One of the few people who is in leadership, who's been in leadership for I think 4 years now. Just really good work. He was one of the people, for those of you who are following, I haven't talked about it in a little while, but the No Money for Massacres campaign, I think it's hit around 300,000 calls. It wasn't mostly led by him, but he played a role, a pretty large one.
Oh, yeah. I think it's close to 400,000 now.
Really? Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah. No, they're gangbusters right now. It's crazy. But yeah, Ashik's the man. I voted. If any of y'all are DSA delegates, shout it out in the chat. Also, just join DSA, please. We need money. So
that's not DSA, you should join DSA because it's the largest socialist organization in 70 years. And it's also the organization with the most wins in the last 70 years. We won a Green New Deal in New York State. We won rent control all over the goddamn country. We have won more electeds than any socialist organization in, I think, literally 100 years. We're doing pretty good. Please join. Please help out. And if you think the DSA is cringe, then you can help make it less cringe. We'd love to have you. There's a link constantly posting in chat, but also if you type !DSA, the link should pop up just for you.
Oh, that's awesome that you have that in the chat. That's so cool. All right. I probably got to run to bed. It was great talking to you, though.
Happy to tell you what I don't know about active labor market policies. Thank you for coming on, Evan.
It's all good. You have a great night.
You too. I am probably gonna head off. I guarantee you that the only person live is gonna be either Conyer or Riverboat Jack. Conyer is not live. There's an ad in the way, I think. Can't tell. Riverboat Jack is also not live. Damn it. Is anyone live? It is the night before Thanksgiving, so rough time. Oh, Conyer is live. Okay. I am going to send all of you who are in YouTube chat, click this link. And if you're in Twitch chat, click the link over as well. It won't, I don't think, raid you successfully on Twitch. I'm not sure, but definitely on the site chat. Just click over to the link, go like Conyer's video, and love y'all. Thank y'all so much for sticking around, and see you next stream, which is hopefully will be tomorrow evening or the night after. Once I click I forgot to actually do the hosting thing. Over to Conyer.